Ron's solution was a gradual progression. First, establish a normal bloodline network to form a stable foundational framework. Then dilute the extraordinary bloodline, injecting small amounts gradually, allowing the normal bloodline time to adapt. Finally, once the system stabilizes, gradually increase the concentration of the extraordinary bloodline. This process requires extremely high spiritual control, and even seasoned bloodline modifiers find it challenging. With Ron's exploration of diverse growth paths, particularly with the aid of alchemical understanding, he successfully completed this modulation. The slime monster displayed a gentle orange-red color, with smooth internal energy flow, indicating a successful fusion. Very good, now for the final challenge. The third experiment was the most ambitious attempt. Ron planned to merge 3 distinctly different extraordinary bloodlines within the slime monster. The breath of wind elemental elves, the tail sting of the crystal scorpion, and the fur of the shadow wolf. These 3 creatures not only have different elemental attributes, but also completely distinct life forms. According to conventional theories, such a combination is almost doomed to failure. But Ron had his own idea. The key is not to forcefully merge incompatible bloodlines, but to find their common points and establish a unique balance. He first constructed a triangular energy flow pattern in the slime monster, forming a cyclic loop for the 3 bloodlines rather than direct contact. Next, he created an energy buffer zone, serving as an intermediary between the 3 bloodlines. Under this design, the bloodlines didn't simply mix, but formed a symbiotic relationship that facilitated mutual enhancement. The fluidity of the wind element helped the crystal energy diffuse better. The structural nature of the crystal provided a carrier for the shadow energy, while the permeability of the shadow energy enhanced the penetration power of the wind element. The entire experimental process lasted nearly 2 hours, nearly exhausting Ron's spiritual power. But when the last strand of energy stabilized, the slime monster displayed a never-before-seen composite state. The surface was a flowing grayish blue, with crystalline light glimmering inside, occasionally shadows coursing through, harmoniously coexisting without interference. Bloodline modulation experience points +1. Breakthrough bloodline modulation, entry 50/50, right arrow bloodline modulation, skilled 1/100. Acquired additional trait, tracing. Ability to identify bloodline traces within a creature, tracing ancestral traits. Ron took a deep breath, feeling the surge of new knowledge and insights within him. The tracing trait was undoubtedly a precious ability for a bloodline modifier. He couldn't wait to test this new ability, immediately shifting his focus to the successful slime monster, attempting to trace the origins of the fused bloodlines. To his surprise, he could not only sense the 3 directly infused bloodlines, but even their more ancient origins. Within the bloodline of the wind elemental elf, he could vaguely see a faint trace from the elemental lord, perhaps a bloodline contact from countless generations ago. The crystal scorpion's ancestry once had the influence of earth vein crystal, giving it a crystallization ability distinct from ordinary scorpions. And deep within the shadow wolf's bloodline, there lay a trait from multiple shadows, an extremely rare being from the shadow plane. Amazing, Ron pondered thoughtfully. This tracing ability not only helps me understand bloodline composition, but also uncovers hidden traits buried by time. However, he realized that the standalone tracing trait couldn't precisely pinpoint bloodline evolution traces. Perhaps the skilled level, extraordinary recognition, was also at play. This way, when modulating bloodlines for Dale or other creatures, he can more accurately grasp their bloodline essence, avoiding needless attempts and directly finding the optimal path. Additionally, this tracing ability seems not limited to experimental subjects, but is applicable to ordinary living entities as well. Ron attempted to trace his own red blood flying dragon bloodline, immediately obtaining a clearer bloodline landscape than ever before. Red blood flying dragon bloodline origin. Sunflame dragon star ring. Right arrow flame giant dragon, quasi-star ring, / red flame dragon quasi-star ring. Right arrow red blood flying dragon, golden ring. Right arrow volcano lizard dragon, silver ring. Right arrow fire salamander, copper ring. This clear lineage map revealed to Ron the entire process of bloodline degradation, and also provided a definite direction for potential future bloodline activation. If he could purify the red blood-flying dragon bloodline, theoretically, he has a chance to restore it to the flame giant dragon or even higher tier form. Let's try using this ability on Dale first. Ron left the laboratory and headed to the courtyard. Dale, along with Alan, was tidying the flower beds. The little sea siren seemed exceptionally agile, as if fully adapted to terrestrial life. "Dale, could you come over here?" Ron called gently. The little sea siren joyfully ran over. "Master, what is it?" Without much explanation, Ron simply placed his hand gently on Dale's shoulder, activating the tracing ability. The little sea siren thought her master wanted to play and smiled sweetly, pressing her cool cheek against Ron's hand, which felt as smooth as jade. Yet Ron was more focused on the astonishing bloodline map unfolding in his mind. Little sea siren Dale bloodline origin. God of ocean currents, moon ring. Right arrow pure-blooded sea siren, golden ring. Right arrow ordinary sea siren, silver ring. Ron widened his eyes in astonishment. Dale's ancestry actually holds a moon ring-level mythical bloodline. This bloodline purity, no wonder she has such strong potential for growth. Even further, he noticed an unactivated special ability branch within Dale's bloodline singing. This seemed to be a unique, extraordinary ability of the sea sirens, related to resonance with sound and magic power, which could be awakened through specific training methods. "Dale, I have some good news." Ron withdrew his hand, smiling. "I've discovered a method to significantly enhance your abilities, and it's very well suited to your nature." The little sea siren curiously blinked. "What method, master?" Singing, Ron replied succinctly. "Within your ancestry, there exists a type called singers, who could manipulate elements and even influence emotions and thoughts through special songs. This ability is still dormant in your bloodline, and just needs the right method to awaken." Dale's eyes brightened instantly. "Really, I've always loved singing. I often hum melodies to myself in the crystal vat." "Then it's even more perfect," Ron nodded. "Starting tomorrow, I'll design a special scale practice for you to help awaken this talent." As for his plans, once he finishes this, the quarterly meeting for candidate wizards would be held. The central tower hall is resplendent, with portraits of great pioneers in wizard history hanging on the surrounding walls. The ceiling features a beautifully drawn star map, with twinkling stars that seem identical to the real night sky. This is the most solemn place in the Black Mist School, rarely open to ordinary apprentices. Today, it will host the quarterly evaluation meeting for the candidate wizard sequence. On this day, as Ron was conducting an alchemy experiment in the workshop, a large gray-black parrot flapped its wings and flew through the window. "Ron apprentice, Ron apprentice." The parrot landed on the windowsill, repeatedly calling out sharply. "Master Griffith asks you to immediately go to the central tower meeting room." Ron put down the alchemy tools in his hands. "The evaluation meeting for the candidate wizard sequence is about to begin. You, as the evaluated subject, need to be present." The parrot mechanically repeated the instructions given to it. This must be the letter he received a week ago, notifying him of the sequence ranking evaluation meeting. As a member who has made significant progress recently, he would naturally be a key subject for discussion as a possible promotion candidate. "I will go immediately." Ron nodded, quickly organizing his attire to ensure he appeared formal and proper. Half an hour later, Ron arrived outside the meeting room on the 12th floor of the central tower. At the door stood two personnel in dark gray uniforms, watching the hallway vigilantly. Ron Ralph, candidate wizard sequence member, responding to Master Griffith's summons. Ron politely introduced himself. The personnel checked the list and nodded, indicating for him to enter. The meeting room was spacious and bright, with a huge round oak table occupying the central position. Sitting around the table were several individuals in robes of various colors, and Ron immediately recognized Sauron and Uni, among other masters he had seen before. Among them was Corina, who seemed like a ghost from a snowfield, exuding icy cold from head to toe. She still wore her exquisite white mask, nodded at him upon noticing his gaze, and Ron could only bow slightly in response. On one side of the room stood some young candidate wizard sequence members. They appeared to be summoned for assessment too, and among them, Ron saw several familiar faces, including Trish. "Ron, you're here, just wait over there for now," Sauron noticed his arrival and nodded slightly, indicating for him to stand in the candidate area. Ron bowed respectfully to all the masters present, then quietly walked to the designated position. Trish gave him a smile, her eyes carrying a hint of kind encouragement. But her expression still maintained that unique indifference, as if deliberately controlling herself not to show too much emotion in public. After waiting for a while, the appointed time arrived, and everyone stood solemnly. Now that everyone is here, Vice Dean Hayek, an older gentleman wearing a deep purple robe with complex badges on his chest, opened. Let's begin this quarter's candidate wizard sequence evaluation meeting. His gaze was sharp and authoritative, sweeping over each young apprentice present. According to tradition, we will adjust the sequence ranking based on everyone's recent performance, potential, and master evaluation. Ron looked around. A huge round table was placed in the center of the hall, surrounded by the school's high-level members and other candidate wizard sequence members. Following the seating arrangement notice, he found his position 17th seat, corresponding to his current ranking in the sequence. Looking around, Ron recognized many familiar faces. Trish was seated at the 12th seat today, unlike her usual casual self, wearing a formal dark gown. Her hair was neatly tied and adorned with a jeweled hairpiece, making her appear especially dignified. Holt still occupied the first seat, his expression calm. As the absolute leader in the sequence, his strength and talent were top-notch in the entire school. The 4th to 10th seats were occupied by advanced apprentices Ron had seen in various occasions, but wasn't very familiar with. To Ron's slight surprise, Oliver was at the 5th seat, having dropped 2 ranks from his previous position. Furthermore, Cynthia, who should have been sitting at the 9th seat, was nowhere to be seen, leaving her chair empty, sparking some low murmurs. Vice Dean Hayek's authoritative voice sounded, and the hall immediately quieted down. Welcome everyone to this quarter's candidate wizard sequence evaluation meeting. He scanned the crowd, his voice calm and powerful. As usual, we will first announce this quarter's ranking changes and then discuss important matters. With a wave of his hand, a giant transparent leaderboard appeared in the air in the center of the hall, clearly displaying the names and rankings of all candidate wizards. First, congratulations to Holt Elvin for maintaining the top position in the sequence, marking his 6th consecutive quarter holding this position. Holt stood up, slightly bowing with gratitude, a modest smile on his face. Secondly, Herbert Levin and Caitlin Gardner remain in the 2nd and 3rd positions respectively. The Vice Dean continued to announce, with the rankings of the top 3 remaining stable. There have been significant changes from the 5th to the 10th positions. Trish Lind has risen from 12th to 10th position, performing excellently. Oliver West has dropped from 5th to 6th position, needing to put in more effort. As the daughter of the hunter, Trish originally had no surname, and Lind is her birthplace. Upon hearing her name, the brown-haired girl slightly bent down to express gratitude, her expression remaining reserved, with only a faint, barely noticeable trace of pride in her eyes. Oliver, on the other hand, appeared calm, with only a fleeting shadow passing through his eyes. Ron keenly noticed that Oliver's fingers were tapping lightly on the table, clearly indicating that his heart was not as calm as he appeared. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was focused on the Vice Dean's speech, Ron cautiously activated his extraordinary recognition ability, silently scanning Oliver's condition. In an instant, a stream of information flooded into his senses. Spiritual talent, upper 6th class star, original/lower 4th class star current. Current status, moderate spiritual contamination, continuously accumulating. Special talent, living assimilation 3rd tier. Capable of absorbing and integrating parts of other beings' abilities and memories through special rituals. Can integrate targets up to the same power level as oneself. Each assimilation exacerbates the accumulation of spiritual contamination. Ron's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly averted his gaze. Special talent of the 3rd tier is extremely rare within the entire school. However, this also explained why Oliver's ranking was declining. The intense aura of spiritual contamination on him would undoubtedly be noticed by those keen official wizards. Oliver's total magic power was indeed higher than before, but the instability and traces of contamination carried within that magic power caused him to lose the potential for further growth. Ron quietly observed Oliver, discovering a faint black pattern on his right wrist, like some kind of curse or contamination mark. That contamination seemed to be slowly but steadily spreading upwards. He's walking a very dangerous shortcut, Ron thought to himself, recalling the earlier warning from Lady Allen. Evidently, Oliver had opted for some forbidden power source in exchange for a rapid short-term boost. But this enhancement came at the cost of long-term potential and health. The Vice Dean's next words diverted his attention back. It's noteworthy that Cynthia Novick, ranked 9th, hasn't appeared within the school's range for 3 weeks. According to the school's regulations, her sequence qualification is temporarily frozen, pending further investigation. This news sparked more murmurs, as Cynthia, although not particularly strong, was well known in the sequence for her various abnormal hobbies. Her sudden disappearance was undoubtedly a shocking revelation. The Vice Dean paused for a moment, letting the murmurs naturally subside before continuing to announce the subsequent rankings. When announcing the 14th position, the Vice Dean paused and looked at Ron. This ranking adjustment is based not only on your recent performance and progress, but also on the recommendations and evaluations from the Masters. He picked up several letters, each sealed with a Master's private stamp. Particularly noteworthy is apprentice Ron Ralph, who received strong recommendations from Master Sauron, Master Uni, and Master Corina. Even the semi-retired Master Magnus and Lady Allen wrote letters of recommendation for him, which is extremely rare in the school's history. This news caused a noticeable stir in the hall, as both Magnus and Lady Allen were highly respected within the school, rarely endorsing candidate apprentices personally. These recommendations account for nearly a third of the school's official wizards. An elderly advanced apprentice assistant murmured in amazement. The Vice Dean raised his hand to signal silence. Considering these factors, as the council, I cast my supporting vote, confirming the promotion of Ron Ralph's ranking to 14th place. In fact, the Black Mist School, as a subordinate branch of the Crystal Tower, did not have a formal dean. As the Vice Dean, his approval was essentially decisive. There was a clear gasp of surprise in the whole. A 3-position promotion in the candidate wizard sequence was considered rare, especially for someone who had joined the sequence for less than half a year and was continuously rising in rank. It was an almost unprecedented achievement. Ron calmly stood up and bowed to the Vice Dean and the wizards. "Thank you for the school's recognition. I will continue to work hard." He noticed that Corina, Uni, and Sauron all cast approving looks at him, clearly indicating that his progress was acknowledged by these senior members. Especially Corina, whose usually cold eyes now shimmered with a rare tinge of care. The other sequence members present reacted differently. Some were surprised, some envious, some curious, and a few revealed barely discernible jealousy and exclusion. The Vice Dean nodded slightly and continued, announcing the remaining ranking changes. After all the rankings were announced, he moved on to the next agenda. Next, we will discuss 2 important matters. First, the investigation into Cynthia Novick's disappearance. An elderly advanced apprentice stood up, one of the main leaders of the law enforcement team, briefly reporting on the investigation. Based on current clues, Cynthia was last seen 3 weeks ago at midnight, with someone seeing her entering the Edge Forest, and then she vanished without a trace. We found some strange experimental records and alchemy tools at her residence, initially judging that she may have tried some kind of dangerous experiment or already defected. This news surprised everyone present. Defection is an extremely rare event in the Black Mist School, as all apprentices sign a contract upon joining. Defection means facing the pain of contract backlash, or even death. Oliver's reaction to this news was particularly noteworthy. His expression didn't change, but Ron keenly noticed that his fingers suddenly stopped tapping. Obviously, the news had some impact on him. "Continue the investigation. Report immediately if there are new findings." The Deputy Dean gave the instruction, then turned to the second topic. "Next, we'll discuss the preparation work for the opening of the Bloodline Altar in half a year." Hearing the term Bloodline Altar, Ron immediately focused intently. He noticed that not only himself, but almost all sequence members also showed great interest. Even Trish, who was usually calm, had a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. According to the allocation from the Crystal Tower, our school will have 5 spots to enter the Bloodline Altar. These 5 spots will be selected from the top 10 in the candidate wizard sequence, and the specific candidates will be finalized at the next quarterly assessment meeting. The deputy dean's gaze swept over everyone present. So the next 3 months are a crucial period for you to fight for these spots. I hope to see more young people like Holt, Trish, and Ron who show outstanding potential rising above the rest. Hearing his name mentioned alongside Holt and Trish, Ron felt a slight satisfaction rising in his heart. This meant that his progress had been recognized by the highest level of the school. What followed was a clear goal. He must enter the top 10 or even the top 5 before the next quarterly assessment to secure his eligibility to enter the bloodline altar. The meeting went on to discuss some specific administrative matters and ended with a round of applause. As everyone began to leave one by one, Ron also walked to the stone steps outside the hall. A hand gently reached out. He felt a familiar presence and did not avoid it. A pat on the shoulder, turning around, it was indeed Trish, her eyes shining with joy and a desire to share. "Congratulations, Ron," Trish said calmly, though the joy in her eyes was undeniable. "In just less than half a year, you've jumped directly to the 14th position, which is a rare achievement in sequence history. You're also remarkable. I remember you entered the sequence less than a year ago." Ron smiled, exchanging mutual compliments. "From over the 20th position to the 10th, your rise isn't much slower than mine." Trish nodded, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes, but she quickly returned to her calm and composed expression. "Corina Master has recently intensified my training, especially in bloodline activation." She cautiously looked around, ensuring no one else was paying attention, then subtly lifted her hair to show Ron behind her ear. The ears there had already shown noticeable forest elf characteristics, taking on a pointed conical shape, more pronounced than the last time they met. "Looks like one spot in the bloodline altar is already in your pocket." Ron genuinely felt happy for her. "Your chances of securing a spot are also very high." Trish pressed her lips, her voice lowering with a rare hint of closeness. "With your current upward momentum, entering the top 10 next quarter shouldn't be a problem. Then we can enter the bloodline altar together." Just as the two were talking, Holt walked over with a polite smile on his face. "Congratulations to both of you, especially you, Ron. Your rate of progress is extraordinary." Ron knew that, as the first in the sequence, it was natural for Holt to maintain good relations with all members. "Thank you, Senior Holt. You've always been a role model for everyone to learn from." Holt nodded slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of sincere praise. "I heard that you've recently made considerable achievements in alchemy and elemental control. Looking forward to having a chance to exchange ideas next time." "It would be my honor," Ron responded politely, not easily making promises. By the way, he used his extraordinary recognition ability to scan around, finding that none had special talents. The sequence members each might have their own strengths, but none had reached the level of special talent. Holt's steady position at the top was not only because of his sufficiently high aptitude in the upper ranks of the 4th-class star, but also due to his proficiency in many areas, with almost no obvious weaknesses making him an all-round achiever. Having stayed at the school long enough, this made his position practically unshakable. As for risking a peek at an official wizard, he didn't dare to bet. Currently, he was only at the skilled level of extraordinary recognition, and when targeting them, he wasn't sure if their extremely sensitive spiritual force fields would detect it. His intuition told him not to try rashly. Then several other leading members of the sequence also came up to greet Ron. Obviously, his outstanding performance had caught the attention of the entire sequence. Everyone wanted to establish a connection with this potential rising star. As Ron was about to leave, he noticed Oliver standing in a corner of the hall, looking at him with a complicated expression. Oliver noticed Ron's gaze, barely mustered a smile, nodded to him, and then quickly left the hall. Ron returned a polite smile, but remained alert at heart. Upon leaving the hall, he took a deep breath, contemplating the plans ahead. He set his goals to become an advanced apprentice and complete the Bloodline Modifier branch advancement by the next quarterly meeting, and obtain the school's recognized modulator qualification. Bloodline modulation being a branch of magic potion making, getting certified as a modulator wouldn't be too conspicuous, as it could be explained that he already had a foundation, learning quickly. But if he were to get certified as an alchemist, that would be a bit too far-fetched. He had already checked, and there was no medicine and artifact dual expert type of special talent on the list. 3 months is enough, Ron murmured in his heart. The first goal is the bloody gladiatorial games in a month, aiming for the championship to increase prestige. Then to advance to advanced apprentice before the next quarterly assessment meeting, obtaining the modulator certification, and increase my ranking to at least the top 5, to firmly secure a spot for the bloodline altar. This is an arduous task, but not impossible to accomplish. Especially after knowing the power of grace, growth speed is expected to further enhance. Ron quickly walked back on the path to the workshop, knowing that in the extraordinary world, stagnation means death. As night fell, Oliver stood alone in front of the window, his gaze piercing through the thick fog, looking towards the distant looming tower of the school. His face appeared especially grim under the candlelight, holding tightly in his hand a slip of paper detailing today's quarterly assessment meeting results. 6th place, I once reached 2nd place before. He suddenly crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it into the fireplace. The flames instantly devoured it. I used to be an object of envy too. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seems everything began to go wrong after encountering those black wizards. Oliver turned towards the corner of the room, a corpse, a young alien shell, with the brain already hollowed out, leaving only an empty skull. This was his latest research material, obtained from secret black market transactions. Spiritual contamination is accumulating more severely. He gazed at the black streaks spreading across his right hand, a long-term consequence of contact with Sin Domain black crystal. If I can't find a more effective purification method or a stronger energy source soon. He didn't finish, but the conclusion was clear: he would be unable to stop himself from being completely overwhelmed by spiritual contamination, ultimately becoming a mindless walking corpse. Oliver walked over to a mirror, checking his appearance carefully. On the surface, he maintained a flawless facade. But only he knew, every time he looked in the mirror, he had to use spiritual power to make subtle adjustments to cover up those quietly emerging signs of distortion. He turned and walked to the other side of the room to the desk, where a manuscript lay open, detailing the steps of the brain extraction technique. This secret technique, is it really my master's goodwill? Oliver sneered as he flipped through the manuscript. In hindsight, it's evidently a trap he deliberately set for me. Recalling how his master, accidentally, let him discover this manuscript, and casually disclosed the existence of this secret technique, Oliver's gaze grew colder. Everything was meticulously designed. He knew I had the living assimilation special talent, intentionally leading me down this path. Oliver gently caressed the complex runes and diagrams on the manuscript, bitterly discovering the many cleverly set restrictions among them. This secret technique seemed powerful, able to extract knowledge and abilities from another's brain, but in reality, it had extremely stringent conditions on the target. Can only affect targets with spiritual power far lower than the caster, and can only extract those superficial, non-core fragments of abilities. Even with his special talent, he could not obtain those truly core abilities through this method. These restrictions, these intricate loopholes, are clearly designed to keep me from ever surpassing those true geniuses, while people like Trish and Ron are well protected. Oliver clenched his fist, nails digging deep into his palm. I've absorbed so much material, perhaps I never reach Holt's level. He looked at the alien corpse in the corner, brain hollowed out, eyes filled with despair. I'm merely wasting myself, in exchange for some trivial fragments of ability. The spiritual contamination was exactly the side effect of this forbidden secret technique, slowly devouring his reason and future. Perhaps Cynthia choosing to escape was the wisest decision. As for him, he might have been living under the master's covert surveillance and deliberate guidance all along, just waiting for the right moment to harvest him directly. The other party, being the one who researched the brain extraction technique, might have precisely the special outcome of being able to fully devour the target's beneficial parts without suffering a rebound. Cynthia chose to escape. He said softly, recalling that former ally, but I cannot leave, the bonds of the contract are too strong unless I also undergo a complete awakening like Cynthia. Awakening, what a wonderful word. The day after the quarterly evaluation meeting ended, Ron impatiently headed to the school library. As the 14th member in the sequence, he now had higher access rights, allowing him to reach more hidden knowledge. This was precisely the purpose of his trip, to use the newly acquired privileges to explore the forbidden areas isolated from ordinary apprentices. The hidden room on the 3rd floor. The gray-robed old man at the library entrance raised an eyebrow, carefully inspecting the badge on Ron's chest, confirming the blue glow that indicated his rank within the top 15. "Looks like you're a beneficiary of yesterday's sequence evaluation meeting." Ron nodded humbly. "Yes, I'm hoping to take this opportunity to learn more knowledge." A hint of seriousness flashed in the old man's eyes. "Knowledge is a double-edged sword, young man. The further you go, the more you must watch out for the abyss beneath your feet." "I will heed your warning," Ron responded politely. The hidden room was even more obscure, with a translucent energy barrier quietly hovering at the end of the stairs. Ron pressed his badge against the barrier, feeling a faint spiritual wave sweep over his body, as if confirming his identity and qualification. Moments later, the barrier rippled away like water, revealing a pathway. The space inside was much smaller than Ron had imagined, but the atmosphere was several times gloomier than before. Ron walked straight to the reading room marked Spiritual Issues and Contamination Research, gently pushing the door open. An indescribable stifling sensation permeated the air inside, as if it hadn't circulated for many years. A dim blue magic crystal lamp provided feeble lighting, with walls lined with various ancient books and manuscripts, some of which were chained to the shelves, indicating the sensitivity of their contents. Ron walked to the guiding stone in the center, recalling the abnormal symptoms he'd seen in Oliver, and gently placed his palm on it. Spiritual contamination, the path of the Black Wizard. A faint red light flashed across the surface of the guiding stone, seemingly warning of the danger of these topics, but then it lit up with a blue glow, directing him to a specific bookshelf. In front of a cabinet sealed with special energy, Ron presented his badge again. The cabinet door slowly opened, revealing rows of long-dusted ancient books. Comprehensive Study of Spiritual Contamination, Theory of Consciousness Distortion, Pollution, Transformation, and Coexistence, Path of Awakening for the Black Wizard. Ron's gaze finally landed on the last one, a thick tome with a black cover, featuring a peculiar symbol of an eye intertwined with tentacles on its cover. He carefully extracted the book, immediately feeling a cold energy seep out from it, attempting to penetrate his spiritual defenses. Ron quickly mobilized his spiritual power, isolating the invasive energy, and soon eliminated it. It seemed to merely be a test of spiritual power. On the book's title page, a line of bright red warning text was written. "This book is for candidate Wizard High Sequence members' research and reference only. Do not attempt any rituals or theories within, or face the highest penalty for violations." Ron took a deep breath and opened the first chapter. Spiritual contamination is the inevitable fate of every wizard. As a wizard's spiritual power level increases and knowledge of the abyss is explored, the accumulation of spiritual contamination will inevitably reach a critical point. Orthodox wizards choose purification and suppression, while Black wizards choose acceptance and transformation. The following content detailed the 3 stages of spiritual contamination: mild, moderate, and severe. Mild spiritual contamination mainly manifests as slight emotional fluctuations, sleep disturbances, and perceptual anomalies, which most wizards can control through conventional means. Moderate spiritual contamination, however, leads to personality changes. Those with moderate spiritual contamination will exhibit obvious emotional outbursts, with negative emotions being greatly amplified. Anger turns into rage, worry turns into fear, jealousy turns into hatred. Furthermore, hallucinations will become more frequent, and the contaminated will start to hear the ravings from the great abyss, gradually believing these voices. In the detailed symptoms section, Ron saw characteristics that almost perfectly matched what he'd observed in Oliver. Severe emotional fluctuations, excessive reactions to stress, special patterns appearing on the skin, and an irrational haze in the eyes. Typical moderate contamination, and it seems he doesn't intend to suppress it. Ron confirmed in his mind, it appears Oliver has indeed embarked on this path. Continuing to read, Ron found records about the awakening. The Black Wizard's path is essentially a deviant cultivation that coexists with pollution. Ordinary wizards view contamination as an enemy, while black wizards see it as a potential source of power. Through special rituals and mental training, they convert contamination energy for their own use. This conversion is called awakening, which is the process of complete fusion between spirit and contamination. The awakening level is the standard by which a black wizard's control over contamination is measured. Every 10% increase in the awakening level results in a qualitative leap in power and degree of distortion. Moderate spiritual contamination can achieve about 10% awakening level through specific rituals. At this stage, the black wizard's body will begin to undergo beneficial distortions, the skin may become more resilient, senses will become unusually acute, and the most notable change is the enhancement of magic effects. Ron paused, carefully contemplating this description. A 10% awakening level can bring such significant changes in intensity. No wonder some are willing to take the risk to try this path. He continued flipping through and discovered more in-depth content. The power of the black wizard comes from two main sources: extreme emotions of living beings and soul energy. Extreme emotions, especially fear, despair, and pain, can produce a special energy fluctuation within organisms, which black wizards can collect through special rituals. That's why many black wizards conduct cruel live experiments, not only for research, but also to gather these precious energies. Soul energy is even rarer and more powerful, usually extracted through special rituals from creatures that are dying or have just died. This energy has extremely high conversion efficiency and can significantly enhance the awakening level. The book describes in detail how black wizards use special rituals to combine the collected energies with their own spiritual contamination, forming a symbiotic relationship. The symbiosis makes contamination no longer chaotic erosion, but a controllable source of power. The magic of black wizards carries a special erosion trait that can penetrate defenses and accelerate the target's spiritual contamination process. This gives black wizards an edge when facing wizards of the same rank or even higher-ranking official wizards. Ron was particularly interested in this part. The erosion trait sounded extremely powerful, capable of bypassing normal defensive measures to directly attack the opponent's spiritual foundation. However, the book unabashedly pointed out the terrifying cost of the black wizard's path. As the awakening level increases, a black wizard's personality will gradually disintegrate. All negative emotions are magnified several times, with rational thinking gradually being replaced by instinct. At 30% awakening, most black wizards have completely lost normal social abilities, becoming extremely violent and antisocial. At 50% awakening, black wizards are hardly human anymore, as their way of thinking differs entirely from that of normal humans. They often become fully immersed in their own crazy worlds, driven only by the most primal desires and impulses. An awakening level over 70% is extremely rare, and it's recorded that only 1 in 100 black wizards who reach this level can avoid complete loss of control. Such beings have partially transcended various physical and spiritual limitations, and can perceive and manipulate powers beyond reality. As for 100% awakening, this is a realm that exists only in legends. A fully awakened black wizard will transform into an apostle, a terrifying entity on par with a great wizard. Ron put down the book, feeling a chill run through him. An apostle on par with a great wizard. He recalled a book he read earlier about talent tiers. The top-tier great wizard known as the Clock King, at the cost of himself, merely succeeded in banishing over a dozen apostles. It seems the power of a black wizard is indeed tempting, but the price to pay is complete self-annihilation. Not the destruction of the body, but the total alienation of personality and soul. He picked up another book, Pollution, Transformation, and Coexistence, hoping to find more detailed descriptions of the awakening process. This book was more technical, filled with complex ritual descriptions and theoretical deductions. The core of the awakening ritual is to guide the accumulated spiritual contamination to merge with externally collected energy, forming a special symbiotic circuit. This process is extremely dangerous, and any slight mistake can lead to spiritual collapse and irreversible distortion. The ritual needs to be conducted in a specific environment, usually a high contamination area or a weak spatial node. Black wizards need to prepare special mediums, usually items or biological tissues filled with intense emotions, and a container capable of housing the fused energy. The book only briefly described the entire ritual process, including some rune arrangements, spells, and spiritual power manipulation techniques. But crucial parts were completely omitted, likely to deter any reckless attempts, as the allure of power is endless. Ron noticed the ritual mentioned the use of Sin Domain Black Crystal, a special material that seemed to be a key to guiding contamination energy. Sin Domain Black Crystal is an extremely rare material, said to be inspired by ancient black wizards in the deepest parts of the abyss. It has strong energy attracting and converting abilities, making it an ideal medium for awakening rituals. However, prolonged contact with Sin Domain Black Crystal itself can accelerate the accumulation of spiritual contamination, creating a vicious cycle. This description reminded Ron of Marcus' investigation report on Cynthia's disappearance. They found strange experiment records and alchemy tools at her residence. So Cynthia and Oliver might both be attempting this awakening ritual. Cynthia seems to have completed it and chosen to defect, while Oliver might be in the preparation phase. Ron refocused on the book, continuing to read the detailed explanations about abilities after awakening. A black wizard with 10% awakening typically sees a 30% increase in magic power, along with a basic erosion effect, causing slight spiritual contamination to the target. At the same time, the black wizard's body begins to exhibit beneficial distortions, such as skin hardening, sensory enhancement, and so on. At 30% awakening, a black wizard's power can already rival that of an official wizard, and due to the presence of the erosion trait, they may have an advantage in combat. Their spells carry strong erosion effects that can quickly weaken the target's spiritual defense, possibly causing hallucinations or brief mental confusion. At 50% awakening, black wizards have reached the moon-level wizard category, and their spells are no longer limited by the rules of reality, capable of directly affecting the target's soul and consciousness structure. The book also recorded cases of famous black wizards and their special abilities. Ron particularly noted a black wizard called the Void Singer. It was said that upon reaching about 35% awakening, he created a special spell called Mind-Devouring Curse, which could infinitely magnify the most feared thing in the target's heart until their psychological defenses completely collapsed. After hours of reading, Ron finally put down the last book, rubbing his sore eyes. He had acquired a wealth of information about black wizards and the path of awakening, but also more questions. One thought lingered in his mind. Would the professional panel consider the path of the black wizard as a viable career route? If it were possible to integrate the black wizard's erosion power into the professional system, could it circumvent those terrifying side effects, achieving a more controlled use of power? Ron clearly remembered that the essence of the black wizard path: symbiosis with contamination rather than being devoured by it. Theoretically, if a more stable symbiotic method could be found, it might be possible to avoid the risk of personality collapse. If the profession panel can incorporate this path into the system, might I acquire erosion power in a safer manner? This thought made Ron both excited and worried. Upon leaving the library, the old guard gave him a meaningful look. "Did you find what you wanted, young man?" Ron cautiously nodded. "I gained a lot, thank you." Remember, knowledge is a double-edged sword. Understanding darkness does not mean embracing it. The old man's voice was deep and solemn. "I will keep that in mind," he could only answer earnestly. Walking back to the workshop, Ron's thoughts still lingered on those pieces of knowledge. The temptation of the black wizard path lies in the seemingly shortcut it provides for acquiring power. The more insane, the stronger, not just depending on talent. He shook his head, temporarily pushing these thoughts aside. Regardless, his top priority right now is preparing for the bloody gladiatorial games next month, striving to further elevate his rank in the sequence through excellent performance. As for the black wizard path, he might continue to research it, but he would never venture into it rashly. At least not until he found a way to ensure safety. Back at the workshop, Lilia was instructing Dale in the courtyard on practicing water element control. Upon seeing Ron return, both of them beamed with welcoming smiles. "Teacher, you're back." Lilia greeted him joyfully. "Dale made great progress today. She can already maintain the water ball form for a long time." Master, Dale ran over excitedly. Look at my new skill. She waved her little hand, and a perfect water ball floated in the air, then slowly transformed into a blooming water lotus. Very impressive, Ron sincerely praised, rubbing the little sea siren's silver hair, a faint smile gracing his lips. On the road to pursuing power, there are some costs he absolutely would not pay lightly. Dinner is ready, teacher, Lilia smiled and said. It's your favorite grilled fish and vegetable soup. Thank you, Lilia. Let's go together then, Ron replied with a smile. As night fell, the lights of the workshop were warm and bright, dispelling the dark thoughts from the day. Late at night, Ron sat in meditation in his private research room on the second floor of the workshop. The forbidden knowledge about black wizards, awakening, and erosion always attracted his attention like a dark flame. In the midnight tranquility, he made a decision. I acquired so much information today, there should be a corresponding advancement route. Let's take a look, but no attempts for now, he said to himself, cautiously opening the profession panel. Ron browsed the panel, looking for any information related to black wizards. Suddenly, he noticed a choice in the profession selection bar that had appeared silently, which he had never paid attention to before. Black Wizard, 3 stars, view specific advancement information available. Logically, obtaining new profession advancement information should prompt the panel to alert him, but this time there was no notification. With an accelerated heartbeat, Ron carefully clicked on this option, and more information immediately appeared. Profession Black Wizard, 3 stars. Advancement conditions. 1. Prerequisite profession Wizard Apprentice, 1.5 stars, square 2. Spiritual power reaching above 4.0, and accumulation of a certain level of spiritual contamination, 3. Master at least 1 magic affecting the spirit, square root, 4. Possess special medium high purity sin domain black crystal, 5. Complete awakening ritual, achieving a 10% awakening level, warning. This profession will significantly alter personality traits, enhance negative emotions, and reduce rational thinking ability once transferred. The original personality cannot be restored. Ron stared at this information. Feeling both surprised and somewhat unsurprised, the profession panel had indeed included the Black Wizard path as an optional profession. But that clear warning exactly pointed to the nature of this path. It indeed would irreversibly alter a person's soul. Particularly noteworthy is the 3 stars rating. This signifies that the overall potential of the Black Wizard profession exceeds that of all current profession advancement information he's aware of. Even higher than the 2.5 stars of Wizard Unknown Direction and Magic Swordsman. The transfer conditions mentioned Sin Domain Black Crystal. Ron pondered. It was precisely the kind of critical medium mentioned in the book today. He continued browsing, finding more detailed information about professional traits, main abilities of black wizards. Erosion magic, pollution perception, awakened body, whispers of the stars. Using this ability accelerates spiritual contamination accumulation. Ron could not help but feel a little tempted. These abilities are indeed powerful, especially the traits of erosion magic, which is able to bypass conventional defenses and directly attack the opponent's spiritual weaknesses. However, the next piece of information made him alert again. Additional information. Black Wizard profession differs from conventional professions. They do not need to hone related skills, mainly relying on raising the awakening level to advance. Every 10% increase in the awakening level unlocks a new ability branch, but also exacerbates personality distortion. 10% awakening level. Basic erosion ability, slight personality change, 30% awakening level. Enhanced erosion ability, moderate personality distortion, emotional extremity, 50% awakening level. High-tier erosion ability, severe personality collapse, nearly losing all positive emotions, 70% awakening level. Deep erosion ability, complete personality distortion, retaining only the most basic rational thinking, 100% awakening level. Can advance to become an apostle, completely surpassing human limitations. This is not a path I can take right now, Ron finally concluded. Even though advancing through the profession panel might be safer than direct awakening, it essentially results in the loss of self. He was about to close the profession panel, but then saw an additional piece of information. Special tip. Dual soul talent may to some extent resist personality distortion, but cannot completely eliminate this effect. The final result depends on the user's willpower and choice. This information set Ron deep in thought. The dual soul talent indeed might provide some buffer, but the risk remains immense, perhaps when he acquires some rare artifacts related to spiritual protection in the future. He might have a chance to try after closing the profession panel. Ron took out the Time Guardian pocket watch at that moment. He suddenly sensed a vine reach out, with Aelen's leaf writing board appearing on it. Master, Miss Trish is visiting. Ron stood up alertly, cautiously walking to the window in the twilight. He saw a familiar figure moving towards the workshop door. It was Trish. Why was she appearing here at this time? Ron quickly went downstairs and, as expected, found the girl with brown hair, typically dressed casually, in the reception room. Sorry to disturb you so late, Trish said softly, a rare nervous expression on her face, but I have something important to tell you. Ron noticed her breathing was somewhat rapid, her hair slightly damp, clearly having rushed over. Come in and talk. He stepped aside to make way. Trish swiftly entered the room, glanced around, and only spoke in a low voice after confirming no one else was present. The master spoke to me tonight, pointing out a series of strange events recently, seemingly related to the Black Wizard's revival. Ron's heart skipped a beat. Black Wizard's revival? Yes, Trish nodded, a trace of worry flickering in her eyes. There's been a secret Black Wizards group in the central area of the Ring Abyss Continent group, calling themselves the Eye of the Abyss. Following a mysterious entity known as the Lord of Paradise, the law enforcement team responsible for this issue in the school believes Cynthia's disappearance is related to this group, and she hesitated noticeably. Oliver might very well be one of their peripheral members. Ron wasn't too surprised by this news, considering what he had read earlier in the day and his observations of Oliver's condition. It all made sense. Why would Mistress Corina tell you this? Ron asked cautiously. Trish took a deep breath. She said I might be one of their targets. 3 days ago, the law enforcement team discovered a hidden cave while searching the Edge Forest. Inside, her voice trembled slightly, inside were numerous human and alien race corpses, all with their brains hollowed out. There were also various bizarre runes and ritual marks. She pressed her lips together, continuing. Tonight, the master spoke to me alone, informing me about that cave, saying it's indeed related to the Eye of the Abyss, and, she paused, looking Ron straight in the eye. She said you might also be one of their targets. Ron frowned. Me? Why, the master didn't explain specifically, only warned me to remind you to stay vigilant, especially against those advanced apprentices exhibiting abnormal behavior. A trace of concern flashed in Trish's eyes. He particularly mentioned not to be alone with Oliver. Ron fell into thought. He indeed had several brief encounters with Oliver. Do you know any other information about the Eye of the Abyss? Trish shook her head. Very little. It said this organization has existed through several ages, despite being hunted by major wizard forces. Maintaining a presence, the Lord of Paradise they follow seems to be some ancient entity. What actions is the school planning to take? I'm not sure. Trish's voice grew softer, but the master hinted that the school's senior management is preparing a large-scale sweep after establishing contact with the Crystal Tower. She hopes we sequence members remain vigilant, but don't actively interfere. Ron nodded thoughtfully. Thank you for risking coming to tell me this. Trish gave a faint smile. We're allies, aren't we? Besides, I believe you're one of the few people I can trust. She glanced at the gradually darkening night outside the window. I should go. It's past curfew. The master arranged a temporary pass for me, but time is limited. Ron escorted her to the door, seeing the eyes of the leopardess in the dark shining with a faint green glow. Lai Yu seemed to gradually trust him. Previously, she would never leave her master's side, but now she stood waiting at the workshop door of her own accord. Be careful on the road, and if there's any new information, we can exchange intelligence at any time. Trish nodded, quickly disappearing into the night with Lai Yu. Ron closed the door, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. This new information resonated with what he had learned in the library earlier that day, making the entire situation both clearer and more dangerous. Oliver might have already embarked on the path of a Black Wizard and become a peripheral member of the so-called Eye of the Abyss. This explained why he was in contact with the sin domain black crystal and his increasingly severe symptoms of spiritual contamination. But why would he become a target for the organization? Is it merely because of the talent and potential he displayed? Or is there some deeper reason? With these questions, Ron returned to his room. He decided to act even more cautiously in the coming days. Whatever storm is approaching, he must be fully prepared. The next morning, Ron woke up early and engaged in meditation with the Star Eater's ravings as usual after the meditation ended. Just as he was about to head to the library for further research, a black parrot flew in through the window. Landing on his desk, "Dear Apprentice Ron Ralph, hereby notify you. Sequence member Oliver West has been confirmed as a defector. He has now been removed from the candidate wizard sequence. The law enforcement team is tracking his whereabouts, and any relevant clues should be immediately reported to the law enforcement team or the school authorities. Furthermore, due to potential instability factors recently, this month's bloody gladiatorial games have been postponed, with the specific date to be announced later. Please remain vigilant and do not associate with any suspicious individuals. Rain Coaster, captain of the Black Mist School law enforcement team." Ron put down the notification letter in his hand, his brows unconsciously furrowed. Although this news was not too surprising, it happened so quickly that it left him somewhat taken aback. Just at the sequence evaluation meeting a few days ago, the other party had sat there, seemingly calm as he accepted the fact that his ranking had slipped. It seems that the moderate spiritual contamination has become severe enough to make him lose his rational judgment. Ron murmured to himself, pondering the impact of this matter on the school and himself. The postponement of the bloody gladiatorial games is likely because the school needs to invest more resources to deal with this sudden situation. This is actually a good thing for Ron, giving him more preparation time, but it also means that the entire school's alert level will be greatly heightened. "Teacher, is something wrong?" Lilia walked in carrying a cup of hot tea, her face full of concern. Lately, she had become exceptionally sensitive to Ron's emotional changes. "It's nothing major." Ron handed the letter to her. "Oliver defected, and the school is conducting a full-scale manhunt." Lilia took the letter and read it, her face turning slightly pale. "Is this a loss of control due to spiritual contamination? I read about it in books." "It's very likely." Ron nodded, looking at the gradually dimming sky outside the window. "But it's not really related to us. Let's continue focusing on our own training." Lilia hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "A few days ago, I heard some rumors at the market saying that many corpses with hollowed-out brains have been found in Edge Forest. Is it his doing?" Ron's eyes narrowed and he nodded. "It's very possible. Based on what I've learned, Oliver possesses a special talent called living assimilation, which allows him to gain certain abilities by absorbing others' brains." Lilia gasped, evidently shocked by this dreadful ability. "Don't worry, the school will handle it. As apprentices like us, it's best not to get involved in such high-risk situations. I've already arranged for the protection of Alan's workshop. You and Dale will be very safe." Lilia nodded, her eyes still filled with worry. "You must also be careful, teacher." "I will." Ron smiled faintly. After Lilia left, Ron walked to the window, his gaze cast towards the distant Edge Forest. In the depths of that gloomy forest, a fugitive escape of a fallen one was unfolding. In Edge Forest, Oliver staggered through the twisted trees, his breath heavy and hurried. The right side of his face had completely deformed, the once handsome features twisted beyond recognition, with black liquid surging under the skin like a living thing squirming. One eyeball bulged from its socket, turning into a cloudy pure black, emitting a strange luster. His left arm extended unnaturally, with fingernails turned into sharp black claw blades, easily slicing through hard wood. His right leg's knee joint twisted, now more like some kind of arthropod joint, allowing him to move in a bizarre yet efficient manner. Behind him, shouts and magic power fluctuations of pursuit grew closer and closer. "Damn it, time's running out." Oliver cursed, feeling the uncontrollable fluctuations of black energy within him. "If I'm any later, the awakening will spiral completely out of control." Suddenly, a beam of light penetrated through the treetops, hitting his shoulder. The flesh instantly vaporized, but a large amount of black liquid immediately surged from the wound, quickly filling the gap. The pain brought a sliver of clarity back to Oliver's consciousness. He recalled the decision he made 3 hours ago. At that time, he was in his laboratory, looking at the face in the mirror that could no longer maintain a human shape, knowing that if he didn't act now, he'd never have another chance. The school's surveillance over him was getting tighter by the day. The scrutinizing gaze of the master seemed like he was looking at a ripening fruit, ready to harvest at any moment. "Marcus, only you can help me now." He spoke softly to his half-mutated brother in the cage. Marcus had long lost his reason. Only instinct and an inexplicable hatred for Ron Ralph remained. This hatred had almost become his only emotional anchor. Oliver opened the cage door, deliberately lowering his spiritual control over Marcus. The effect was immediate. The frenzied Marcus instantly broke free of his restraints, letting out a piercing scream as he charged out of the tower, heading straight for the center of the school. This distraction was enough to attract the majority of the law enforcement team's attention, giving Oliver the chance to escape. "I'm sorry, brother." Back then, he left only this light sigh, quickly gathering a few essentials and sneaking toward Edge Forest. However, he underestimated the response speed of the school's law enforcement team. Despite using Marcus to create chaos, as he expected, the official wizards indeed didn't get involved personally, but the law enforcement team's response was swifter than he had anticipated. Almost as soon as he left the tower, a patrolling law enforcement officer spotted him. At least 3 or 4 intermediate apprentices and 1 advanced apprentice formed a pursuit team, relentlessly chasing him deep into Edge Forest. Oliver chuckled bitterly, panting while hiding behind an ancient thick tree. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been that obedient, gentle, and perfect student. 6th class star's spiritual talent. In an ordinary family, it could be considered a gift worth celebrating. But in that talent-filled environment, he was merely an object of pity. The masters encouraged him with words like diligence can make up for incompetence, but secretly, they had long given up on him. Until he discovered the brain extraction technique in that ancient book and saw the word living assimilation. At that moment, he thought he had found a turning point in his fate. When he began to experiment with this secret technique and successfully extracted memory and ability fragments from the first test subject, the ecstasy was indescribable. He stepped onto this path step by step. It started with small animals, then abandoned alien slaves. Now, out of desperation, choosing to awaken for more power, the school's reaction only confirmed the truth he despised. They never cared about him. Not a single official wizard was willing to take the risk to capture him. To those wizards high above, he, Oliver West, was nothing more than a dispensable test subject, a dog to be discarded at any time. "Is this how you see me? Not even worth capturing personally?" Oliver's voice twisted with anger, and he touched the Sin Domain black crystal on his chest, the key medium for his awakening ritual. This black crystal was also his final trump card. He suddenly looked up, sensing several energy fluctuations approaching from different directions. Clearly, the law enforcement team had pinpointed his location and was preparing to enclose him. Oliver decided not to hide anymore. He stood up, his deformed body casting a twisted shadow in the moonlight. The once flawless mask had long shattered, revealing the ugly and true nature beneath. "Finally caught you, Oliver. Bringing you back to the school promises advanced magic potions and unique magic model rewards." An intermediate apprentice leaped out of the thicket, the magic wand in his hand emitting a dazzling light. His eyes were full of disdain and disgust. "Look at what you've become, West. I thought you were something grand." Oliver did not answer, simply staring at him as if looking at an ant. "Surrender, you're surrounded." Norris raised his magic wand. "In the name of the law enforcement team, I order you to immediately cease all attack states and return to the school for judgment." Oliver's lips curved into an eerie arc, revealing irregularly arranged sharp teeth. "Why should I obey the orders of an ant?" His voice had completely changed, as harsh as metal scraping, with an indescribable echo effect, as if multiple voices were speaking simultaneously. Norris stepped back, evidently shocked by this mutation, but quickly steadied himself. "This is your last chance, Oliver." "No, this is your last chance." A flash of red light appeared in Oliver's black eyeballs. In the next moment, his body liquefied, advancing forward at an irrational speed. The hastily cast light bomb magic by Norris struck Oliver's chest, leaving a massive scorched hole. But Oliver continued moving forward, as if he couldn't feel the pain. Impossible, Norris screamed in terror, releasing 3 more powerful light bombs. Oliver's body was hit, with several vital organs pierced, but black liquid surged out and healed the wounds. As he closed in on Norris, his deformed left arm suddenly extended, sharp claw blades piercing directly into the other's chest. Norris's eyes widened, staring dumbfounded at the bizarre arm that impaled his body. "Rest in peace, Aunt," Oliver said coldly, and then his eyeballs suddenly bulged, transforming into a tentacle that directly inserted into Norris's eye socket. Norris let out a shrill scream, then suddenly fell silent, his body stiffening like a puppet. Oliver's tentacle absorbed something, and Norris's face quickly shriveled, his skin wrinkling and eyes sinking, as if all moisture was instantly drained away. When the monster retracted the tentacle, Norris had become a mummy, nothing but skin wrapped around bones. "Thank you for your contribution," Oliver said softly, the red light in his eyes growing brighter. He felt a rush of new information and ability pouring into his mind. Norris's memory fragments and his weak affinity for the light element had all become Oliver's nourishment. Oliver carefully examined Norris's shriveled corpse, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. Had he seen this intermediate apprentice somewhere before? Was it at the apprentice market, or during a law enforcement team's gathering? He searched through the freshly acquired memory fragments for an answer, but found them too chaotic to sort out immediately. "Never mind, it's not important. Just an ant not worth the time to remember." A shout came from a distance, clearly from other law enforcement officers noticing the commotion here. Without hesitation, Oliver sprinted away. His movement no longer resembled that of a human, but rather some kind of twisted insect, sometimes racing on the ground, sometimes climbing tree trunks in a vertical sprint. The newly obtained memories guided him to a secret passageway, a hidden path used by the law enforcement team for patrols, leading deeper into the forest. "Looks like you still have some use," Oliver mused internally, showing no pity for the sacrificial victim he just absorbed. By the time the pursuers reached Norris's corpse, Oliver had already disappeared deep into the dense forest. After about half an hour of traversal, he finally reached his destination. A hidden cave entrance buried beneath a pile of boulders. This was a secret outpost of the Eye of the Abyss in the Black Mist Jungle, a location Oliver learned from Cynthia. Entering the cave required a specific signal, a unique pattern of spiritual wave, mimicking the abyssal raving's rhythm. Oliver released a distinctive spiritual power wave, according to his memory. A moment later, the air before the boulders twisted, revealing a concealed entrance. Without hesitation, Oliver swiftly slipped inside. The space inside the cave was unexpectedly vast. With a smooth floor, crystals emitting a pale green glow were embedded in the walls, providing dim but sufficient illumination. The air was filled with a peculiar aroma, a blend of herbs and the scent of decaying organisms, making one feel both calm and slightly nauseated. A hoarse voice emanated from deep within the cave, another poor soul abandoned by the school. Oliver moved forward cautiously, finally seeing the speaker, a twisted figure sitting on a stone platform. The figure was humanoid, but covered entirely in dark purple scales. Its head had completely transformed into some kind of reptilian shape, with a maw that extended outward, forming a snout filled with sharp teeth. "Welcome to the land of freedom, Oliver West." The reptilian humanoid laughed hoarsely. "Looks like your awakening isn't going too well. Half your face has mutated into that grotesque shape. Must be pretty painful, right?" With its words, more figures gradually emerged from the shadows within the cave. Some resembled normal humans, while others had mutated beyond recognition. But they all shared one common trait. Their eyes glowed with an eerie red light, like burning brands. Oliver asked bluntly, trying to ignore the other's mockery. The reptilian humanoid let out a piercing laugh. "In a hurry to find your old flame. She's not a good girl, seducing our brothers and causing chaos among us. I asked you where she is." Oliver's voice became more piercing with anger, and the black liquid on his body began to pulse violently. "Look at this irritable little guy, already starting to issue orders as soon as he arrives." Another voice sounded, this time from a young woman who appeared almost normal. Except her eyes had fractured like an insect's, forming a compound structure that shimmered with an eerie sheen in the dim light. "You bunch of chaotic, malformed monsters, where do you get off mocking me? I've just begun my awakening and will soon control this state, unlike you who have become slaves to desires and instincts." The cave fell into a brief silence, then erupted in various piercing laughter. "Listen to what this new fool is saying." The reptilian humanoid almost laughed himself to the ground. "He thinks he can control his awakening. Ha ha ha, where did this poor soul come from? Poor guy doesn't realize he's already doomed." The compound-eyed woman mocked. "Every one of us here thought the same way once. Awakening isn't something you control, fool, it controls you." The reptilian humanoid wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. "Your little self-control is as fragile as paper against a full awakening." Oliver looked around, seeing at least a dozen awakened with various forms, all laughing at him. Anger burned like fire in his chest, but he forced himself to stay calm. "Looks like you all need a lesson." His gaze locked onto the reptilian humanoid that had mocked him the harshest. In the next second, Oliver's body flickered like a ghost in front of it. The reptilian humanoid didn't even have time to react before Oliver's tentacle, like eye, pierced into its forehead. The reptilian humanoid let out a cry of pain, convulsing violently, with its scales rapidly losing color. All laughter abruptly ceased, and the other awakened in the cave retreated, their faces showing shock and fear. Oliver could feel the other's power being absorbed into himself, a new energy flowing into his body, bringing waves of intoxicating pleasure. When he withdrew the tentacle, the reptilian humanoid had already become a withered corpse. All its life energy had been completely drained, the purple scales turned to a lifeless gray. "Why aren't you laughing now?" Oliver scanned the surroundings, his voice filled with coldness, his eyes glowing even brighter red from the recent absorption. No one spoke, all the awakened remained in a cautious stance, not daring to make a move. Clab, clab, clab. A round of applause came from deep within the cave, followed by a familiar female voice. "Quite the performance, Oliver." With the voice, a completely naked female figure emerged from the shadows. It was Cynthia, but the woman's appearance had completely changed. Her skin had an unnatural sheen, and numerous tentacle-like appendages extended from various parts of her body, some even writhing in the air as if they had a mind of their own. The most unsettling was her lower body. It had completely transformed into some kind of mollusk form, with mucus-dripping tentacles replacing her legs, leaving a wet trail on the ground. "Seems my little Oliver is still so bold." Cynthia's voice became sickeningly sweet, filled with a twisted desire. "Just arrived and already killed one of our brothers, quite sexy." Oliver stared at this completely mutated woman before him, emotions surging in his heart. They were once allies, exploring forbidden powers together, but now she had become completely unrecognizable. "What, startled by my new look?" Cynthia chuckled, the tendrils around her body writhing restlessly. "Don't worry, you'll get used to it soon enough. In fact, this form has far too many advantages compared to before." As she spoke, a tendril suggestively coiled around Oliver's arm, making him shiver involuntarily. The surface of the tendril secreted a kind of mucus, causing a slight numbing sensation and peculiar sensory stimulation upon contact with skin. "Have you fully awakened?" Oliver asked bluntly, striving to shift his focus away from the strange sensation. "Of course," Cynthia answered softly, her voice tinged with a certain satisfaction. "A complete and thorough awakening. I no longer need to rely on gathering those slaves' emotions to sustain my power. Now, I can directly derive nourishment from pleasure." Her tendrils tightened their grip, beginning to spread up Oliver's upper arm. "And you, it seems like you're stuck halfway." "I need more precise control." Oliver shook off the tendrils, stepping back. "Cynthia, we agreed. The Sin Domain Black Crystal is just the first step. True awakening needs to occur in the right place and under the right conditions." "Oh," Cynthia raised an eyebrow. "You're still insisting on that foolish plan, waiting for the bloodline altar to open." "It's the best option," Oliver said firmly. "The spatial rift of the bloodline altar can amplify the awakening effect, allowing us to gain purer power rather than becoming." He gestured at Cynthia's distorted body, a slave to desire. Cynthia wasn't angry, Instead, she laughed even more wantonly. Look at you, still so serious, so perfectionist. Just like at the school, always wanting to control everything, master everything. Her tendrils suddenly accelerated, instantly wrapping Oliver completely, dragging him in front of her. But do you know, after fully awakening, desire is no longer a shackle, but a liberation. When you're no longer bound by so-called morals and reason, you'll find an unprecedented freedom. Oliver tried to struggle, but Cynthia's strength far exceeded his imagination. His transformed body was powerful, yet in the face of fully awakened Cynthia, it still seemed somewhat fragile, especially since they were on the same advanced apprentice level before awakening. He gritted his teeth in resistance, but his body involuntarily responded to the tendril's contact. Cynthia's voice became even more charming, a tendril gently caressing his distorted cheek. Let me help you experience what true happiness is. As the tendrils wrapped around him, her body began to secrete a viscous liquid. The liquid emitted a strange scent, reminiscent of a blend of musk, rotting fruit, and some exotic flower's aroma. This scent made Oliver's consciousness start to blur, an unprecedented desire rising within him. Damn no, I can't. Oliver felt his willpower rapidly disintegrating, and the black energy within him began to surge uncontrollably in response to Cynthia's seductive aura. That's right, let desire and instinct take over everything. Cynthia watched Oliver's struggle with satisfaction. Once you've tasted this, you'll never want to go back to those old restrictions. The other awakened in the cave formed a circle, greedily watching the scene. Some even began to entwine with each other, as if driven by an invisible force. Their distorted bodies intertwined in the shadows, producing indescribable sounds. Now let's have a party. Cynthia's voice whispered in Oliver's ear, each syllable like a hypnotic spell. Forget those complex plans, forget the bloodline altar, forget everything. Under the dual influence of drugs and pheromones, Oliver's consciousness gradually sank. The image of him, flawless and ever composed, shattered, replaced by a primal and pure desire. He no longer resisted, letting Cynthia's tendrils roam over his body, feeling an unprecedented pleasure. Each touch was like a current coursing through him, making him shiver uncontrollably. The voice of reason grew weaker and weaker, ultimately drowned out entirely by the instinctual revelry. In this frenzy, Oliver still tried to grasp onto the last thread of reason, recalling the goal he fought for: true power, surpassing that of an official wizard. Bloodline altar. Midst blurred consciousness, Oliver still strived to maintain the last bit of clarity. I will complete a true awakening there. Whatever you say, my little Oliver. Cynthia chuckled lightly, pressing her body completely onto him. Her various tendrils of differing shapes and functions began to writhe. But for now, enjoy the moment. The cave light remained dim, the groans and eerie laughter of the awakened intertwining, forming a chaotic and depraved chorus. Meanwhile, in the central region of the school, flames soared to the sky. Marcus' twisted body was enveloped in raging flames, yet he still struggled to crawl forward. Most of his body had been carbonized, only the head and chest still retaining some terrible vitality. The black veins beneath his skin were clearly visible, like ghostly runes etched onto coal, squirming with his struggle. His mouth opened and closed, uttering indistinct words, black viscous liquid spilling from his lips, leaving a pungent scorched trail on the ground. In the final moments of his life, Marcus's consciousness became unusually clear. He recalled his whole life, those painful days spent in his brother's laboratory, those forced modifications and enhancements. Oliver never treated him as a brother, merely viewing him as a disposable experiment. Each extraction would steal a part of his soul, making him less and less human. At first, those experiments were basic tests, the pain barely tolerable. But as Oliver's ambition swelled, the nature of the experiments grew increasingly cruel. He remembered that long night when Oliver first pierced tendrils into his brain. He felt parts of his memory and knowledge being forcibly drawn out, pain beyond the physical realm, a tearing of the soul. From that day on, he knew he could never return. His consciousness gradually shattered, his personality disintegrated, leaving only fragmented memories and emotions. Oliver's improvements on him became more frequent, transforming him into various grotesque forms, as if seeking some perfect formula. Marcus thought he had long been accustomed to such a fate, until that day when he saw Ron Ralph's figure in his brother's peering crystal. That fellow who initially clashed with him over a servant, though truth be told, his initial conflict with Ron was also at Oliver's behest. His brother's interest in Ron grew daily, with a certain morbid jealousy underlying it. Marcus even once overheard his brother muttering, "Imagine if I could obtain his special talent in magic potion making." He knew that if given the chance, Oliver would certainly target Ron, just like all the other materials he coveted. And this realization, for some reason, planted a completely illogical thought in Marcus's mind. Ron indirectly caused his tragic situation. If it weren't for Ron, perhaps Oliver wouldn't have descended into madness so swiftly. Perhaps he himself wouldn't have become a twisted experiment. This illogical, but in his deranged mind perfectly reasonable hatred, became Marcus's last spiritual pillar. In some way, it might be the only emotion keeping a sliver of his self intact. In the flames, he saw a blurry figure. It was the blond youth Andre, clad in scale armor, holding a sword, with dragon breath flame pouring from his mouth like a stream, forming a magnificent and deadly pillar of fire. In Marcus's distorted vision, the blond figure overlapped with Ron. He remembered Ron often appearing with this blond aristocrat, the two inseparable, supporting each other. "It's you," Marcus felt a surge of anger rising within him. "It's all you." In the blazing inferno, his bones suddenly emitted a series of horrifying cracking sounds, then recombined into a form more suited for a sprint. The black veins under his skin began to writhe frantically, providing the dying body with its last energy. The burning body suddenly burst forth with astonishing strength, charging through the sea of fire at an unimaginable speed, heading straight for Andre. Andre evidently didn't expect this half-charred monster could still move, barely sidestepping in haste, but Marcus's teeth still sunk deeply into his arm. "Damn it," Andre cried out in pain, then thrust his longsword fiercely into Marcus's head. The sword blade pierced through the brain, the sharp tip emerging from the back of the head, blood splattering everywhere. But even with his brain pierced, Marcus's teeth still clamped down tightly, biting even deeper. "Help me get this thing off," Andre shouted to surrounding law enforcement officers, trying to break free, but Marcus's jaw was like a vise, unyielding. Several law enforcement officers rushed forward, some firing beams with their magic wands, others attempting to wrap Marcus's body with magic ropes. "You must decapitate it, its central nervous system has mutated," an advanced apprentice commanded. "Ordinary damage won't work, it must be completely severed." Enduring the intense pain, Andre forcefully pulled out his sword, then swung it vigorously at Marcus's neck. Simultaneously, another law enforcement officer also struck the same spot with a sharp energy blade. Under the combined forces, Marcus's head was finally severed, but his teeth still gripped Andre's arm stubbornly, refusing to let go. Blood flowed down Andre's arm, staining his cuff and boots. The bitten spot oozed black liquid, mixing with the blood to form a disturbing dark red. "What about the rest of the body?" Andre asked through gritted teeth, his face pale from pain. "It's completely burned, showing no signs of activity," one law enforcement officer replied, keeping a vigilant eye on the still slightly twitching head. "Help me take it off," Andre pointed to the head biting his arm. "I need to treat the wound." Several law enforcement officers worked together, using every ounce of strength, finally removing Marcus's head from Andre's arm. The bitten spot revealed a ghastly wound, the muscle tissue nearly torn away, exposing the gleaming white bone beneath. More worrisome, black lines were appearing around the wound, like some kind of contamination or curse spreading. "You need to find the masters immediately for treatment." The law enforcement team's medical apprentice merely took out potion and bandages. "This kind of wound might carry deep contamination. I can only help you with some simple treatment." Andre looked at his wound, then at those expensive healing potions, and could only nod. "Thanks, I'm a bloodline knight. Such wounds can heal quickly." "But the contamination might. You'd better go find your master." The medical apprentice wanted to continue persuading, but stopped halfway. Seeing Andre's worried expression, he understood the situation he was in. "Then let me just perform some basic treatment here." "What about Marcus's head? Do we need to perform a dissection analysis?" someone asked. The law enforcement captain decisively commanded. "This type of case is too dangerous, not suitable for ordinary apprentices to get involved. The valuable information will be extracted by the masters. You all should not meddle." Everyone nodded and then threw Marcus's head back into the flames. The head emitted a chilling hissing noise in the fire, as if making a final protest, but was quickly devoured by the flames. Andre stood aside, witnessing it all with a complex expression. His arm throbbed with pain, but he forced himself to stay composed. As a royal lineage member, he was taught from a young age to maintain his demeanor in all situations. Moreover, this kind of injury was indeed nothing to a bloodline knight. After a few days of rest, the bloodline power would automatically repair damaged tissues. But what he hadn't noticed was that the black contaminated markings were not stopping spreading due to the simple bandaging. Instead, they were gradually but resolutely spreading upwards, like an invisible poisonous snake, quietly infiltrating his bloodstream. "Report the situation." The law enforcement captain stepped up to Andre. "What did you find before you arrived?" Upon receiving the notification, I quickly went to the scene. Marcus was already out of the tower and wandering in the central area. His condition was very unstable, extremely aggressive, and had already caused slight injuries to several elementary apprentices. Andre briefly recounted the incident. I tried to use dragon breath to corner him, but didn't expect his resistance to be stronger than imagined, and eventually had to resort to physical attacks. "You did well," the law enforcement captain nodded. "And Oliver, any leads?" "Unrelated personnel, stay away." Suddenly, a dignified voice came from the back of the crowd. The people quickly parted, revealing a path. A tall figure in a deep purple robe quickly approached. It was Vice President Hayek. Everyone immediately stood solemnly, including the law enforcement captain showing a respectful expression. "Vice President," the law enforcement captain stepped forward, respectfully saluting. "How's the situation?" Hayek directly asked without any pleasantries. "Oliver West has defected, releasing the test subject Marcus, causing chaos, and then took the opportunity to escape into the Edge Forest. The pursuit squad has followed him into the depths, but—" The law enforcement captain paused, hesitated to continue. "Lost contact." Hayek's brow furrowed even more. "How many people?" 3 middle apprentices, 1 advanced apprentice. The law enforcement captain's voice slightly lowered. The last message indicated they discovered Oliver's trace in the northeastern region of the Edge Forest, preparing to encircle him. Then there was no further response. The law enforcement captain lowered his head. "We tried to contact them through the spiritual link, but one by one the connection severed. The last member reported that Oliver had begun an awakening, displaying extreme aggression and some special ability." Hayek's face darkened even more. "Take me to where Marcus was found. I want to examine it personally." As Hayek and the law enforcement captain left, the atmosphere eased slightly. Andre also prepared to leave, but a law enforcement officer stopped him. "Andre, please wait. The vice president has instructed that all personnel involved in tonight's operation must undergo detailed recording and examination, just in case." Andre nodded. Although his arm was in great pain, he knew it was a necessary procedure. He cannot perform field tasks for the time being, and his income is meager, coupled with the soaring appetite after becoming a bloodline knight has left him financially strained, so. He looked down at his bandaged wound, with some blood seeping through the outside of the bandages, but the bleeding had slowed. The self-healing ability of a bloodline knight was at work. The wound should heal soon. "I'll go find Ron to have a look tomorrow. He always has many solutions." He refrains from seeking an official wizard's help, due to not affording the magic stone fragment and his instinctive trust in his genius alchemist friend. As the sun set in the west, Ron was intently focused on the distillation apparatus in the laboratory on the second floor of the workshop. With the final drop of clear amber liquid falling into the crystal bottle, he exhaled deeply and carefully sealed the bottle. "Finally finished," Ron said softly, lifting the bottle to the light for inspection. "Magma Dew, the perfect formula restoration." The liquid in the bottle displayed a peculiar fluidity under the light, as if tiny flames were dancing within, a testament to its potent activity. Lilia stood beside him, her face brimming with joy and a sense of achievement. "Teacher, we did it." "Indeed, thanks to your help," Ron smiled, his eyes reflecting admiration. During this period, Lilia's progress in magic potion making had been beyond imagination. Her talent in diligence can make up for incompetence, showed astounding potential through persistent effort, especially in her intuitive judgments of magic potion formulas, which greatly assisted Ron. It was she who proposed a special stabilizer that solved the issue of excess impurities in the magma dew. Reverse engineering this formula was much harder than I anticipated. Ron glanced at the thick volume of experiment records on the table. The samples Andre brought from the royal family had aged, with most active components degraded. He flipped open the logbook, pointing to a page with a complex molecular structure diagram. The biggest problem lies here: the core active components ratio was completely imbalanced, causing unstable reactions in our first 3 attempts. Lilia nodded, vividly recalling the second experiment when an unexpected blaze nearly engulfed the entire lab, and Ron had to cast magic promptly to prevent serious consequences. But now we've not only restored the formula, but also achieved a certain degree of optimization. Ron said with satisfaction, "Theoretically, this version of magma dew should be about 20% more potent than the original and also more stable." He gently shook the bottle, the light spots in the liquid swirling into a peculiar vortex state. "Next, we need to conduct testing." Ron turned his gaze to Lilia. "Go inform Alan and ask her to help prepare the backyard. Tonight, I will conduct the first experiment." Lilia bowed and left, her face unable to conceal a smile of excitement. This was her first real involvement in her teacher's significant research, and the results were outstanding. The sense of accomplishment far surpassed any praise she'd ever received for her appearance. Ron once again verified every detail of the formula records. As a key potion in the crown breathing technique's 3rd stage, the complexity of the magma dew's formula far exceeded his expectations. The greatest challenges during the restoration process came from 3 aspects. First, the samples Andre brought had been stored too long, and the activity had significantly decreased. He had to employ multiple extractions and concentrations to barely separate enough active components for analysis. Second, the core component of magma dew sun essence is an extremely rare material, sourced from the heart crystals of special fire-attributed creatures. Ron had to use his self-replicated red blood flying dragon bloodline, extracting its essence as a substitute, a process both energy-consuming and time-intensive. Lastly, the potion's stability was a persistent problem. The original formula clearly accounted for the royal bloodline's uniqueness, but for others, this composition could result in severe internal burning. Thanks to Lilia's inspiration, they added a neutralizing agent from an ice elemental creature to the formula, perfectly solving this issue. Theoretically, this improved version of magma dew should enhance bloodline activation efficiency by about 30%. Ron mused to himself while making final notes. As night fell, the training ground in the backyard was surrounded by an array of protective arrays. Ron sat cross-legged at the center of the field, with the bottle of magma dew glimmering with a faint light placed in front of him. He took a deep breath, removed the stopper, and carefully drank a sip. At the moment the potion reached his throat, a startling heat flowed through his body like magma. Every vein seemed to burn, every muscle trembled. Ron gritted his teeth and began to adjust his breathing rhythm according to the 3rd stage requirements of the crown breathing technique. Inhale 9 counts, hold 5 counts, exhale 7 counts. As his breathing deepened, the heat within gradually became orderly from chaotic. He could distinctly sense the bloodline energy flowing within his body, along with the breathing rhythm. Every passage through an essential acupoint left a trace of warmth. This was the essence of the 3rd stage of the crown breathing technique, bloodline smelting. By guiding the activated bloodline energy in a specific breathing rhythm, it circulates within the body, gradually transforming and strengthening the physique. Compared to the 2nd stage, the 3rd stage focused more on inner transformation rather than external manifestation. If the 2nd stage was about awakening the bloodline, then the 3rd stage was about controlling the bloodline, making it completely integrate with oneself as a part of the body. Ron felt the dragon head core within the chimera bloodline becoming unusually active under such cultivation. The crimson energy surged within his body like a living creature, each surge bringing a minute but definite improvement to his physical qualities. Magma dew is indeed effective, Ron confirmed to himself while finally perceiving the changes in his body. Compared to ordinary cultivation, the auxiliary effects of magma dew were exceedingly apparent. The flow of bloodline energy was smoother, and the energy conversion rate was significantly enhanced. Most importantly, it greatly reduced the discomfort during bloodline activation, allowing him to maintain a high-intensity cultivation state for a longer period. After 2 full hours of cultivation, Ron finally opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath. The breath turned into a wisp of red mist in the air, dispersing gradually. Bloodline activation experience points +1. Current progress, bloodline activation, beginner 45/100. The progress is going smoothly, faster than I anticipated. Ron was quite satisfied with the results of this cultivation. At this rate, I'll reach the skilled level in about 2 months. He could vaguely feel the surge of his own blood energy, and once bloodline activation reaches the skilled level, he might gain a trait related to the life burst of bloodline knights. Ron stretched his body, feeling the residual heat flow in his muscles. Magma dew is indeed a rare auxiliary potion. It not only accelerates bloodline fusion, but also alleviates bodily discomfort after bloodline activation. I should inform Andre about this. He seems to be at a bottleneck in bloodline fusion recently, Ron thought. The next day, when Andre pushed the door open and walked into the workshop, Ron was on the side guiding Lilia in preparing an improved stimulant potion. Looks like I came at a bad time. Andre wore his signature elegant smile, restraining himself from letting his gaze linger on Lilia. Ron looked up at the visitor and asked Lilia to put down the silver key. Just finished, you came at the right time. Upon seeing the visitor, Lilia immediately curtsied in greeting, Prince Andre. Andre waved his hand. There's no prince here, just call me Andre. He turned to Ron, a hint of jest in his eyes. I must say you're living quite a life. Even the most beautiful bloom among this batch of candidate apprentices has become your personal assistant. Ron just chuckled softly at this and didn't reply. Lilia, please prepare some tea for us. Yes, teacher. Lilia responded and stepped back, her face already flushed, clearly understanding Andre's implication. On the way to the tea room, she couldn't help but glance back to see her teacher's reaction, only to find his expression unchanged, discussing something with his friend, evidently unfazed by the earlier joke. A trace of disappointment welled up within her, and she felt ashamed of her mindset. What am I thinking? Lilia gently patted her flushed cheeks. The teacher is so good to everyone in the workshop. I shouldn't have such improper thoughts. But as she brewed the fragrant black tea, Ron's serious demeanor while teaching her involuntarily flashed in her mind. That focused look, patient explanation, and occasional appreciation for her progress. These details, like warm sunshine, quietly melted the ice built up in her heart over the years, making her crave more recognition and attention. What's happening to me? Lilia sighed softly, placed the prepared tea on a delicate tray, and tried to calm her heartbeat as she walked back to the meeting room. How has it been within the school lately? Ron asked, noticing Andre's weary expression. Utter chaos, Andre shook his head. Since Oliver's defection, the law enforcement team has been searching the Edge Forest almost daily, but there's still no clear lead. And the search team members? Andre's expression grew somber. All missing, presumed dead. Their last report mentioned that Oliver was half awakened, demonstrating some terrifying ability. The scent of tea wafted in the air as Lilia quietly entered, placing the tea before them, then stepping aside. Andre politely thanked her, taking a sip of the tea. This tea is quite good with a unique aroma. He praised, looking at Lilia, you must have practiced tea brewing skills. Lilia bowed her head in thanks. Thank you, it's my improved recipe with some special herbs added. Andre nodded with a smile, then turned to Ron. You really know how to enjoy life, with a well-organized workshop, delicious tea, and such a caring and beautiful assistant. Ron shook his head slightly, not committing to the statement, and steered the conversation back to business. What impact has Oliver's defection had on the school? Andre's expression immediately turned serious. Quite significant. The most direct thing is the upgrade in security measures, with strict restrictions on all apprentices' outings. Secondly, there's been a comprehensive investigation into the Eye of the Abyss organization, and several suspect contacts have been arrested. He paused, his voice lowering. The saddest part is the personnel loss. One of the tracking team's members, Norris, you should know him. Ron's eyes sharpened. Norris, the intermediate apprentice in the law enforcement team under Senior Holt's leadership. Yes, that's him. Andre nodded, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. Despite his cold and strict demeanor on the surface, he was actually quite supportive to newcomers. When I first joined the law enforcement team as an external member, he covertly taught me various rules and details. Ron remembered the law enforcement officer who had helped him multiple times back when he still lived in the candidate dormitory area, feeling a tinge of regret. The harsh reality of the extraordinary world felt all the more real at this moment. Everyone has their fate, he could only say softly, then noticed the bandage on Andre's arm. What happened to your arm? Andre touched the bandage somewhat awkwardly. Actually, that's why I came to see you. I was bitten by Marcus after his complete distortion. Quickly take off the bandage and let me see. Ron's tone suddenly became somewhat anxious. Andre hesitated for a moment, sighed softly, and slowly untied the bandage. When the last layer of cloth was uncovered, Ron's pupils suddenly contracted. The wound had already started to rot, the surrounding skin showing an unnatural black-purple color, like ink seeping into paper. The most worrying part was that the black lines were slowly but clearly spreading upwards, already close to the shoulder. Damn it, Ron stood up abruptly. How could you delay this for so long? This is obviously a manifestation of spiritual contamination materializing. Andre stared at his wound, shocked. I thought it was just a normal wound, the bloodline power would soon repair it. Would a normal wound turn black like this? Ron cursed under his breath, then turned to Lily. Prepare the lab, we need to perform a minor surgery. Lilia immediately took action, her expression professional and calm. What instruments and potions do you need? Full set of surgical knives, bone etching agents numbers 3 to 7, repair active potion and... Ron quickly listed a long string of items. Lilia memorized them one by one, quickly went to prepare. How serious is it? Andre's face had already turned pale. Quite serious, Ron said bluntly. Marcus is clearly already in a state of severe contamination. His saliva and blood both contain strong pollutants. You only did a simple treatment after being bitten. The contamination has already seeped into the bloodline. He motioned Andre to follow. What needs to be done now is to cut out the tissue that has been deeply infiltrated, then use a special potion to purify the wound. The surgery is a bit painful, but delaying it will only make it worse. The lab was quickly prepared. Alan also joined in. Her vines were very suitable for intricate operations, making her a competent assistant. Andre lay on the specially designed experiment table. Ron had already put on white sterilized gloves. Lilia was next to him, handing over instruments. Ron warned, while injecting a numbing potion into Andre's arm. But I must ensure your consciousness is awake to monitor the real-time response of the contamination. Andre gritted his teeth and nodded. Go ahead, I can endure it. The surgery began. Ron first used a special technique mastered after advancing his elemental perception, using a beam knife to slice open the epidermis, exposing the discolored muscle tissue underneath. The contamination was even more serious than he had imagined. Black liquid had penetrated deeply, almost reaching the bone. Start the excision. Ron signaled Alan to stabilize the wound, then picked up a special surgical knife emitting purifying light, beginning to clear the contaminated tissue. Each incision was incredibly precise, needing to remove all contaminated parts without harming healthy tissue. This work required extremely high spiritual control and anatomical knowledge. Fortunately, Ron was well prepared in both areas. Despite the pain relief, Andre couldn't help but let out a low groan of pain. The constitution gifted by the dragon blood allowed him to endure more pain than average, but this direct cutting into the deepest points of contamination was still an unimaginable torture. Just bear with it a little longer. Ron focused on his work, his hand moving with unwavering precision. The worst part is over. With the removal of the last piece of contaminated tissue, the wound looked alarmingly large. Almost twice the original size, exposing red muscle and stark white bone. Now's the crucial point. Ron picked up a bottle of golden potion, a compound purification potion he specially formulated. This will eliminate residual contamination and promote the regeneration of healthy tissue. He poured the potion into the wound. The golden liquid immediately reacted violently with the remaining black substance, emitting white smoke. Andre let out a painful groan, but quickly gritted his teeth and persevered. The whole process lasted nearly an hour. Eventually, the wound was completely cleaned and coated with a special regenerative ointment. "It's done," Ron breathed a sigh of relief, helping Andre bandage the wound. "The contamination has been removed, but due to the delay, it will leave a permanent scar." Andre weakly smiled. "Compared to death or deformity, what is a scar? Thank you, Ron, you've saved my life once again." Ron shook his head. "You were too careless. If this injury was delayed a few more weeks, the contamination would have seeped into your core bloodline. Even an official wizard couldn't save you. Luckily, you weren't completely foolish to come to me." He walked to the side of the cabinet and took out 3 bottles of magma dew. "This is my newly developed improved magma dew. Its effect is better than the original version. Take them according to the instructions. It will accelerate your bloodline growth." Andre looked at the bottles of glowing golden red liquid in shock. This is too precious. Once the bloodline activation reaches a certain level, it should be able to repair those permanent damages." Ron said calmly, "Besides, I just replicated it according to the formula. The cost isn't too high." He knew Andre was recently financially strained due to the immense food consumption after bloodline awakening, and didn't want to add to his burden. I don't know how to thank you." Andre's voice choked slightly. "Not only have you saved my life again, you've given me such precious potion." Ron smiled and suddenly joked, "When you become the king, remember to grant me a duke title or something. That would also bring glory to the Ralph clan ancestry." Andre paused for a moment, then said earnestly, "Not just a duke. If I truly get the chance to sit on that throne, I promise that the Ralph clan will become the hereditary Grand Duke of the kingdom, second only to the royal family." Ron looked at the determination in his friend's eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. "Being too wealthy could swell the hearts of the clan members. I just hope the Ralph clan has a protective umbrella and lives peacefully." He paused, half-jokingly added, "Perhaps arranging for my elder brother's descendants to marry into your branch. That would be more secure." Andre laughed and shook his head. "You always manage to talk about grand matters so lightly." He gazed at the sunset outside the window, an unprecedented determination manifesting in his eyes. "But I'm serious, Ron. I used to think the throne was too far from me, but now—" The blonde youth clenched his fist. "Having a genius like you constantly helping me makes me begin to believe maybe it's not just an unattainable dream." Ron didn't respond, just quietly picked up the cold tea liquid, took a sip, and moistened his throat. Everything he was doing for Andre now was done within his own abilities as a convenient gesture. No one can predict the future. But one thing is certain, he believes he can make it to the end, even if it might take a long time. The wind howled outside, but the endless research in the workshop left Ron feeling both exhausted and fulfilled. Clearly, in this extraordinary world, true security could only be achieved through mastering power. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight spilled onto the laboratory floor through the window, Ron put down his alchemy tools. He rubbed his sore shoulders after 6 hours of continuous work. On the workbench in front of him, dozens of metal plates were neatly arranged, each engraved with runes in different configurations. Some had already oxidized and changed color, while others retained their original luster. "After so many attempts, there's finally progress," Ron murmured to himself, cautiously picking up the last metal plate. The rune configuration on this special alloy differed subtly from the dozens of previous attempts. In earlier experiments, Ron had tested various rune combinations, but none achieved the desired isolation effect. Some runes caused the metal to overheat and melt, others made it extremely brittle, and some could not form a stable energy field at all. But this last one marked, as Psi-23 showed delightful traits in testing. When Ron injected 2 mutually repelling energies into it, the metal plate successfully isolated them into 2 completely separate regions, without any leakage or interference. Ron picked up a specially made glass rod and carefully touched the runes on the left side of the metal plate. The metal emitted a faint blue glow immediately, but this light was limited to the left half, while the runes on the right remained completely inert. The energy isolation layer is theoretically feasible. Ron detailed the observations in his notebook. But the duration still needs improvement. He glanced at the hourglass on the wall. The isolation effect of this metal plate could only last about 5 minutes once activated, far from meeting practical application needs. Ron opened the thick notebook on the table, densely packed with detailed data from previous experiments and reasons for failures. Every failure brought new insights, and every mistake paved the way for ultimate success. The key to the isolation layer lies in the arrangement of runes, not the runes themselves. Ron muttered, his fingers sliding over the lines of small text in the notebook. It's like building a dam. The way the stones are placed is more important than the stones themselves. This research into the metal isolation layer originated from the information about black wizards he had read in the library some time ago. The ancient texts mentioned that during the awakening process, black wizards were gradually eroded by polluted energy, leading to personality distortion. However, Ron noticed a detail. Few black wizards could remain rational for quite a long time, even growing continuously stronger. They often wore some special amulets or equipment, or used other unique methods to create a buffer zone, slowing the direct impact of pollution on the soul. If a perfect isolation layer could be created, Ron pondered, a cautious light flickering in his eyes. Theoretically, it should be possible to completely separate two energy fields, allowing no interference. This idea sparked his interest in researching the isolation layer. Pursuing power requires constant calmness and rational thinking. Ron never considered stepping directly onto the path of a black wizard, which represented irreversible distortion and madness. Power only has value when it is under rational control. This was a creed etched in the library of consciousness. Ron checked the parameters of the Psi-23 metal plate once more, then carefully placed it into a specially crafted wooden box. He then took down another notebook from the shelf, bearing the words Soul Steel Data. During the past week's full school lockdown, aside from various daily practices, he had been working on two research lines in parallel. On one hand, the energy isolation layer experiments. On the other, the preliminary analysis of that precious piece of soul steel. These two studies seemed unconnected, but in Ron's plan, they would perfectly merge at some point in the future. The analysis of soul steel's traits was exceptionally complicated. This mysterious metal had extremely high plasticity and magic conductivity, yet it was also highly selective, seeming to perceive the intent and capability of the handler. Ron had already spent dozens of hours attempting to establish preliminary communication with this metal, allowing it to gradually adapt to the characteristics of his spiritual power. If the principles of the isolation layer could be successfully applied to soul steel. He gently caressed the rare metal, glowing with a silvery gray sheen. Perhaps it could create a whole new type of alchemy item with unprecedented traits. But he hadn't fully determined what kind of tool it would be specifically. Ron was not someone who acted solely on intuition. Every step had to be based on thorough research and rigorous experimentation. He closed his eyes, letting his tired brain rest for a moment, but his thoughts drifted involuntarily to those records he had seen in the library. The awakening process is essentially a process of fusion with polluted energy. As the awakening level increases, they gain stronger erosion abilities, but at the cost of their sanity. Ron recalled those textual descriptions while contemplating a question that seemed almost heretical to a normal wizard. Is it possible to acquire the power of a black wizard while completely avoiding its negative impacts? Theoretically, if the awakening process could be confined within some external container instead of one's own soul, it might avoid direct personality erosion. But this requires a vessel capable of bearing soul fragments, a container that can safely coexist with pollution energy. Ron's gaze unconsciously turned to the soul steel on the shelf, as a bold and crazy idea gradually took shape. If a special activated magic sword were to be forged using soul steel, and part of his soul fragments were to be infused into it, allowing the sword, rather than the human, to awaken. Moreover, since the soul is connected, is it possible to then channel all the spiritual contamination produced by his meditation into the sword, thus once and for all solving the problem of spiritual contamination? Even using the spiritual contamination to nourish the magic sword's growth in reverse, turning it into a furnace that incinerates pollution and transforms it into his pure strength. Instead of relying on the pocket watch's resetability to repeatedly purify, which ultimately is not a long-term solution. However, at this stage, it's still too risky. Ron shook his head, interrupting his own thoughts. Take it slow, more research and preparation are needed. This idea is too radical, involving the manipulation of the soul, and any mishandling could lead to soul trauma. He needs more information, more experimental data, to further consider this possibility. Ron stood up, walked to the window, gazing at the gradually brightening sky. The recent experiment on the energy isolation layer achieved some preliminary progress, but there is still a long way to go before actual application. Step by step, securely, he repeatedly warned himself in his heart. The atmosphere in the black mist jungle became unusually heavy. The busy figures once seen in the school's central square were no longer there, leaving only patrol teams of law enforcement officers, watching every passing apprentice with vigilant eyes. Don't look around, keep your head down and walk, an older elementary apprentice whispered, pulling on his companion's sleeve. They walked briskly through the avenue, avoiding eye contact, relaxing only after turning into a secluded path. All fieldwork assignments have been cancelled. My magic stone fragment quota for this month is only a third of what it was. The older apprentice cursed. If this continues, even basic subsistence will become an issue. You're actually better off. His companion sighed. Randall is worse off. He tried to sneak out of the school to collect rare herbs the day before yesterday and was caught red-handed by the law enforcement team. He's still in the detention room now. Since Oliver defected and prompted the school's crackdown on the Eye of the Abyss, the entire school had become like a pot about to boil over, calm on the surface but turbulent underneath. Everyone could feel the unprecedented oppressive atmosphere. More seriously, the sharp reduction in magic stone allocation. No fieldwork assignments mean no extra rewards from completing commissions. No collection permits mean no chance to search for valuable materials to sell on their own. The income source for most elementary apprentices was cut off abruptly, making life suddenly difficult to manage. The Central Hall has received dozens of apprentices seeking loans in recent days, but there's a limit to how many they can help. The situation at the marketplace was even worse. The once flourishing shops were now deserted, with many vendors simply closing and taking a break. Those vendors who continued to persist had already increased their goods prices multiple times over. The price of bread has increased tenfold. Why don't you just rob us? A skinny candidate apprentice shouted angrily. The bread vendor shrugged. It's not my fault, the material prices have gone up. I can't do business at a loss, can I? It's all because of that damn Oliver. The skinny apprentice spat on the ground. If he hadn't defected, we wouldn't be in this situation. This wasn't the first person to blame their hardships on Oliver. In the eyes of many apprentices, Oliver was not just a traitor, but the main culprit behind their difficult living conditions. If he were here, he might have already been torn to shreds by the angry apprentices. In the temporary camp for law enforcement stationed outside the Edge Forest, the atmosphere was even tenser. Did the third squad discover any abnormal situations? Law enforcement Captain Rain Coaster asked with a frown to a scout who had just returned. Reporting to the captain, no traces of Oliver or other awakened have been found. The young middle apprentice replied respectfully. However, near the stream at the northeast corner, some strange black slime was discovered. Samples have been collected and brought back. Rain nodded. Send it to the alchemy department for analysis. Also, strengthen the night patrol, report every 2 hours. Understood, Captain. The law enforcement captain turned and looked into the depths of the Edge Forest, a trace of worry in his eyes. Since Oliver's defection, more than 5 law enforcement officers have gone missing, including Norris among them, a number of middle apprentices. This is not just a serious loss of personnel, but a blatant challenge to the school. The defectors must be apprehended and brought to justice. Rain murmured to himself, a fierce look in his eyes, as this was a mandatory task set by the school's higher-ups. In the following days, Ron's research entered a whole new phase. He was no longer content with a simple metallic isolation layer, and began trying to replicate the same effect on different materials in hopes of finding the most suitable vessel. Wood, crystals, fabrics, and even some biological tissues were all meticulously tested by him. Each material reacted uniquely. Some could maintain isolation effects for longer periods, some could carry more types of energy, and some could either enhance or weaken the isolation strength under specific conditions. Materials themselves are like a language. Ron wrote in his notes, "Each material has its unique grammar. By understanding their traits, one can continuously output complex magic vocabulary with them." During this stage of the experiment, he discovered that crystals with good magic affinity performed excellently when carrying isolation runes, often maintaining the isolation effect for several hours. However, these crystals also have limitations. They are fragile and difficult to process. Ron continually modified rune designs, adjusted energy input methods, recording every tiny change and reaction. It's an extremely meticulous task, requiring patience and precise control beyond the ordinary. There are no shortcuts. He often reminded himself, only sufficient experiments and data can support true theory. After countless attempts and failures, Ron finally succeeded in inscribing a complete isolation rune system on a specially treated crystal. This crystal can simultaneously accommodate 3 different energy fields and completely isolate them without interference. More importantly, this isolation effect can last up to a week. Alchemy experience points +1. Alchemy experience points +1. Alchemy experience points +1. Current progress, alchemy proficient 36/100. To him, researching soul steel traits and energy isolation layers are the best paths to advancing alchemy. If this isolation technology can be applied to more complex alchemy items, it might genuinely create a safe container to store and isolate dangerous energies or substances. And according to the records in Magic and Steel, the secret of magic sword forging, magic swordsmen need to seal their own soul fragments into a sword when forging a master sword. This process is extremely dangerous. Mishandling can not only lead to a low-quality magic sword, but may also cause irreversible soul damage to the caster. If an isolation layer is added to the magic sword, Ron pondered, quickly sketching a complex sword structure in his notebook. In theory, it can control the soul introduction process more precisely, reducing the risk of rebound to the main body. In the following days, he began devoting more time to researching soul steel. The biggest difference between soul steel and ordinary metal lies in its affinity to magic and soul. Through continuous guidance by spiritual power, Ron gradually became familiar with the character of this mysterious metal. Indeed, soul steel appears to have traits resembling a living entity, which is also the origin of its name. It reacts differently to various types of energy inputs, sometimes cooperating, sometimes resisting. It's like taming a wild beast. Ron thought so. It requires patience, respect, and firm will. In the dialogue experiment with soul steel, he realized this metal seems to be able to remember the energy types and patterns it has contacted. If he inputs spiritual power in the same manner for 3 consecutive days, by the 4th day, soul steel will become more compliant and accepting. This memory trait might be the key to using soul steel in magic swords. Ron speculated, it can remember the user's spiritual traits, forming a unique resonance. Alchemy experience points +1. Research on soul steel steadily improved Ron's alchemy skill. His control over spiritual power became more refined, allowing him to detect minor energy fluctuations previously overlooked. This improvement directly reflected in his other concurrent projects, including magic potion research and magic practice. But as the research deepened, Ron increasingly felt that relying solely on alchemy might not solve all problems. Especially when considering the dangerous realm of soul manipulation, more knowledge and support from other areas are necessary. It's time to consult my other expert, Ron decided. He walked to a section of the workshop with an isolation array. Ensuring no one could see or hear the forthcoming conversation, Ron focused his spirit. Gently touching his arm, awakening the mysterious presence covering his body, the skin of the transformer, a silver liquid separated from his skin surface. Condensing into a vague humanoid outline in midair, what does the master wish? The transformer's voice was like metal friction. Carrying a mechanical coldness, I want to know more about your isolation capabilities. Ron went straight to the point. His voice calm and controlled, specifically. How do you completely isolate external spiritual detection? Does this isolation also apply to internal energy leaks? The transformer was silent for a moment, seemingly organizing information. My isolation capability stems from my material structure. It eventually replied, I am composed of a special transforming substance that can form a perfect energy barrier on the microscopic level, blocking any form of energy exchange or information transmission. Ron nodded, continuing to ask, can this barrier function in both directions? For instance, preventing external energy from entering while also stopping internal energy from leaking? Yes. Master, the transformer confirmed, my barrier is bidirectional, fully isolating internal and external energy interactions. This is why I can perfectly hide the host's true aura, even disguising against anything below a great wizard. This answer lit up Ron's eyes. If the skin of the transformer truly provides such bidirectional isolation, it might be key to safely separating soul fragments. If I want to use your ability to isolate two independent soul spaces to prevent them from affecting each other, is this theoretically feasible? Ron cautiously inquired. Eyes gleaming with curiosity, the transformer's outline lightly fluctuated. Seemingly in thought, theoretically feasible, but practically constrained, it eventually answered. Currently, my energy reserve can only support basic hiding and disguise functions. To achieve complete isolation, especially for long-term stable isolation, more energy and higher active state are needed. You mean advancing to the glory legacy state? Ron keenly caught the key point. Yes, Master, only upon fully advancing to glory legacy can I provide sufficiently powerful and stable isolation capabilities. Meeting high standard requirements for soul manipulation, Ron pondered for a moment. Then, what conditions are needed to achieve this advancement? Soul energy. The transformer directly responded, pure, high-quality soul energy. My current charge is already at 99%, just 1% away from completing advancement, but this final 1% requires specially pure soul energy, which ordinary biological souls can no longer satisfy. Ron nodded, opened his profession panel, and carefully examined detailed information about Transformer's skin, rare relic. Transformer's skin activated. 99% charged. 1. Charges by devouring living souls. 2. Consumes energy to simulate the image and partial abilities of a designated target. 3. Isolates spiritual detection and can provide perfect camouflage clothing. Upon reaching 100% charge, Transformer's skin will advance to glory legacy, acquiring more powerful abilities, including but not limited to complete isolation, multiple energy barriers, high-tier simulation, etc. These pieces of information confirmed the shape-shifter words. Just one last step, and the shape-shifter's skin could become a true glory legacy, gaining the essential complete isolation capability for Ron's plan. What does pure soul energy mean? Ron further inquired, is there a specific source or method to obtain it? The souls of extraordinary creatures, the shape-shifter replied, especially those with special bloodlines or talents. The rarer the bloodline, the purer the soul energy. Moreover, the extraction of soul energy must be completed at the moment of the creature's death, otherwise, the energy will dissipate rapidly. Ron fell into contemplation. Extraordinary creatures' soul energy is not easy to obtain, especially under the strict control of the school. But if at the bloody gladiatorial games, I understand. Ron finally nodded. You can rest now. The shape-shifter's outline melted promptly, reattached to the surface of Ron's skin, and resumed a concealed state. Ron returned to his workbench, took out a new notebook to jot down data briefly, and began recording today's discoveries and thoughts in the Library of Consciousness. His plan started to become more specific. First, he needed to further study isolation layer technology and attempt to apply it to soul steel, preparing for future magic sword creation. Second, he needed to find a method to obtain pure soul energy to help the shape-shifter's skin complete its final advancement. Lastly, he also needed to consider the potential negative effects of soul splitting and how to safely handle the split soul fragments. The bloody gladiatorial games. Ron muttered softly, a gleam of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The gladiatorial games might not only provide an opportunity to obtain soul energy, but the champion's reward, the legendary stand-in puppet, might also be the key to solving the soul handling problem. Ron recalled the information he acquired from the slave merchant. The stand-in puppet could carry the user's consciousness, creating an almost identical copy to the original, unaffected by the original's injuries. If the split soul fragments could be placed within the stand-in puppet, Ron pondered this possibility. Perhaps it could avoid direct soul damage and provide greater operational space. But all this was based on a series of bold assumptions. Can the shapeshifter's skin successfully advance? Can the isolation layer technology be applied to magic swords? Is the stand-in puppet truly as powerful as the legends claim? More experiments and verification are needed, Ron reminded himself, maintaining his usual calmness and rationality. He walked to the window, gazing at the gradually brightening sky, his thoughts whirling. Power is a tool, not a goal. The pursuit is for mastery over power, not to be controlled by it. With this mindset, Ron returned to his workbench to continue his experiments. Under the light, the soul steel shimmered with a cold luster, as if telling ancient secrets. He stood before the experiment table, then turned to look at the crystal that had successfully inscribed a complete isolation rune system, a sense of accomplishment welling up inside. This crystal could simultaneously contain 3 different energy fields, isolating them completely and interfering with each other, lasting up to a week. In the past few weeks of research, he had spent substantial time daily on energy isolation layer testing, applying what he learned in his alchemy classes. It was this focused research that ultimately rewarded him. Alchemy Beginner, Experience Points +1. Breakthrough Alchemy Beginner 50/50, Right Arrow Alchemy Skilled 1/100. Gained additional trait, Conception, Enhancing Creative Inspiration for Alchemy Items. Ron was momentarily stunned, then felt a new vitality surge in his spirit. Breaking through to the skilled level in alchemy, his understanding seemed to have reached a brand new level. Of course, at his current level, merely breaking through to the skilled level was unlikely to stir significant emotions within him. Conception. Ron saw the name of this additional trait and in an instant felt sparks of inspiration blooming in his mind. In recent weeks, progress in energy isolation layer research had been slow, but now he seemed to see more possibilities. Design schemes naturally formed in his mind, as if someone were gently guiding him by his ear. In retrospect, this breakthrough was not accidental. Since he started researching energy isolation layers, every failure had brought new insights. He had tried dozens of rune combinations and various materials, undergoing countless setbacks. Metal overheating and melting, materials becoming brittle, unstable energy fields. Behind every failure was a reason worth learning. Ron looked at the densely packed data in his notebook, and his understanding of alchemy had shifted from original theoretical mastery to genuine internal comprehension. This improvement was directly reflected in his other skills, including magic potion research and magic practice. What surprised him even more was that the conception trait brought not only an enhancement of inspiration, but also a new perspective. He started to see the delicate balance of energy flow inside alchemy items, perceiving the resonance and repulsion between different materials. Looking at the panel to view his alchemist advancement conditions, Ron gently shook his head and smiled. Profession advancement information unlocked. Alchemist 2 stars. Transfer conditions. 1. Alchemy reaches skilled square root. 2. Alchemy reaches mastery. 3. Extraordinary recognition reaches skilled square root. 4. Independently completes the creation of more than 3 kinds of basic alchemy items square root. 5. Successfully improved at least 1 existing alchemy item blueprint. He had already taken the time to complete the refining of 3 different attribute energy crystals, bringing more stability and energy savings to the workshop, and also fulfilling the conditions for creating 3 types of basic alchemy items. Only 2 conditions left. Ron refocused his attention on the experiment. Now, with the help of the concept trait, completing the remaining conditions should be much easier. With proficient level alchemy and the concept trait, he made breakthrough progress in his research on the energy isolation layer. The process that originally required repeated trial and error has now become more intuitive. He can foresee the effect of a certain rune combination without needing to test it every time. The path to becoming an alchemist is now clear, And this is just the first step of the melting furnace concept. Time is still relatively sufficient, he calculated to himself. Because of this whole thing with Oliver, the bloody duel has been postponed to a month and a half later, which is enough for me to make more preparations. In this month or so, he needs to raise his alchemy skills to a higher level to lay the foundation for the forging of the magic sword. At the same time, he has to train Dale to ensure she stands out at the duel. Thinking of this, Ron took a deep breath and continued with his meticulous work at hand. Outside the window, the day had already dawned, and a new day began. Oliver leaned against the cold, rocky wall, his breath weak. His gaze still retained a certain clarity, a gleam of reason utterly disproportionate to his degree of deformation. Once robust, his body now shriveled up like a mummy, skin showing an unnatural grayish-white, eyes deeply sunken, cheekbones protruding. His once handsome features were barely recognizable, with the right side of his face more severely deformed, black liquid continuously oozing from his pores, exuding a putrid scent. Most terrifying were his eyes. They were no longer eyeballs but two slender tentacles, hanging feebly on either side of his cheeks, occasionally twitching slightly like dying snakes. "My dear little Oliver," Cynthia's voice came from deep within the cave, viscous and distorted. "Haven't died yet." Oliver struggled to turn his neck to look at the woman who was once beautiful. Cynthia's lower body had swelled at least 3 times, covered with thick mucus, countless tentacles extending in various directions, some as thin as hair, some as thick as arms. Her face still retained human beauty, but around her eyes had grown rows of small compound eyes, and her mouth formed an exaggerated crack like a creature from ancient tales. "Why haven't you drained me completely?" Oliver's voice was hoarse, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Cynthia moved her already fully mutated body gracefully, but contrary to her grotesque appearance, all her movements carried a bizarre sense of beauty. The tentacles seemed to be meticulously designed dance props, drawing perfect arcs in the air. Though her skin was covered in mucus, it shone with a pearly luster, flickering alluringly under the dim cave light. Cynthia's voice was thick like honey. "Do you think I'm just mindlessly squeezing you dry?" A thick tentacle stretched over, gently stroking Oliver's cracked lips, secreting a viscous liquid. As soon as the liquid touched Oliver's skin, it was greedily absorbed. His eye tentacles slightly rose, seeming to have gained a flicker of vitality. "Don't look at me like that, dear." Cynthia's tone suddenly turned gentle. "I just need energy too much. This newly reborn body needs a massive amount of nutrients to stabilize. Moreover, I'm actually helping you," she chuckled lightly. "Your spiritual contamination has reached the critical point. If left unchecked, you would have already become an unconscious monster." Oliver paused, recalling the first time he saw those fully awakened comrades in the cave. He had almost lost all reason, retaining only primal desires and instincts. "It's me," Cynthia proudly raised her head, her voice filled with pride. "Regularly extracting the excess contamination energy from your body, helping you maintain the balance between reason and contamination." Her tentacles wrapped more affectionately around Oliver's body, her tone becoming charming and gentle. "Isn't this beneficial for both of us? You stay lucid while I—" Cynthia's mutated body stretched out in the darkness, showcasing that bizarre but undeniable beauty. "I become even more perfect." Oliver stared in shock at this creature in front of him, gradually understanding everything. The awakened Cynthia had indeed turned into a monster, but she hadn't completely lost her reason. On the contrary, she seemed to have found a way to skew the mutation towards a twisted evolution rather than chaotic degeneration. "How did you do it?" Oliver couldn't help but ask. Cynthia's compound eyes flickered with mysterious light. "Dear Oliver, that's my unique secret. Maybe one day I'll tell you, provided you behave well enough." Her tentacles secreted that energy liquid once more, nourishing not only Oliver, but also subtly strengthening the near symbiotic relationship between them. Oliver could clearly feel that every time Cynthia drew energy from him, she would return a portion of processed energy to him. This cycle not only maintained his life, but more importantly, helped him preserve conscious awareness. Her tentacles wrapped around Oliver's body, gently lifting him up. "And I haven't abandoned you, have I? Everyone else has already fled." Indeed, the cave was already empty. Just before dawn, the middle-aged man in his 30s, who claimed to represent the Eye of the Abyss, suddenly changed his expression and announced that the clearing troops were on their way. He didn't even notify the other members in the cave, but disappeared through a secret passage. The other awakened, upon discovering this, scattered in all directions to save themselves. No one was willing to help Oliver, who had been drained by Cynthia. Only Cynthia, for some twisted emotion or attachment to the energy spring, prepared to escape with Oliver. At this moment, both of them simultaneously felt the terrifying wave of magical energy from afar. "It's time," Cynthia's voice suddenly became solemn. "We can start leaving now. Those mindless guys will only run in panic, not knowing that all passages to the outside have long been sealed off." Cynthia sneered, her lower body swelling rapidly, completely enveloping Oliver. The tentacles, through continuous extraction, were now brimming with energy, rotating at high speed like some biological drill, digging deeper into the ground. Cynthia's voice came from all directions, tinged with a hint of undisguisable fear. "That massive magical energy, that's Vice Principal Hayek." Hayek hovered above the edge forest, his purple robe billowing in the wind. His face was as calm as a still pond, but his eyes carried a terrifying brilliance like a stormy sea. When this moon-level wizard looked down, the entire forest seemed to tremble under his aura. "Are you ready?" he asked. His voice wasn't loud, yet it penetrated hundreds of meters, clearly reaching every law enforcement officer's ears. "Yes, Vice Principal." The law enforcement team captain stood respectfully, head bowed, not daring to look directly at this eminent figure. "We have set up the blockade array, and all possible escape routes have been cut off." Hayek nodded indifferently, not even sparing a glance at the captain. In his eyes, these law enforcement officers were no different from ordinary apprentices, insignificant cogs in the school system. This moon-level wizard raised his right hand, deftly drawing a purple arc. He took a deep breath and began preparing for super magic casting. This preparatory action alone caused the surrounding air to twist, distant trees to move without wind, making a rustling sound, as if paying homage to this powerful being. Without even chanting a spell, he lightly waved his fingers, causing the array to expand visibly, quickly covering the entire target area, forming visible energy ripples in the air. The complex spell configuration left bright trails in the sky, with the array composed of countless micro-components interlocking. Each component floated in the air with millimeter precision, forming a grand and complex energy structure. Hayek's expression was calm and unhurried, as if constructing such a complex spell was as easy as lifting a finger. The law enforcement officers looked up at the sky in horror. Some less experienced were even stunned by the spectacular scene. High-density energy flowed from Hayek's fingertips, like a river, pouring into the spell's structure, making its light even more dazzling. The array in the sky began to rotate, emitting a piercing hum. Super M, a GIC Japanese symbol MULT-I layered superimposition. With its magical power drawn, the spell configuration suddenly erupted with a thick dark purple beam of light. With a diameter of hundreds of meters, it blasted directly toward the location of the underground cave. Wherever the beam passed, the air was instantly ionized, forming countless tiny lightning bolts, enveloping the main beam like a spider web. The ground trembled violently under this terrifying energy shock. Everything around the cave trees, rocks, soil, even moisture in the air was instantly vaporized or decomposed by the high heat. Within dozens of miles, all life was reduced to ashes by this strike, with no creature able to survive such an attack. The Earth's surface was melted by the high temperature, forming a huge glassy crater, with gray smoke still rising from its edges. Throughout this world-destroying attack, Hayek's expression remained calm and indifferent. Even amidst the continuous bombardment of the beam, he leisurely straightened the folds on his robe. For this moon-level wizard, the spell he just unleashed, capable of destroying an entire region, was but a small display of his many techniques. When the beam finally dissipated, he slowly landed on the edge of the massive crater, surveying the scorched earth with indifference. "Continue the search, confirm if there are any remnants." Hayek's tone remained flat. "I've cleaned out the rat's nest, the remaining cleanup is up to you." After speaking, he didn't even wait for the law enforcement captain's response, turning to leave, his figure gradually fading and disappearing into the air, leaving only the devastated ground, silently telling everyone about the terrifying power of a moon-level wizard. At the same time, on the top floor of the Black Mist School's workshop, Ron gazed at the colossal light beam in the distance, his mind equally turbulent. Even from such a great distance, the destructive magical energy wave was still so clear. The entire Black Mist jungle seemed to hold its breath under that earth-shattering strike, all life instinctively recoiling in fear of that power. That's the power of a moon-level official wizard, Ron murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with endless yearning. He may have a huge gap with those elementary apprentices, but that's merely the difference between a carp and a small shark. While the difference between moon-level wizards and apprentices like them is as vast as a deep-sea devourer whale compared to a shrimp in the shallows. His gaze lingered, his mind churning. If Vice Principal Hayek, a moon-level wizard, could effortlessly annihilate an area spanning dozens of miles, then how terrifying would the even more powerful Dark Sun level be? As for the legendary Great Wizards and the Witch King, what kind of existence are they? Behind him came the soft sound of footsteps. Lilia approached, gazing at the sky that had returned to peace. "Teacher, was that just now?" "The Vice Principal's clearing operation." Ron explained simply, "It seems the Eye of the Abyss hideout has been completely destroyed." Lilia shivered slightly. "That kind of power is simply unbelievable." "Yes, unbelievable." Ron turned, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. "But this also reminds me that we have a long way to go and much to learn." Lilia seemed to feel the determination in his words, nodding seriously. "Yes, teacher." Back inside the workshop, Ron unconsciously took another look at the distant place, his thoughts once again drifting far. This extermination operation will undoubtedly have a major impact on the situation in Black Mist Jungle. Where will the members of the Eye of the Abyss who managed to escape go? Are Oliver and Cynthia among them? The terrifying power displayed by the Vice Principal, what level of strength does it represent? Can a moon-level wizard truly count as a strong enough to be a formidable force on this endless world chain? These questions flickered like stars in Ron's mind, but he knew he wasn't yet qualified to seek these answers. What he needed to do was continue honing each of his skills, improving every attribute, until one day he could truly stand at that supreme height, overlooking all life. Perispera ad astra, through hardship to the stars. This is a famous adage in the mystical world, engraved on the stone tablet in the central hall of the school, its origin long lost, but its meaning undeniably profound. Many have tried to interpret this ancient phrase, and Ron has his own understanding. No matter how small, the road to the stars will ultimately have an end. With this thought, he pulled back his wandering thoughts and returned to his work at hand. The sun gradually set in the west, and Ron walked out of the laboratory to the training field in the backyard of the workshop. Dale was already there waiting, her silver hair shimmering brilliantly in the glow of the setting sun. These days, the growth speed of the little sea siren was astonishing. Now she had the build of a 10-year-old human and was becoming increasingly skilled in water element control. "Master," seeing Ron, Dale waved joyfully, "Look at my new skills." She drew a graceful arc in the air with her hands, and water elements gathered to form a delicate crystal ball, sparkling with rainbow colors in the sunset. "Not bad," Ron smiled and nodded. "The control is very stable." "There's something even more impressive," Dale proudly announced, then took a deep breath, a hint of focus flashing in her eyes. The crystal ball suddenly split into dozens of smaller balls, orbiting around her like planets around a star, forming a flowing protective barrier. Each small ball maintained a perfect trajectory, running precisely along the predetermined path, showcasing the little sea siren's meticulous control over the water element. "I came up with this myself yesterday," the little sea siren said proudly. "Lily's sister said this could be used to protect myself." Ron walked around Dale, carefully observing the movement trajectory and energy composition of the water balls. This skill seemed simple, but contained ingenious elemental control and spatial planning, far surpassing the abilities of ordinary same-aged sea sirens. The extraordinary growth speed from the Big Eater trait was gradually showing astonishing effects. "Truly creative," Ron praised while taking out a small bottle. "Today I brought you some new food that will make you stronger." Dale looked curiously at the liquid glowing red in the bottle, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Since discovering she could grow by consuming substances containing extraordinary energy, Ron had been preparing various special foods for her. Today's bottle was a meticulously crafted red blood enhancement liquid he spent 3 days concocting, containing a small amount of red blood flying dragon bloodline essence extracted from himself. Purified and stabilized through multiple processes, it was specially tailored to the little sea siren's unique constitution. Drink it but savor it slowly, feeling the flow of energy. Ron advised, try to understand each different sensation. This will help you better absorb and transform the energy. Dale took the bottle, sipping carefully, and soon her eyes lit up. So warm, she exclaimed in surprise, it feels like little flames dancing in my tummy. Ron watched her with a smile as she enjoyed this special food in small sips, carefully observing her changes. As the red blood enhancement liquid was absorbed, subtle changes began to appear on Dale's skin. Some almost invisible scale patterns faintly appeared on her arms, quickly disappearing, blending into her original sea siren form. This was exactly the effect Ron hoped for, guiding her bloodline towards a more diverse direction by providing different types of extraordinary energy. Of course, the aggressive nature of the dragon bloodline had been removed during the preparation. The enhancing liquid at present was purely high-energy food, possibly supplementing Dale's fire element affinity, but nothing more. As for whether to consider incorporating dragon species factors into her sea siren bloodline later, careful experimentation was needed before any conclusions could be drawn. Dale, what do you think about participating in the gladiatorial contest? Ron suddenly asked. There will be many strong opponents and generous rewards. The little sea siren's eyes lit up immediately, nodding excitedly. I want to join. I will show everyone how amazing Masters Dale is. Ron chuckled lightly, patting her head. I believe you'll do great. However, before that, we need more training to fully master these new abilities. In the ensuing time, Ron's research entered a more focused phase. He decided to temporarily devote all his energy to soul steel, because only by truly mastering the traits of this mysterious metal could the feasibility of subsequent plans be determined. Soul steel is an extremely rare material, possessing plasticity and magic conductivity far beyond conventional metals, making it an ideal choice for forging advanced magic items. Ron spent hours each day communicating with soul steel, continuously inputting his spiritual power, allowing the metal to gradually adapt to his energy signature. This was a slow and labor-intensive process, but the results were remarkable. The surface of the soul steel gradually showed subtle changes, the metal's texture becoming softer and smoother, responding more sensitively to Ron's spiritual power commands. The core characteristic of soul steel lies in its special internal crystalline structure. Ron recorded in his notes. This structure can remember the spiritual power wave patterns of the user and adjust its own energy flow accordingly. Theoretically, after sufficient adaptation time, soul steel can form a resonant state completely matching the user's spiritual power. At this stage, Ron began attempting preliminary shape-shifting of soul steel. He concentrated his spiritual power, first imagining the simplest short sword shape, then slowly and steadily transmitting this image to the metal. Initially, the soul steel showed almost no response, but as Ron continued to experiment, adjusting the way and intensity of spiritual power input, the metal finally began to show a slight response. On the 4th day, the edges became slightly sharper, and the overall outline started advancing towards a sword shape. Alchemy proficient, experience points +1. Progress is slow but steady, Ron recorded in the Library of Consciousness. Soul steel needs time to adapt to its new form. Forcing the process could lead to internal energy structure instability, affecting the final product's quality. Just then, when the soul steel underwent a critical change, the professional panel suddenly provided a key piece of information. New profession advancement method confirmed. Special talent dual soul, plus active magic sword plus 1000 transformations, glory legacy, plus stand-in puppet rare artifact, right arrow black wizard. 3 stars effect. Upon implementation, the magic sword will possess the erosion traits of the black wizard, while the main body remains unaffected by contamination. This information made Ron's eyes light up. The panel's confirmation also indicated that his research direction was fundamentally correct, only needing further refinement in the details. Even more exciting was that the panel continued to display more information. Additional idea. Transfer to Demon Hunter through stand-in puppet. For Demon Beast organ integration, this stand-in shares ability gains with the main body, but not the negative impacts effect. Upon implementation, the main body will acquire the abilities of a Demon Hunter. This additional idea perfectly matched his own thoughts. He had indeed been considering how to obtain the powerful abilities of the Demon Hunter without the potential distortion risks associated with that path. The stand-in puppet was clearly the perfect solution to this problem. Let the stand-in take the risks while the main body enjoys the benefits. Ron took a deep breath. Suppressing his excitement, this confirmation information gave him great confidence. But he remained vigilant. Every step must be precisely controlled. With no margin for error, the critical points are: 1. Secure division and transfer of soul fragments. 2. Advancement of the transformer skin. 3. Acquisition and proper activation of the stand-in puppet. 4. Perfect forging of the active magic sword. This time, he returned to the school library, using his candidate wizard sequence member privileges to peruse a substantial amount of ancient texts on soul theories, from ancient soul doctrines to modern spiritual power research. From soul divination theories to discussions on the essence of life, Ron meticulously studied all relevant materials he could find. These studies helped him build a more complete theoretical framework. The soul has a certain divisibility, but division must follow specific rules and limitations. Excessive division will lead to energy insufficiency in the soul fragment, making it unable to maintain its own stability, and improper division methods may damage the overall soul structure, affecting the caster's mind and personality. Safe soul splitting needs to meet 3 conditions. First, the division must follow the soul's natural texture, like cutting a diamond along its crystalline structure. Second, the split fragments must be immediately placed into a suitable vessel to prevent energy dissipation. Finally, stable connection must be established between the original body and the fragments, while maintaining enough isolation to prevent mutual interference. This is precisely why the advancement of the transformer skin is so important. Only the isolation capability on the Glory Legacy level can ensure safe separation between soul fragments and the main body, and the stand-in puppet is the perfect solution to the vessel problem. According to legend, this mysterious item from the Great Abyss can replicate the user's consciousness and abilities, creating a nearly perfect copy if the split soul fragments can be placed in the stand-in puppet. Theoretically, it can avoid the risks of energy dissipation and structural collapse in a long-sealed ancient text. Path of the Apostle, Awakening and Transcendence of the Black Wizard. Ron found records of successful cases. This book was heavily sealed and restricted. And even with his privileges, he could only read a small portion of its contents. The 13 Supreme Apostles, Masters of Contamination, the ancient text described. Among them, the most powerful was Void Spider Mags, once just an ordinary morning star mage with the soul-weaving talent, through unique soul splitting. He successfully housed his soul fragments in numerous specially crafted crystal balls, each maintaining a marvelously intricate connection with him. The book roughly documented how Magnus used this division to manage spiritual contamination, channeling it into the crystal balls, then converting it into pure energy through special rituals. Because of this power, even before becoming an apostle, he once instantaneously killed 3 moon-level mages in a battle, and could even return the full-powered strike of a dark sun-level mage. Another case was Transmutation's daughter Isabella, who possessed the empathy talent, allowing her to perceive and mimic others' emotional states. She used a special mask as a vessel to successfully split her soul fragments while retaining complete consciousness control capabilities. This allowed her to exist in multiple different locations simultaneously, and even be reborn through the mask when the main body was killed. However, the ancient text also clearly warned about the dangers for those without special talents attempting this technique. Experimenters without the corresponding talent are likely to perish in the ritual. The collapse of the soul structure is more painful than physical death. Those lucky enough to survive often fall into a permanent state of madness due to soul fragmentation. In the chaotic dark period of the Second Era's many abyss sects, more than 20 ancient wizards attempted to emulate the Void Spider method. Ultimately, Only two survived, and both inevitably became mindless zombies, forced into permanent captivity in the garden. Ron closed the book, falling into contemplation. The risks of soul splitting are apparent, but the potential rewards are equally tempting. Nearly all successful cases possess some special talent, leading him to wonder if his dual soul could offer any protection in this process. There is still more I need to learn, he muttered, his gaze drawn deeper into the bookshelves. But the starting point for all of this is still the bloody gladiatorial games. He must obtain that stand-in puppet, which is one of the key components of the entire plan. Simultaneously, he needs to find more specific methods for soul splitting and possible risk mitigation measures. Ron turned to the window, watching the ever-changing clouds over the black mist jungle. The bloody gladiatorial games have been postponed, but it will inevitably take place. And before that, he has a vast amount of preparation work to do. Careful and cautious, step by step. He reminded himself, since this is a pursuit of the eternal path, naturally. It cannot be rushed. More advanced content can be attempted once I reach the critical point before becoming an official wizard. The emerald blue water rippled in the enormous pool, with sunlight streaming through the school's specially designed transparent dome, casting dappled shadows on the water's surface. The protective barriers surrounding the arena shimmered with light, preventing participants from escaping and ensuring the spectators' safety. The arena was packed, with apprentices of every level filling the circular stands, engaging in lively discussions. For apprentices who long immersed themselves in harsh cultivation and dangerous experiments, the bloody gladiatorial games were among the rare entertainment venues where one could relax. The annual gladiatorial feast always managed to attract a large audience. Some advanced apprentices even spared no expense, spending precious magic stone fragments to enjoy this cruel yet magnificent performance from the front row. In the center of the pool, a beautifully formed silver-haired sea siren swam leisurely. Her long fishtail moved elegantly, with each stroke creating perfect ripples, showcasing extraordinary control power. Her silvery long hair spread out in the water like a splendid silk fabric, her slightly purple-red eyes intently observing her adversary. Confronting her was a massive blue-skinned merman, standing over 3 meters tall. His upper body was covered with hard scale armor, while his lower body was a powerful, sturdy fishtail with fin edges sharp as knives. At first glance, the size disparity between them seemed as vast as heaven and earth. The merman wielded a rust-covered trident, his face ferocious and tusks prominent, eyes gleaming with a cruel light. This was a meticulously modified combat creature, muscles knotted, exuding an uncontrollable desire to kill. Each tail whip sent up tremendous sprays, demonstrating colossal strength. That merman is a rare catch from the salvagers, reportedly tearing apart adult demon sharks effortlessly in deep-sea environments. An intermediate apprentice introduced to his companion on the stands, speaking in a tone filled with expectation. I saw it myself in the previous match, where it devoured a sea python in 3 bites. They say its owner spent several hundred magic stone fragments to buy it. And whose combat slave is that sea siren? Seems just an ordinary blooded sea siren, even quite immature. The companion questioned, eyes flashing with puzzlement. Isn't this contrast too stark? It's practically a death sentence. The slave of Ron from the candidate wizard sequence. The intermediate apprentice lowered his voice, a look of awe crossing his face. That genius alchemist who started from the 6th class star, becoming an intermediate apprentice in less than a year. Amazingly, he rescued this little sea siren from a critical state, raising her for less than half a year. He paused, adding mysteriously, "This showdown seems uneven, but I hear insiders are betting on her. In the previous elimination rounds, she's already taken down 3 opponents twice her size." With the referee's command, the battle officially began. The blue-skinned merman let out an ear-splitting roar, sending ripples across the water's surface as he charged at Dale like an arrow released. The trident carved a cold gleam through the water, unstoppable. The size difference was especially evident at this moment, with the merman's enormous body almost enveloping Dale in shadow. An ordinary sea siren facing such an onslaught would likely have no chance to flee, being impaled on the spot. However, there was not a trace of fear in Dale's eyes, instead revealing a chilling, sinister smile. Just as the trident was about to strike, Her body suddenly twisted bizarrely in the water, as if boneless, easily dodging the fatal blow. Simultaneously, a strange syllable escaped her lips, with sound waves traveling through the water, forming visible ripples. This syllable sounded like some ancient language, carrying peculiar charm. The merman was momentarily stunned, his movements visibly slowing, a trace of confusion flickering in his murky eyes. Dale seized this chance, swimming to the pool center, beginning to circle the merman slowly, drawing a perfect circle. Her silver hair floated in the water, forming a beautiful arc like a graceful ribbon, wrapping around her prey tightly. The merman snorted coldly, shook his head to disperse the brief bewilderment, and once again raised the trident to launch a ferocious attack. However, this time, Dale no longer dodged, but met the attack head-on. Mid the spectators' surprised gazes, she spread her arms as if welcoming a hug. "Is it crazy?" someone exclaimed from the stands. "Isn't this courting death?" At the moment when the trident was about to pierce Dale's chest, the water surface suddenly surged, with dozens of water spheres emerging from all directions, precisely striking the merman's joints and eyes. The water spheres appeared soft yet were as tough as steel, containing high concentration acid inside, causing intense pain upon hitting the eyes. This move was evidently meticulously designed to maximally disrupt the opponent's actions and vision. The merman let out a cry of agony, his offensive interrupted. He blinked forcefully, attempting to dispel the intense stinging sensation. Dale seized this moment, approaching the merman, but without direct attack, she began to sing. The sound was like a heavenly melody, spreading through the water, forming an eerie resonance. Each note seemed to carry magic, causing the entire pool to tremble. The audience found themselves unwittingly drawn by the song, their thoughts becoming hazy. Some intermediate apprentices, with weak willpower even, began to sway slightly, as if they had fallen into a mild state of hypnosis. This was not an ordinary song, but a unique chanting ability of the sea sirens, capable of directly affecting the listener's mental state. In ancient legends, countless ships were wrecked and sunk because of this kind of singing, with sailors enticed to jump into the sea and become the sirens' feast. "What a magical technique!" someone exclaimed from the stands. "Is this the unique charm song of the sea sirens? I thought only adult sea sirens could master it." "It's certainly that kind of magic-like technique, but it seems to be stronger than the usual sea siren effect," an elderly advanced apprentice explained, a glint of professional appreciation in his eyes. "This level of sound wave control requires a fairly pure bloodline. There must have been some special bloodline transformation in this little sea siren." The movements of the merman became slower, and its gaze steadily grew more confused. Dale's song was like an invisible net, slowly entangling its consciousness and tightening with every moment. Its eyelids began to grow heavy, and it could no longer hold the trident steadily, slowly sinking to the bottom. Its consciousness had been mostly controlled, trapped in a state of haziness between wakefulness and slumber. Dale approached slowly, continuing to sing softly near the merman's ear. The song was like a snake's venomous tongue, infiltrating every inch of its prey's mind and body. "The strength of this little sea siren is extraordinary," an advanced apprentice commented, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. "Her talent magic-like technique charm song has at least reached the level of our spiritual magic. Even among adult sea sirens, this is rare. What kind of bloodline modulation has her owner conducted on her?" Just as the merman was about to fall completely into a coma, Dale's actions suddenly changed. The sea siren suddenly opened her mouth, revealing a row of sharp and fine teeth, biting fiercely into the merman's exposed neck. The merman suddenly awoke, roaring in pain, but its reaction was already too late. Blood dispersed in the water, forming a cloud of crimson. Dale's teeth were deeply embedded in the merman's flesh, greedily sucking in the fresh life energy. Her eyes had turned completely purplish red at this moment, with pupils like an animal's vertical slits, revealing an almost maddening hunger. In the audience, many apprentices gasped in shock. This seemingly cute little sea siren surprisingly revealed such a bloody and cruel side. The merman struggled desperately, trying to shake off this tiny yet terrifying parasite. But Dale held on tightly, like a hungry vampire, persistently drawing every drop of blood. The merman rolled in agony under the attack, but its strength was visibly draining away. Dale was like a finely tuned hunting machine, each bite accurately targeting vital spots, tearing off chunks of flesh. Even more haunting was that the water surrounding her began to spin faster, forming a mini whirlpool. The whirlpool grew larger and faster, soon enveloping the merman completely. The bloody water and shredded flesh spun rapidly within the whirlpool, creating a scene reminiscent of hell. "My God," an onlooker gasped, their face pale. "This resembles more a reversion to the form of some deep-sea predator. What kind of bloodline experiment did Ron conduct on her?" At the center of the whirlpool, the merman let out one last despairing scream before being crushed into pieces. Its body was compressed, disassembled, and finally completely vanished into Dale's mouth. The entire process was surreal and terrifying, like a nightmare. The gruesome scene plunged the entire gladiatorial arena into brief silence, followed by deafening cheers. In this extraordinary world, where strength is revered, such an astonishing predatory ability undoubtedly stirred reverence and excitement among the crowd. The victor, the combat slave of apprentice Ron Ralph Dale. At the highest part of the stands, a few watching masters whispered among themselves, discussing the match fervently. "The little sea siren has great potential." A middle-aged man in meticulously groomed hair and a robe commented. "Her bloodline is very pure, and she seems able to absorb the traits of her prey. Ron's bloodline modulation technique is advancing rapidly." It was Sauron Griffiths, and since this was the final elimination match of this round, with his favorite apprentice's combat slave entering the ring, he took the time to come and watch. Meanwhile, a veiled tall girl sat in the most inconspicuous corner of the stands. She held a transparent crystal ball in her hand, recording the entire battle process. Ron was busy with other matters and did not come, leaving the task to his disciple, and now Lilia was intently observing Dale's performance. Moreover, the tree spirit could not get too far from the workshop, and more importantly, she was currently at a critical moment. The crystal ball in Lilia's hand was a special tool Ron had recently refined, with intricate runes on the surface, capable of capturing the subtle processes of energy flow and bloodline change in detail. While ordinary spectators could only see surface changes, through this crystal ball, Lilia could roughly observe the flow and transformation of bloodline energy within Dale. The terrifying nature of the Big Eater special talent lies in its ability to completely absorb all the advantages of its prey. Lilia murmured softly, her eyes gleaming with the light of a researcher. The master's prediction was entirely correct. Inside the crystal ball, energy points flowed along specific trajectories. The deep-sea adaptability, strength, endurance, and even parts of water element resistance of the merman was successfully absorbed and integrated into Dale's bloodline. This is not simple consumption and digestion, but a more advanced form of bloodline assimilation and purification. Lilia gently caressed the crystal ball, her face showing genuine admiration. The master's bloodline modulation techniques have reached an unimaginable level, allowing a young sea siren to undergo such an astounding transformation in just a few months. If I could grasp even a tenth of the mastery, I would be more than satisfied. She murmured softly, a hint of longing in her eyes. However, with my qualifications and talent, it seems I have a long way to go. As the battle concluded, the audience gradually left, only a few apprentices still discussing this remarkable victory. Lilia put away the crystal ball, carefully placing it in a specially made storage pouch, then walked towards the waiting area to pick up Dale. Dale leaped out of the pool, the water droplets on her silver hair sparkling in the sunlight. At this moment, she had completely reverted to her girlish innocence, as if the earlier bloodthirsty and cruel side had never existed. Lilia softly praised, handing her a soft towel. "The master will be proud of you." Dale happily wiped her body, her excitement beyond words. That big guy was not difficult at all, much easier than the training the master arranged for me. After each training, the master would give me special food, and those things are much tastier than today's mermen. Lilia smiled faintly, feeling a subtle sense of pride inside. This is the creation of Ron Workshop, each far exceeding the norm. "Shall we go back?" Dale asked, eyes shimmering with anticipation. "I want to tell the master about my victory. I can't wait to tell him how I devoured that big guy." Lilia shook her head, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "There is another important task. I need to certify the qualification of an elementary apprentice." Dale's eyes widened. "Lilia's sister is going to become an apprentice too. That's great." In fact, this gladiator match was supposed to be held a month earlier, but was postponed due to the Oliver incident. Most members of the candidate wizard sequence are busy with their own research and tasks. Thus, such elimination competitions are usually supervised by assistants. The two walked along the stone path outside the arena towards the central hall of the school. The autumn sun shone on them, adding a rare warmth to the black mist jungle. "Why didn't the master come?" Walking on the road, Dale asked somewhat disappointedly, pouting with the particular defiance of a young girl. "I clearly performed so well. The master is preparing for more important matters." Lilia comforted, her tone gentle and firm. "Those major plans concerning the future require his full attention. Besides, he has complete confidence in you, knowing you are sure to defeat your opponents." Seeing Dale still with a bit of discontent, she patted the little silver-haired head. "If he didn't have confidence, why would he let you participate in the competition alone? This itself is an affirmation of your abilities." As they walked, Lilia continued to explain. "Today is the last elimination match. You have successfully advanced. The next round is the beast battle, where all the slaves who come out from the elimination rounds will face off against the experimental subjects selected by the wizards." Dale nodded, a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Lilia noticed that whenever battle or hunting was mentioned, the little sea siren's pupils would unconsciously narrow slightly, revealing a predator's instinct. "In the melee, you need to be more cautious. Other combat slaves may join forces against you. After all, the strength you have shown has attracted quite a bit of attention." She paused, continuing. "After the melee, the 4 most outstanding combat slaves will enter the final to compete for the championship. Most masters will then personally attend the spectacle. Will the stand-in puppet be awarded to the champion? The master has always wanted that." Lilia nodded, a hint of contemplation in her eyes. "So the upcoming matches will only get tougher, but with the capability you showed today, I believe you can make it to the end." The little sea siren grinned, revealing a row of fine little white teeth, looking seemingly harmless. Only Lilia knew how terrifyingly lethal these fine teeth could become in combat. Inside the central hall, people came and went, and Lilia brought Dale through the bustling crowd to the duty area. Here there was a long line, mostly apprentices coming to handle various formalities. After a brief wait in line, a kind-looking middle-aged female duty officer received them. The woman's gaze was sharp yet gentle, clearly experienced and seasoned. The duty officer routinely asked, the feather pen in her hand ready to record. "Lilia from Ron Ralph's workshop." She answered respectfully, her heart involuntarily racing. The duty officer's eyebrows lifted slightly, her feather pen paused for a moment. "Ron Ralph, the genius alchemist of the candidate wizard sequence." Lilia gently nodded, feeling both nervous and proud inside. The master's name already carries substantial weight in the school, drawing notable attention from the duty officer. The duty officer's tone carried a bit more curiosity. She carefully examined Lilia, seemingly trying to discern something unique about this veiled young woman. Lilia couldn't help but feel a wave of unease. The duty officer led her to a room to test her spiritual power, and then flipped through a hefty tome, skillfully finding Lilia's information amidst a dense list of names. "Your spiritual power test result is a middle 5th class star, initial meditation passing, elementary potion configuration qualified." The duty officer read, her tone calm yet slightly appreciative. "The time in Black Mist Jungle, about half a year." She nodded slightly, revealing some approval in her eye. "A candidate apprentice with 5th class star talent, breaking through to elementary apprentice within half a year is already quite an impressive performance. Ralph's apprentice indeed cultivates extraordinary students." Lilia lowered her head slightly, her expression humble. "This is all due to the master's meticulous guidance." "Interesting." The duty officer set down the pen, her expression turning somewhat nostalgic. "This reminds me of Ron Ralph's own growth trajectory back then." She closed the hefty tome. "When he first came here, he was but an ordinary candidate apprentice with 6th class star spiritual talent, yet within less than a year, he directly broke through to an intermediate apprentice, creating a miracle in the history of Black Mist Jungle." A reminiscent glow crossed the duty officer's eyes. "I still remember him standing here to certify his elementary apprentice qualification back then." She gave Lilia a meaningful look. Now his student shows a similar growth trajectory, though not as astonishingly rapid, but for a fifth-class star talent, this is already remarkably impressive. Lilia quietly listened, feeling a complex surge of emotions inside. She knew being compared to Ron was a great honor, yet there was an unspoken pressure as well. I still have a long way to go. She secretly warned herself, not to be blinded by superficial success. However, one thing gave her a slight comfort. The duty officer said her growth trajectory resembled that of her master's. If I can persist, perhaps one day I too can stand shoulder to shoulder with the master. This thought quietly took root in Lilia's heart. Leaving the central hall, Lilia and Dale embarked on the return path to the workshop. She touched the elementary apprentice badge on her chest, her heart filled with mixed feelings. This is just the starting point, not the end point. Lilia silently reminded herself, if satisfied with the status quo, I will never catch up with the master's footsteps. Meanwhile, in an ancient tower deep in the black mist jungle, Ron sat upright before an old silver-haired man, alchemist Thompson. The air was filled with the unique aroma of various alchemy materials, and in the corner, ancient alchemy equipment exuded the traces of time. Your question is very profound. Thompson slowly set down the alchemy tools in his hand, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. The combination of special materials and energy isolation layers is indeed a direction worth exploring. Few apprentices can think of such an innovative combination in such a short time. Opportunities for paid consultations are rare. In the Black Mist jungle, this kind of one-on-one high-level guidance is usually an exclusive privilege for students with outstanding achievements or special contributions. Thompson pondered for a moment, took an ancient tome from the shelf, and carefully turned to a page. The edges of the page were yellowed and curled due to age, and the ink was somewhat blurred, obviously having been read countless times. Some advanced extraordinary materials have memory traits that can indeed be enhanced, but this requires a special marking ceremony, the most typical example being soul steel. The old man knowingly smiled, not revealing anything, as he pointed to the yellowed pages with his finger, which were adorned with complex diagrams and runes. This is a ritual used by ancient alchemists to strengthen the connection between soul steel and the user. By inputting energy in a specific sequence, a unique energy circuit can be established within the soul steel, making it easier to accept the user's will. Ron focused intently on the diagram, committing every detail to memory. The arrangement of the runes, the trajectory of the energy flow, and even the subtle energy balance points were all being recorded by him one by one. This was precisely the key information he needed, invaluable knowledge that he couldn't acquire from ordinary tomes. He solemnly took a complete magic stone from his pocket and handed it to Thompson. The other party would naturally not provide such precious ancient books for free. However, even a regular apprentice, although possessing a complete magic stone, rarely had the chance to share in such valuable knowledge, let alone receive accompanying guidance services. Of course, although this book looks quite old, it is a duplicated edition that has passed through countless hands. You can take it back to refer to the ritual, but by no means copy it verbatim. After handing the book to him, Thompson deftly received the magic stone and then continued to explain. Another point to note is the caster's state of mind, which must remain highly focused and calm. Any emotional fluctuation could lead to the ritual's failure. Ron nodded, already beginning to plan the specifics of the implementation in his mind. As for the isolation layer, Thompson closed the book, his expression becoming more serious. This is an extremely complex and dangerous area. Isolating different energy fields is an advanced application in alchemy, and even the slightest mistake could lead to an energy leak or even an explosion. A trace of warning flashed in the old man's eyes. I noticed your research direction is very special. If you intend to combine soul steel with isolation technology for energy division and storage, then I must warn you that such experiments are extremely dangerous. Ron's heart clenched, but he maintained a calm exterior. I understand the risks, Master. My research is still in the theoretical stage, and I will not rashly proceed with actual operations. I will repeatedly verify every step to ensure absolute safety before proceeding. As the consultation drew to a close, Thompson elaborated on several key alchemy techniques, particularly on advanced theories of energy conversion and material fusion. This knowledge is absent from ordinary tomes, passed down from generation to generation of alchemists as esoteric mantras and mindsets. After the paid consultation ended, Ron left the tower, setting off on the path back to his workshop. The night had fallen, and the black mist jungle remained eerie and frightening. In the distance, strange howls could be heard occasionally, with tree shadows swaying in the moonlight as if countless eyes were watching in the dark. Starlight sprinkled, illuminating the path ahead. Ron's thoughts returned to today's gains. As the research deepened, he grew increasingly confident that his direction was correct. After all, predecessors had succeeded before. Even though transforming into an apostle left an infamous legacy, it still marked a significant presence in wizard history. And those 13 supreme apostles could rival top-tier great wizards. Approaching the workshop, Ron saw the warm light streaming from the windows from a distance. He heightened his magic power perception. Already sensing the familiar presence inside the workshop, Lilia and Dale had already returned. Pushing open the door, a small silver-haired figure quickly darted toward him. Dale exclaimed excitedly, her eyes gleaming with the joy of victory. "I won. That big guy didn't even see half of my strength." Her eyes shone brightly, and her entire body radiated a satisfied aura, like a predator that had just feasted. Ron smiled and patted her head. "Well done, Dale. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me." He immediately noticed the changes in Dale, particularly her increasingly bright violet-red eyes. This was a sign of successfully devouring spoils, indicating that her bloodline was evolving to a higher level. "Next time, try to swallow 2 at once," he jokingly said. "Lilia, how did it go?" Ron turned to the girl standing to the side. Lilia slightly bowed, her face bearing a restrained yet pleased smile. "Everything went smoothly, teacher. Dale excelled in the elimination rounds, advancing easily. I have also completed my elementary apprentice certification, rated as middle potential." Ron noted the brand new badge pinned on her chest, nodding in approval. "Well done. Reaching a 5th-class star qualification within half a year is already a rare achievement. I've recorded all of Dale's combat." Lilia carefully handed Ron the crystal ball. Based on observations, she successfully absorbed part of the merman's abilities, particularly in deep-sea adaptability and strength, which have significantly improved. Ron took the crystal ball, briefly sensing the internal records, and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. The devouring efficiency is even higher than expected. It seems the potential of the Big Eater far exceeds our imagination." He raised the crystal ball to his eye, carefully observing the energy flow patterns within the recorded data. Dale's bloodline energy had nearly reached the golden ring critical point, far surpassing the silver ring level of ordinary sea sirens. If they continued at the current pace of training, with a few more targeted devourings, she might very well step into the ranks of the golden ring bloodline before the end of the gladiatorial games. The next beast battle might be even more dangerous. He turned to Dale. "Take a break. The upcoming melee will be more arduous, but I believe with your current abilities you should be able to advance smoothly to the finals." Dale lifted her delicate chin confidently. "Master, rest assured, I will definitely win the championship. That puppet is bound to be ours. Those guys are just delicious snacks in my eyes." Ron smiled and nodded, yet his mind was contemplating more long-term plans. In the laboratory, candlelight flickered, shadows swaying unpredictably on the walls. Ron stood at the workbench, spreading out over a month's worth of experimental data records, examining them one by one. Those charts and formulas bore witness to his daily sweat and thought, every failure and breakthrough. "It's time for a comprehensive inventory." Ron gently closed his eyes, constructing his unique library of consciousness in his mind. He had long since crafted this magnificent palace of knowledge within his spiritual space. Every book, every shelf, was arranged with precise logic, allowing him to retrieve and organize information at any time. His avatar of consciousness strolled among the towering bookshelves, arriving at the personal growth section. In this area, rows of books were neatly arranged, each documenting his progress and insights in different fields of cultivation. Ron took down the first book, its golden embossed cover read, Star Eater's Ravings Meditation Progress. Opening the pages, it detailed each instance of his meditation state, energy flow, and skill improvement. The progress in the meditation technique is very stable, with no significant breakthroughs, but there is substantial improvement every day. Ron added the latest progress to the book. Current progress, Star Eater's Ravings, proficient 192 over 300. With his continuous practice, his spiritual power steadily increased, only a step away from the Advanced Apprentice's 4.0 standard line. If I maintain the current pace, I will break through to Advanced Apprentice by the end of the Bloody Gladiatorial Games at most, and by then, the next sequence's quarterly meeting won't be far. He placed the book back in its place, taking down another, this one recording the progress of magic construction and spiritual interference. Current progress, Magic Construction, proficient 65 over 100. Current progress, Spiritual Interference, proficient 78 over 100. Under Sauron's additional guidance, these two skills progressed rapidly, especially Spiritual Interference, which had begun to show the nascent form of spiritual shock. Although leagues apart from an official wizard, for him at this stage, it undoubtedly added an extremely effective auxiliary attack method. During continuous practice, even Sauron was surprised, stating that Ron's spiritual control precision far exceeded that of his peers. A flicker passed through Ron's eyes, then he regained his calm. He was deeply aware that this wasn't due to extraordinary talent, but the result of countless days and nights of precise practice. Every bit of progress was exchanged with time and sweat. The third book was about elemental perception, detailedly recording the characteristics and interaction modes of various elemental fluctuations. Current progress, Elemental Perception, proficient 67 over 100. Unimaster's Energy Anchoring Crystal is indeed a treasure, enhancing my understanding of elemental perception to a new level. Aside from that, there were the additional lessons after the courses. Without Uni Seraphin's special attention, he might have needed several times the time to reach his current level. However, the advanced courses were all fully completed, and now, if he wanted such additional lessons, he would have to pay for private consultations at his own expense. Such paid consultations were available only once a week. Leaving the bookshelves, Ron brought up the Special Assets List scroll in the Library of Consciousness. It detailed his every income and expense, clear and transparent. Financially, there's also been a considerable accumulation. In the past month, he completed several large magic potion orders, plus 10 reserved magic stones from the Transformers' side. After deducting various workshop expenses, he now had 15 complete magic stones, as well as 300 to 400 scattered magic stone fragments as assets. Not particularly wealthy, but for an apprentice, it's quite considerable. Ron scrutinized this wealth, feeling slightly relieved. This was the strong money-attracting ability of a professional alchemist. Sufficient reserve of magic stones meant he could purchase necessary materials and information in emergencies and support more complex experiments and research. Finally, there's the training for bloodline activation. Ron exited the Library of Consciousness, reopening his eyes, his gaze falling on the exquisite glass bottle at the other end of the experiment table. Inside it was containing a dark red liquid, gently swirling under the light, seemingly wriggling with life. Magma Dew, an essential body-tempering medicine for the third stage of the crown breathing technique. Let's aim to complete and break through the bloodline activation tonight. Ron glanced out the window, the bright full moon hanging high in the sky. Since it wasn't daytime, there was an insufficiency of yang attribute factor, making it not the best time to practice the crown breathing technique. However, with a breakthrough imminent, he couldn't wait any longer, and there were other matters to attend to tomorrow. With this in mind, Ron carefully picked up the glass bottle and walked to the center of the training field. The ground here was paved with special energy-absorbing stone, capable of withstanding high temperatures without damage. He took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and adjusted his breathing. Upon opening the glass bottle, a wave of heat immediately rushed out, as if facing the mouth of an erupting volcano. Without hesitation, Ron evenly applied the magma dew onto several crucial bloodline junctions on his body. In an instant, it was as if a mass of magma had been poured directly onto him, burning all the way beneath his skin, and then quickly spreading throughout his body. Every inch of skin, every muscle fiber, every blood vessel was filled with scalding energy. Even though he had attempted this many times before, Ron couldn't help but let out a painful groan. This pain far exceeded his imagination, like all the blood in his body had been ignited, roaring and surging inside him. His skin quickly turned red, seemingly scorching from within, with sweat instantly evaporating at the high temperature, forming a thin mist around his body. Must control it. Ron gritted his teeth against the intense pain and began to regulate his breathing according to the third stage of the crown breathing technique. Each inhale felt like swallowing more fire. Each exhale seemed like releasing scorching lava. However, as his breathing gradually stabilized, the pain began to transform into a peculiar sensation. Scalding but not entirely painful, more like a profound purification. Ron could feel the magma dew altering the components of his blood, making it more active and aggressive. The blood affected by the potion seemed to come alive, actively seeking out impurities and blockages in his body to burn them away completely. Ron muttered the mantra softly, coordinating with a specific breathing rhythm. His chest expanded accordingly, as if able to hold more air and energy. With the onset of the second breath, Ron felt the flow of heat inside begin to circulate and change, forming an energy circuit. This circuit started from the heart, traveled through his arms, abdomen, legs, and finally back to the heart, cycling repeatedly, making the energy purer and stronger with each cycle. However, when he attempted to enter the third breath, he suddenly encountered resistance. The energy within seemed to reach a certain limit, unable to proceed further. It was like a small stream trying to accommodate the volume of a raging river, almost bursting its banks. Just a little more, just a little more. Ron clenched his teeth, enduring the sensation of his body about to burst. He knew this was the most critical moment of bloodline activation, the critical point of breaking through the bottleneck. But no matter how he tried, the resistance remained persistent, like an invisible wall. The energy-absorbing stone beneath him had already turned slightly red from the heat, emitting a scorching aura. Since its bloodline activation, why not continue to try mobilizing the power of the Chimera core? He closed his eyes, attempting to communicate with the core within. This wasn't his first attempt, just that it always fell short of that final push, but this time was undoubtedly the last gate before the breakthrough. As he circulated the searing energy within repeatedly, a strange and ancient power began to awaken inside him. It was a primal life force, teeming with traits of change and adaptation. Ron seized this faint connection and suddenly fused his bloodline with it. In an instant, as if a dam had burst, an unprecedented force exploded from within him. He could feel beneath his skin blood vessels rapidly expanding, muscle fibers being stretched to their limits, then contracting again. The cycle repeated, making them tougher and more resilient in the process. The blood initially altered by the magma dew came fully alive at this moment. As if possessing its own consciousness, it actively searched every corner of the body, delivering energy to where it was most needed. This state lasted for an unknown duration, until Ron could finally regain control over his body again. He found himself lying on the floor, drenched in sweat. But unlike previous exhaustion, he now felt an unprecedented sense of lightness and strength. As if he had shed heavy shackles, he felt much more agile. Ron slowly sat up, sensing the flow of energy within him. The familiar and powerful bloodline force had thoroughly integrated into his blood and bones, becoming a part of his body. It was like an ever-burning furnace, always ready to unleash astonishing heat. Bloodline activation experience points +1. Breakthrough bloodline activation, beginner 100/100, right arrow bloodline activation, proficient 1/300. Acquired additional trait, boiling blood. Enhances the life burst effect of the bloodline knight, and reduces the negative state of physical fatigue. Boiling blood. Ron silently mouthed the name of this newly acquired trait, feeling the changes it brought. He closed his eyes and entered the library of consciousness again, swiftly adding this important breakthrough to the Bloodline Knight section. Comparing past experience data, Ron clearly recognized the value of this trait. Previously, each time he used bloodline energy to burst, he would experience prolonged weakness and fatigue. Just like when combating those mercenaries sent by the Transformer alongside Andre, after the Dragon Breath spray, he entered a weakened state, making it so easy for them to successfully hypnotize him. Even after the hypnosis was lifted, he remained semi-conscious for a long time before recovering. Or like when facing Marcus, The powerlessness after the burst prevented him from reacting in time to avoid being bitten. This aftereffect had always been a fatal weakness of bloodline knights, making them particularly vulnerable at critical moments. But now this boiling blood trait could undoubtedly greatly improve this issue. Ron stood up, attempting to mobilize a small amount of bloodline energy. To his delight, the energy came not only more quickly, but also more powerfully, as if it were compressed. When he stopped mobilizing, the energy quickly dissipated, leaving little feeling of fatigue. This is almost like an upgraded version of Bloodline Burst. Not only is the power stronger, but it also has almost no side effects. Ron gently clenched his fist, feeling the power surging through his knuckles. This power was full of vitality and life, like a campfire that was warm and enduring. He walked to the edge of the training field and picked up a test stone. This was a hard black stone, which even ordinary people would find difficult to leave a mark on with full force. Ron took a deep breath, mobilized his bloodline energy to a boiling point, and then punched out fiercely. The test black stone cracked on impact, with a fissure spreading from the point of contact and eventually splitting the entire stone into several pieces. The burst power is at least 50% stronger than before, and the accompanying burning effect has also significantly improved, though the stone shattering doesn't fully showcase it. He examined his hand and found no discomfort other than a slight redness on his knuckles. In the past, even this level of short-term burst would have left him with muscle soreness for at least 1 or 2 hours. The greatest benefit is still the reduction of the fatigue state. Ron recalled Andre's previous combat experiences, each burst leaving him as weak as a shrimp. Therefore, Ron had never tried the bloodline activation effect in formal combat. Having a period of weakness was simply too cumbersome. But with the boiling blood trait, he could not only achieve more powerful bursts, but also significantly reduce the post-burst weakness period and even perform consecutive bursts in emergencies. This undoubtedly gave him a powerful trump card. However, more actual testing is still needed. Although the initial results were exciting, he wouldn't jump to conclusions easily. Only rigorous practical testing could truly determine the practicality of this trait and any potential limitations. Continue forward step by step. He casually extinguished the magic crystal lamp and walked toward his bedroom. Tomorrow would be a new day, with 1,001 things waiting for him to handle. The night slowly receded from the black mist jungle, and the surrounding dark creatures became less active, but occasional low growls and eerie rustling could still be heard. The light inside the workshop, however, was particularly warm and bright. Only a familiar green figure was missing, but there was now an ancient tree in the yard, continuously emanating vibrant life force. Ron stood in front of the experiment table, carefully observing the little sea siren before him. In 2 days of beast-fighting arena matches, Dale's performance far exceeded expectations. She had already defeated 3 opponents in a row and successfully absorbed all the essence of her opponents. However, this rapid energy absorption also brought hidden dangers. "Dale, put your hand out. I need to check your energy flow," Ron ordered directly. Dale excitedly extended her little hand. Her eyes shimmered with a peculiar gleam, and her originally pure blue irises now had hints of deep purple and dark red, forming a mysterious gradient color. Ron gently touched her wrist, activating the extraordinary recognition and tracing abilities, meticulously sensing the energy flow within her. A complex bloodline landscape immediately unfolded in his mind. The originally pure sea siren bloodline was now mixed with various alien energies. The deep-sea adaptability of the fishmen, the subtle manipulation of water elements, and even a trace of the red blood flying dragon factor he provided. Most of these energies had been well integrated into Dale's bloodline, but at certain nodes, there were clear signs of instability. As expected, Ron murmured to himself. The energy intake was too fast, leading to excessive pressure on bloodline integration. If this situation was not adjusted, it could trigger energy disruption at critical moments, negatively affecting Dale's growth and combat effectiveness. "Little one, you've eaten too much food. Now you need a little help to digest them." Ron chuckled as he ruffled Dale's silver hair. Dale blinked her big eyes. "Master, it seems like there's a lot of power fighting inside me. Sometimes it feels ticklish." "That's exactly why I'm going to help you with some adjustments." Ron turned to the medicine cabinet, taking out several carefully prepared potions and a specially made fine silver needle. This is a bloodline harmonization procedure designed specifically for Dale. By using specific potions to regulate the flow of energy within the body and precisely guiding it with spiritual power, it helps different bloodline factors find the optimal balance point. Lilia was assisting by preparing the equipment, her movements skillful and quiet. "Teacher, do you need me to prepare the stabilizing liquid?" she asked softly. Ron nodded. "Take the light blue bottle and modulate it to a concentration of 3 to 7. Lilia immediately followed the instructions, accurately preparing the potion. After months of working closely together, Ron and Lilia had developed a highly coordinated collaboration. Although Lilia's aptitude was initially mediocre, her diligence can make up for incompetence. Special talent had led to noticeable progress in various aspects, making her undoubtedly the best assistant. Once the preparations were complete, Ron indicated for Dale to lie down on the specially made crystal bed. This bed, made from special crystals, aids in the conduction of spiritual power and the stability of energy. "Will it hurt a lot?" Dale asked nervously. "No, at most it will feel a bit tingly," Ron reassured. "Just like last time, maybe a little itchy." The little sea siren relaxed her body, trusting. She closed her eyes. Ron first dipped silver needle in the potion and gently tapped several key acupoints on Dale's body. The potion quickly penetrated the skin and began to flow along the energy meridians. Then he concentrated his spiritual power, placing his hands on Dale's forehead and chest area, guiding the chaotic energy within her to realign. This is an extremely delicate task, requiring precise control over each type of energy's traits and flow patterns. A single misstep could lead to energy conflict and even cause bloodline collapse. Fortunately, Ron had conducted sufficient experiments on the autophagic slime monster. Bloodline modulation, proficient, experience points +1. Ron could clearly sense the bloodline flow within Dale gradually becoming regular. Those disparate energies, previously repelling each other, now found their places under his guidance, forming a marvelous complementary relationship. Sea Siren's bloodline should primarily align with water, but Dale seems to have a natural affinity for the wind element too. Ron observed attentively. Perhaps these two elements could be guided to form a symbiotic state. He slightly adjusted the output direction of his spiritual power, diverting portions of the water element energy towards the wind element concentration area, creating a special buffer zone at their contact surface. This adjustment was immediately effective. Previously repelling elements began to slowly fuse, forming unique wind and water symbiosis. Bloodline modulation, proficient, experience points +1. Dale's expression became serene and comfortable. Her skin began to emit a faint blue light. He continued adjusting each newly absorbed energy, properly integrating them into Dale's bloodline core. In this way, these energies were no longer external intruders, but became an organic part of her bloodline, completely controllable and usable. When dealing with the trace of dragon blood factor, Ron was particularly cautious. The dragon bloodline's aggressiveness is extremely strong. Even in trace amounts, it could suppress or assimilate other bloodlines. He considered whether he should completely remove this energy, but then noticed an interesting phenomenon. The dragon blood factor did not expand aggressively as expected, but formed a stable small energy core that coexisted harmoniously with the surrounding sea siren bloodline. Interesting, Ron raised an eyebrow. The dragon bloodline has not produced an erosion effect, but rather formed something akin to a seed. With the tracing ability, he could see the potential developmental path of this seed. If given proper guidance and nourishment, it could impart some dragon species traits to Dale without affecting the main sea siren bloodline. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Ron decided to retain this special structure and create a more stable energy environment for it. He injected some specific enhancing potion into Dale, guiding the energy flow around the seed to form a protective barrier. This would allow it to develop steadily without interfering with the primary bloodline. Just like the tender flesh wrapped inside a clamshell. Ron thought of a fitting analogy. The exterior forms a protective layer while the interior can grow slowly. The entire harmonization process lasted nearly 3 hours, and when the final energy flow settled into balance, Dale's bloodline state finally reached its optimal condition. Bloodline modulation, proficient, experience points +1. Ron took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his spiritual power. This high-intensity operation of spiritual power was quite burdensome even for him, but the outcome was worth it. Dale slowly opened her eyes, the brilliance in her pupils shining brighter and clearer than ever before. "Master, I feel so light." She sat up excitedly, tracing an arc in the air with her hands. A perfect stream of water appeared out of thin air with her movement, forming a graceful spiral in the air. There was a faint trace of wind entwining the edges of the water flow, making the entire structure more stable and flexible. Wind and water dual elements affinity. Ron nodded with satisfaction. The effect is even better than expected. The little sea siren cheered as she jumped off the crystal bed, spinning joyfully around the room. Her movements were more agile than before, her skin faintly glowing with a pearly luster, emitting a unique vitality. Through this bloodline harmonization, Dale's state had reached a new equilibrium. The energy absorbed from the arena opponents was perfectly integrated, becoming part of her own power. "Teacher, it's truly amazing," Lily couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes filled with admiration. "You used almost no external energy, merely guided by spiritual power with the gentle aid of a potion, to accomplish such a complex bloodline harmony." Ron humbly shook his head. This primarily owes to Dale's superior bloodline and the special role of the Big Eater talent. I just played a supporting role. But he knew in his heart that the success of this operation proved his bloodline modulation techniques had reached a new realm. From simple bloodline purification to complex elemental fusion, and now to comprehensive bloodline harmony. Each step was built on countless experiments and a vast amount of theoretical research. Achieving harmonious coexistence of different bloodlines in the same organism has always been considered an incredibly difficult goal in traditional bloodline modulation theory, with some conservative bloodline modifiers even claiming it to be impossible. Ron demonstrated its possibility through practical action, although the process required extremely precise spiritual control and a deep understanding of the essence of the bloodlines. However, just as he took comfort in this success, a fact made him slightly uncomfortable. Despite the smooth progress in enhancing his bloodline modulation skills, breakthroughs in extraordinary biology seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Current progress, extraordinary biology, entry 48/50. This number had been stagnant for several days. Although breaking through the entry phase should have been easy, the delay exceeded his expectations. Ron frowned, recalling a similar situation he encountered during his swordsmanship breakthrough. At that time, no matter how much he practiced, the last bit of experience points in basic swordsmanship stubbornly refused to break through. It wasn't until he truly applied these techniques in actual combat that he finally achieved a breakthrough. Perhaps extraordinary biology is the same. Ron was well aware of his problem. Pure theoretical research can no longer provide a breakthrough point. More practical experience and direct observation are needed. He looked at Dale with some regret. Although he gained a lot of experience by adjusting her bloodline, the types of extraordinary creatures available in the Black Mist jungle were ultimately limited, and opportunities for in-depth research were rare. "What's on your mind, Master?" Dale tilted her head and asked, her purple-blue eyes full of curiosity. Ron gently stroked her silver hair. "Nothing much, just contemplating the next plan. You've successfully advanced to the top 16 of the bloody gladiatorial games. The next opponents will be stronger. We need better preparation." Dale confidently waved her small fist. "Don't worry, Master, I'll devour them all." Ron nodded with a smile, but internally he was pondering another question. How could he obtain more first-hand information about extraordinary creatures? Just then, Lily reported another piece of news she had gleaned. "Teacher, when I went to retrieve the beast fighting arena qualification proof for you today, I exchanged magic stone fragments with the officer there to get some information. This time, the experimental subject for the beast fight comes from the private collection of Vice Dean Hayek, and the specific rules will also change." Ron's eyes lit up. "Oh, elaborate on that, please." "It said many parts of the experimental subject are sourced from the Great Abyss, but the officer didn't have much detailed information." Lily seemed a bit embarrassed as she twirled her hair with her finger, then continued saying, I've heard that after this beast fight, participants have a special privilege to join Vice Dean in anatomy guide of the subject. That's why even those firmly entrenched in the sequence compete annually. Anatomy guide, Ron mused. This was a rare opportunity. As a moon-level wizard, Vice Dean Hayek's insight and experience were unparalleled. Witnessing him dissect and analyze an extraordinary creature was akin to a priceless practicum in extraordinary biology. Usually, acquiring consulting opportunities with a wizard of the Vice Dean's caliber is nearly impossible. Even paid consultations have extremely strict quota limitations. Lily continued, her voice involuntarily carrying a hint of excitement. I heard that the champion rewards include the puppet and a book titled Abyssal Creatures Atlas. Though it's unsure if true, if it is, it would be invaluable. The Great Abyss, a place shrouded in countless legends and mysteries, said to be the origin of many mysterious creatures. Knowledge about it is classified within the school, and even members of the candidate wizard sequence find it difficult to obtain complete information. Now, if a special atlas could be acquired, it would be priceless for his research in extraordinary biology. The difference between abyssal creatures and ordinary extraordinary creatures might be the critical information needed for him to break through the bottleneck in extraordinary biology. It seems the championship of this tournament is far more valuable than I imagined. Ron said softly, possibly considering a triple triumph at that moment. Not only would he gain substantial rewards and rank advancement, but his breakthrough in extraordinary biology could also derive from the anatomy guide and the Abyssal Creatures Atlas. Dale tugged at his sleeve. Master, don't worry, I will win the championship and bring back that atlas for you. Ron felt a surge of warmth fill his heart as he looked at the determined expression on the little sea siren's face. From a frail, dying little life to the vibrant and confident girl she is now, Dale's growth has exceeded everyone's expectations. I believe in you. Dale, he said gently, but remember to protect yourself in battle. Don't be greedy and take unnecessary risks afterwards. Ron began planning Dale's training schedule and nutrition supplementation for the next few days, with only 3 days left before the top 16 matches. Every second of training time must be maximized, Lily. Ron turned to address his student. I need you to prepare the following potions. Specially made for Dale, he meticulously listed several enhancing potion formulations. These were specially designed based on Dale's bloodline traits. Capable of significantly enhancing her combat abilities in a short period, Lily noted every detail attentively. Then swiftly moved to action. Meanwhile, Ron returned to the laboratory to review the limited information he'd gathered about abyssal creatures. He needed a fundamental grasp of the potential knowledge he might encounter, so he could pose valuable questions during the anatomy guide and garner maximum insight. Let me see. The known abyssal tier distinctions. Ron opened one of the volumes, which recorded fragmentary data on the Great Abyss. It is said the abyss comprises 13 layers, each possessing unique environmental features and biological populations. The deeper the layers, the higher the degree of biological mutations and power levels. Creatures capable of surviving below the 6th layer often display some form of adaptive mutation or evolution. These pieces of information are too fragmented and incomplete. Ron frowned. It's difficult to form a systematic understanding. It is this missing comprehensive knowledge of the abyssal ecosystem that hinders his further breakthroughs in extraordinary biology. Acquiring that atlas might unlock this mystery. As the old saying goes, boldly hypothesize, cautiously verify. He was acutely aware that power only holds true value when under control. Both Dale's bloodline harmonization and his quest for extraordinary knowledge require this calm and cautious attitude. Too much ambition can be counterproductive. Rashness will only lead to disaster on this path toward the pinnacle of the extraordinary. Every step must be solid and steady, standing by the window. Ron gazed at the distant silhouette of the tower, with a clearer goal crystallizing in his heart: the Abyssal Creatures Atlas, the anatomy guide of a moon-level wizard, and the stand-in puppet possibly determining his future course. All three await him among the champion rewards of the bloody gladiatorial games. The key to obtaining them lies in this little sea siren before him. With her astounding devouring ability, the championship. Ron silently vowed to himself, no matter what. I must claim the championship. Ron gazed at the parchment spread out on the workbench, its complex rune arrangement and intricate ceremonial procedure stirring his emotions. This was a ritual recorded in the ancient texts he purchased from Thompson, specifically used to strengthen the bond between the user and soul steel. The ritual pattern seemed simple, but actually contained countless subtle balance points. Every rune's position, angle, and stroke order were precisely calculated to form a perfect energy recycling system. Such a delicate structure. Ron studied every detail with an almost obsessive focus, letting time slip away unnoticed. He suddenly realized that with the long-term accumulation of knowledge in various fields, his comprehension seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. Especially after breaking through to mastery in magic potion making a few months ago, the advanced trait of extensive knowledge and records allowed him to show astonishing performance in integrating knowledge across disciplines. Combined with the newly acquired insight trait, this boost in creative thinking was truly a powerful addition. The combined effects of the two traits are unexpectedly strong. Ron keenly perceived. I'm able to understand this ancient ritual to a certain extent even at the apprentice stage, and can even foresee the principles behind it. This is not ordinary at all. It seems my snowball is starting to roll forward with each additional boost. Complex theories that used to require repeated reading to grasp, he could now discern the core essence at a glance. Skills that once needed dozens of experiments to master were now often grasped intuitively in the first few attempts. This gradual improvement in comprehension, like a snowball, grew bigger and bigger, granting him creativity and understanding far beyond what was expected at the apprentice stage. Ron turned to the other side of the workbench, where the silvery gray soul steel lay quietly in a specially made tray, its surface glinting with a cold sheen. After nearly a month of dialogue and adaptation, the soul steel had initially adapted to his spiritual power fluctuations, becoming more compliant and sensitive. But to achieve a perfect alignment, he still needed this ancient soul seal ceremony. According to ancient texts, the standard ritual requires a large expenditure of spiritual power and might even cause some life energy depletion to the caster. Ron frowned in thought, his gaze shifting between the soul steel and the ritual diagram. At this moment, a bold idea formed in his mind. If I integrate the energy conversion array from modern alchemy into the ancient ritual, could it significantly reduce the cost? Once this idea emerged, it spread like wildfire. He picked up a pen and began drawing an improved version of the ritual diagram on another piece of parchment. The core part of the traditional soul seal ceremony was retained, with none of the ancient runes directly interacting with the soul steel missing. But on the periphery, Ron added a circle of modern alchemy runes, specifically responsible for efficient energy collection and conversion. These runes formed a precise closed-loop system, capable of reclaiming and utilizing the dissipating spiritual power, greatly enhancing overall efficiency. Several hours later, the design of the improved soul seal ceremony was initially completed. Ron carefully checked every detail to ensure there were no logical errors or energy incompatibility points. Theoretically, this improved ritual should reduce the cost by nearly half, while keeping the core effect unchanged. He looked at his work with satisfaction, and then began to prepare the materials needed for actual operation. According to ancient texts, the soul seal ceremony is best performed under specific astrological conditions, usually chosen on nights when the moon is relatively full. And tonight was an ideal moment. Ron looked out the window. The night was deep, and a bright crescent moon was slowly rising in the sky. Everything is ready. He carefully placed the soul steel in the center of the ritual, then used special silver powder to draw the complete improved ritual diagram on the ground. The runes shimmered with a soft silver glow under moonlight, making the entire ritual array seem like a living artwork, breathtakingly beautiful. Ron took a deep breath and stood outside the ritual circle, beginning to activate the array. His spiritual power, like a precise scalpel, was injected along the preset path of the ritual array. The silver powder runes immediately lit up with a faint glow, which was initially a light bluish-white, gradually turning bright silver, and finally achieving a dazzling platinum glow. Energy flowed along the complex paths, generating specific resonances and transformations at each node. Ron could clearly sense that the energy that should have dissipated was successfully intercepted by the peripheral modern alchemy runes and redirected back into the main loop. The effect is even better than expected. He smiled slightly, continuing to maintain a stable output of spiritual power. As the ceremony progressed, the central soul steel began to undergo visible changes. Its color became deeper, as if it could absorb surrounding light. The surface began to ripple slightly, like a pool of living water. More marvelously, it seemed to start generating some kind of rhythm, as if it had its own heartbeat. When the ceremony reached the critical stage, Ron did not hesitate to cut his finger, letting 3 drops of fresh blood fall onto the surface of the soul steel as a catalyst. As soon as the blood touched the metal, it was immediately absorbed without a trace. Immediately, countless tiny runes appeared on the surface of the soul steel, manifested from Ron's spiritual imprint. These runes arranged into a unique pattern, forming a code only Ron could interpret. As the last thread of energy was injected, the light of the entire ritual array gradually dimmed, eventually reverting to ordinary silver powder lines. The soul steel had completely changed its appearance. It became darker and deeper in hue, and its surface bore a subtle, flowing gloss. Like a living liquid metal. Ron cautiously picked up the soul steel and immediately felt an unprecedented sense of familiarity. This metal was no longer a cold, inorganic object, but had transformed into something that could resonate with him. Merely by touching it lightly, he could feel the energy flow within the soul steel, as clear and direct as feeling his own pulse. To his surprise, when he attempted to use spiritual power to guide the soul steel to change shape, the metal's response was several times more sensitive than before. With just a simple thought, the soul steel could instantly transform into the basic shape he desired. Ron watched the soul steel in his hand continuously change form with his mind. At one moment it was a small knife, the next a coin, and then it turned into a delicate little bird. Through this soul seal ceremony, he had somewhat achieved an affinity with the soul steel. The next step was solely about figuring out how to shape it into a demon sword embryo, an undoubtedly lengthy process. But for him at the moment, through the improvement and application of the soul seal ceremony, his understanding of alchemy had already ascended to a brand new height. Alchemy proficient, experience points +1. Breakthrough alchemy, proficient 100/100, right arrow alchemy, mastery 1/200. Additional traits advanced. Resonance right arrow 3-in-1. The synergy effects among wizardry skills like alchemy, magic potion making, enchantment, etc. will be moderately enhanced. An unprecedented sense of enlightenment rose in Ron's heart. The essence of alchemy was not just about the transmutation and restructuring of matter, but also about a profound understanding and communication with the substance itself. Advancement conditions for alchemist, 2 stars, have been met. 1. Proficiency in alchemy square root. 2. Mastery in alchemy square root. 3. Proficiency in extraordinary recognition square root. 4. Independently making more than 3 kinds of basic alchemy items square root. 5. Successfully improved at least 1 existing alchemy item blueprint square root. Would you like to immediately change profession to alchemist, 2 stars? Ron was slightly surprised, not expecting the last condition. Improving an existing alchemy item blueprint would be fulfilled through this improvement of the soul seal ceremony. He confirmed without hesitation in his heart, yes. A warm current surged from the depths of his heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Similar to every previous profession change, but with subtle differences. This time the energy was deeper, carrying an ancient rhythm, mysterious and profound, as if stemming from a primeval legacy. His perception ability instantly improved, and the molecular structures of surrounding objects seemed to unfold before his eyes. Ordinary tables, chairs, walls, and tools became complex compounds made up of countless tiny particles, each material possessing its unique structure and energy characteristics in his view. Even more wondrous, he could not just see these structures. He could intuitively understand how they formed, how they changed, and how to modify and enhance them through alchemy. Occupation change successful. Occupation obtained, alchemist 2 stars. Basic attribute enhancement. Spiritual power, 3.8 right arrow 3.99 plus 0.2. Magic power, 2.1 right arrow 2.55 plus 0.45. 1. Moderate increase in the speed of gaining skill experience related to alchemy. 2. Improvement in material perception ability. 3. Moderate enhancement of control over material changes. Every profession change brought about substantial ability enhancements, and this time was no less profound. Ron took a deep breath, sensing the changes in his body and spirit. Indeed, it became more challenging to improve further, but despite this, the 4.0 spiritual power benchmark required for the advanced apprentice was just within reach. The only pity was that the breakthrough in spiritual power seemed only achievable through the meditation technique, and the advanced apprentice was undoubtedly a key node. Detected profession synergy: alchemist plus wizard apprentice plus alchemist plus bloodline knight. Acquired synergy bonuses: 1. Increased efficiency in energy extraction during alchemy. 2. Increased rate of extracting material essence. 3. Increased conversion efficiency of reaction energy. Ron looked at the variety of synergy bonuses, slightly satisfied with the burgeoning power within him. This was the snowball effect brought about by multi-class professions. Different paths of cultivation not only did not interfere with each other, but, to some extent, formed a perfect complement, causing the overall strength to make a qualitative leap. The synergy effect seemed not to end there. After all, when he advanced as an alchemist, there were skills that advanced. During the employment as alchemy apprentice, 2 skills also underwent fusion. So the next step should be detected skill synergy: magic potion refining proficient plus alchemy mastery. Right arrow material refining proficient 30/100. With the prompt from the transparent panel, a stream of brand new knowledge and enlightenment instantly rushed into Ron's consciousness. Material refining, as a fusion skill, not only inherited all the advantages of magic potion refining and alchemy, but also realized a sort of breakthrough transcendence in essence. Ron couldn't wait to test this new skill. He picked up several materials from the workbench and casually began mixing them. Surprisingly, the previously intricate process of magic potion refining, requiring precise measurements, strict temperature control, and complex procedures, now seemed remarkably smooth. He could precisely grasp the optimal amounts and timing for adding various materials solely by intuition. It was as if each material was actively conversing with him, telling him how they should be combined and transformed. The complex process that originally required dozens of steps has been greatly simplified, not because any steps were skipped, but because the material refining skill allowed him to handle multiple steps simultaneously, adjusting and optimizing in real time during the process. In just half an hour, an awakening potion that would normally take several times longer to complete had already perfectly formed. When Ron picked up this magic potion, he discovered another astonishing aspect. The quality of this potion far exceeded the highest level he was able to refine before. The purity of the liquid, the stability of the energy, and the durability of the effect all reached an unprecedented height. The feeling is just amazing. Ron then quickly took out an ordinary crystal to attempt energy crystallization extraction. This is a basic alchemy technique used to seal specific energy within a crystal, forming the basic materials for various alchemy tools. In the past, this process required at least 2 hours of meticulous operation and relied heavily on complex guiding devices and specialized alchemy tools. But now he only needed to concentrate, hold the crystal in both hands, and then guide the energy to flow along a specific path. In just 10 minutes, a perfect fire element crystal had already formed, with its energy concentration and stability undoubtedly far surpassing the products available on the market. Material refining, Ron whispered, his eyes flickering with delight. This is not merely the simple addition of 2 skills, but a whole new ability form. He suddenly recalled the clues that Thompson and Lady Allen had mentioned before. The ancient alchemist, the legendary profession that combined the 3 major wizardry techniques into one. Magic potion making represents the combination of potions and energy. Alchemy represents the transformation of material and structure. Ron organizing his thoughts. Then the 3rd major wizardry technique is the communication between runes and energy enchantment. Thompson had subtly mentioned that true ancient alchemists mastered these 3 core techniques and could create miracles beyond ordinary imagination. Ron summoned the Library of Consciousness's collections, swiftly noting these connections. Magic potion making potions and energy partially mastered, alchemist 2 stars. Alchemy material and structure partially mastered, alchemy master 2 stars. Enchantment runes and energy not yet mastered. He then thought of the new advanced trait he had just acquired, 3 in 1. 3 in 1, Ron murmured to himself, is the ancient alchemist. From the current linkage effects, once he finally mastered all 3 major core techniques, some even more astonishing composite skill might emerge. Perhaps that is the key to reaching a higher level. Enchanter, Ron mused to himself, it is said to be an existence even rarer than a bloodline modifier. He recalled the various self-activating arrays and persistent devices he saw at the school, all of which depended on the meticulous rune effects engraved by enchanters. Ordinary apprentices and official wizards who did not master rune magic could only copy runes rigidly without understanding the deeper principles behind them. Including himself, they knew what the runes did but not why, only replicating existing runes without the ability to improve them based on needs. The result was that these replicas often had lower efficacy, shorter duration, and were prone to unstable side effects. However, the runes engraved by a true enchanter were worlds apart from these replicas. It is said that runes left by a professional enchanter can still be effective even decades later, while ordinary replicas might fail within a few months. Enchanters comprehend the fundamental principles behind the runes, allowing them not only to replicate existing runes, but also to create entirely new rune combinations based on specific needs. They can even imbue the runes with their own will and spirit marks, making their effects more powerful and lasting. To complete the path of the ancient alchemist, enchantment is an indispensable link. Ron firmly wrote down this goal in the Library of Consciousness. But the problem is, in the Black Mist jungle, there are almost no official wizards specializing in enchantment, making opportunities to systematically learn this field exceedingly rare. All clues point to one place: the central rich lands, where the Crystal Tower is located. There, at the center of the Ring Abyss continent group, is said to have a more complete wizard system and richer extraordinary resources. The Crystal Tower is not only one of the most prosperous supernatural gathering places in the Ring Abyss continent group, but also a treasure trove of various rare extraordinary knowledge. It is said that it has a complete enchantment element, specifically cultivating experts in this rare profession. It seems the future path is clear. Ron closed his notebook, his eyes filled with a determined sparkle. Becoming an alchemist is not the end, but a necessary path to reach a higher level. The legend of the ancient alchemist undoubtedly presents him with a grander possibility. But ahead are the advancements to magic potion professor and alchemy master, as well as the most core enchanter, which may only be realized after he reaches an official wizard status. 3 in 1 could very well be the ideal state he wants to achieve. Dale stood in the courtyard, gazing at the towering ancient tree, her silver hair gently billowing in the wind. The tree's branches were sturdy, its roots buried deep underground, appearing as if it had been growing on this land for hundreds of years. But Dale knew this was her Aelan Mama. Sister Lily, when will Aelan Mama wake up? The little sea siren looked up, her purple-blue eyes filled with longing and anticipation. She reached out her small hand, gently stroking the rough bark of the ancient tree, just as Aelan used to caress her head with vines. Lilia squatted down, hugging the little sea siren's shoulders, feeling a bit flustered. Although she had been living in the workshop for some time, she actually knew very little about the transformation process of tree spirits. Ron had only told her to take good care of Dale and he would handle the rest. As a student, she wouldn't ask about the core secrets of others. Lilia carefully chose her words, her mind racing to find a suitable explanation. She didn't want to disappoint the little sea siren, but she also didn't want to give an inaccurate promise. Sister Aelan needs enough time to complete her transformation, just like a butterfly needs to rest in its cocoon, but I believe she will soon come back to you. At that moment, the door of the laboratory was pushed open, and Ron came out. His eyes were bloodshot, and his lab coat was marked with traces left by various materials. Dale immediately turned to Ron, her eyes filled with even stronger anticipation. When will Aelan Mama finally wake up? It's been so many days, I miss her so much. Upon hearing the inquiry, Ron walked over to the ancient tree, frowning slightly. He extended his right hand, pressing his palm against the rough surface of the trunk, and activated his extraordinary recognition ability. His spiritual power, like invisible tendrils, penetrated into the trunk, sensing the life state and energy flow within. The energy flow inside the ancient tree displayed an orderly spiral pattern, indicating the transformation process was stable and healthy. The core consciousness of the tree spirit was in a dormant state, but its life energy was more vigorous than ever before. He could clearly sense the ancient power within Alan being gradually awakened, reshaping her entire existence bit by bit. Ron withdrew his hand, showing a rare gentle smile. Alan is undergoing an important transformation. Based on my observations, her state is very stable. She should return to us in a brand new form within 2 weeks at most. Dale's eyes lit up, and she tightly hugged Ron's leg. I miss Alan Mama's juice and petal candy so much. Sister Lily's is delicious too, but the taste is different. This comment brought a flicker of embarrassment to Lilia's face, but she quickly smiled, considering it the innocence of a child. Besides, she knew that her talent in gardening and dealing with plants was far inferior to Alan's, especially when it came to those homemade floral sweets. Ron gently stroked the little sea siren's silver hair, his gaze remaining on the ancient tree, his thoughts drifting back to half a month ago. It was another weary night, and he was conducting experiments on the energy isolation layer. After a brief nap while leaning on the lab table, he planned to rest for a moment before continuing the next round of tests. Yet the door of the laboratory was gently knocked, and when it opened, Ron saw Alan standing outside. The tree spirit's vines swayed with a hesitant rhythm, and a hint of unease showed between the branches and leaves. Alan, is there something you need so late? He was somewhat surprised, as the tree spirit had always respected his work schedule and rarely disturbed him during experiments. Alan's leaves danced lightly in the air, writing a line of words. Master, I have an important request. Sensing the abnormal emotional fluctuation of the tree spirit, Ron stepped aside to let her into the laboratory. Under the cold light of the magic crystal lamp, Alan, usually calm and serene like still water, exuded a near-anxious aura tonight. Her vines trembled slightly, the edges of her leaves even appearing a bit yellow, symptoms of intense emotional fluctuation in a tree spirit. Ron closed the door, a touch of concern flashing in his eyes, with some guesses already forming in his mind. Alan's thick vine trembled slightly, seemingly hesitant, but soon a resolute line of text emerged on the leaf. I want to request a bloodline modulation from you, just like the one for Dale. Ron wasn't particularly surprised. He had long noticed the subtle changes in Alan recently. Since Lilia came to the workshop, many tasks originally handled by Alan had gradually been transferred to this human girl. Though Alan never showed a hint of dissatisfaction, anyone attentive enough could notice her increasingly frequent solitary times and the occasional complex gaze directed at Lilia. Even Lilia herself had sensed this behavior. Typically, tree spirits were known for their calm and detached nature, rarely experiencing intense emotional fluctuation. This was why many of them became elder tree men and sages, possessing a mindset that could be described as innate recorders. Yet, looking at this once silent and non-contentious tree spirit, who could even be described as Zen-like, now tormented by negative emotions, she developed a strong desire for self-change. He was somewhat surprised by the intensity of Alan's emotions hidden within. Her current behavior truly resembled that of a human. The leaves of Alan continued to write. I know my limitations. As an ordinary tree spirit, the help I can offer is too limited. Miss Lilia can take care of Dale, manage accounts, and handle miscellaneous tasks. She even learned how to make petal candy. The tree spirit seemed to have put great effort into writing these words. Her leaves paused for a moment, seemingly searching for a more accurate expression. I saw little Dale becoming stronger due to bloodline modulation, and I also hope to be able to. The leaves paused again, finally writing a few simple and direct words. Become more useful. Ron could read more meanings behind these words. A longing for belonging, a pursuit of value, and even unmentionable jealousy and fear. The tree spirit feared being replaced, feared losing the home she had managed to find. Ron sighed softly, realizing that Alan had always been the most silent and diligent member of the workshop, quietly undertaking countless trivial tasks without ever asking for any reward. His tone then became serious. You know, bloodline modulation is a dangerous process, especially for creatures like you. The life structure of a tree spirit is complex and intricate, and unlike the juvenile Dale, you've already matured, making modulation even more dangerous. He paused, looking directly at Alan. Moreover, complete modulation means you will bear my exclusive mark, just like Dale, which means that as long as I wish, your life will be entirely under my control. This was not just a warning, but also a probe. Ron needed to confirm whether Alan fully understood the depth and irreversibility of this connection. This is also a trait inherent in the wizardry of bloodline modulation itself. So after understanding this, he no longer considered buying completely modulated works from other modulators. Alan's vines danced with determination, and the words on the leaves were deeper and more powerful than usual, as if generated with all her might. I fully understand and accept this, Master. In fact, I crave this connection. Ron was silent for a moment, beginning to calmly weigh the pros and cons in his mind. From an objective standpoint, the bloodline of a tree spirit indeed has astonishing growth potential. Alan had previously displayed abnormal signs of bloodline activation, as well as various humanoid transformations. Now, after confirmation through extraordinary recognition and tracing, he verified that the tree spirit possessed the ancient bloodline of a star ring-level forest nymph. Once fully activated, she would possess the powerful ability to manipulate plants and communicate with the forest. If this bloodline could be successfully activated, Alan would achieve a qualitative leap, not only significantly enhancing the workshop's defense capabilities, but also aiding his longer-term plans. More importantly, among all the creatures dependent on him, Alan's initial loyalty was the highest. Unlike Dale's innocence and Lily's initial pragmatic considerations, Alan's actions were driven purely by gratitude and recognition. This pure emotion at this moment has become the strongest connection. All right, I will help you. Ron finally made his decision. I will design a gradual modulation plan to ensure the safety of the entire process. However, you must strictly follow my instructions. Any slight deviation could lead to severe consequences. Alan's vines danced joyfully, like a child receiving a beloved toy, with grateful words appearing on the leaves. Thank you, Master. I will strictly follow every instruction. Ron activated the dual abilities of extraordinary recognition and tracing, further probing Alan's bloodline status. Forest Nymph Star Ring. Right Arrow Golden Oak Queen, Quasi Star Ring. Right Arrow Ancient Tree Fairy, Golden Ring. Right Arrow Ordinary Tree Spirit, Silver Ring. The Golden Oak Queen, according to legend, was a special plant directly inspired by the Earth Mother Goddess, and then evolved step by step into a pure natural being, often possessing the ability to rule forests and communicate with all trees. The Ancient Tree Fairy, on the other hand, is the diluted product of that bloodline, still retaining the powerful ability to manipulate plants. Perhaps there are other routes to choose from, but tracing, in its current state, can only reveal the closest evolutionary route to the creature. In the following days, Ron fully devoted himself to Alan's bloodline modulation work. The essence of a tree spirit's life is completely different from other creatures. Conventional bloodline modulation methods do not apply. Ron ultimately determined a three-stage plan. The first stage is bloodline awakening, using special catalysts to activate the dormant bloodline within Alan. The second stage is energy reconstruction, guiding the activated bloodline energy to flow along a specific path, reshaping the internal structure of the tree spirit. The third stage is complete transformation, allowing Alan to enter a cocoon-like state to complete the final form change. To implement this plan, Ron collected various rare natural attribute materials from the market. The essence of morning dew flower, capable of enhancing life energy. The roots of the sun tree, containing abundant positive energy. Fragments of light crystal, which aid in stabilizing the flow of bloodline energy. Each material was carefully purified by Ron and mixed according to a specific golden ratio of 1:3:7, forming a special bloodline enhancer tailored to the constitution of tree spirits. When Ron injected those precious material mixtures into the tree spirit's root system, her vines twisted in agony, with burn marks even appearing at the edges of the leaves. On the 10th day of the bloodline activation, Ron noticed a subtle change in Alan's state. Her energy fluctuation became unstable. The vines sometimes shrank and sometimes swelled, and the frequency of runes flickering on the leaves increased, as if heralding some significant transformation to come. "Master, I feel a call." Written on Alan's leaves, the text appeared and disappeared due to the energy fluctuation. "My bloodline is telling me that I need to enter a special dormant state to complete the final metamorphosis." Ron immediately realized that this was the omen of the third stage, complete metamorphosis. In his research, a tree spirit needs to undergo a complete death and rebirth process to truly awaken its full potential. "Are you sure you want to enter the final stage now?" Ron cautiously asked. "Once it begins, it cannot be interrupted." Alan's vine swayed resolutely. "Yes, Master. I can feel the energy within me has reached a critical point. If I don't quickly enter the metamorphosis state, I might be injured due to energy overload." After experimental tests, Ron agreed to her request. Alan chose the center of the backyard, where the soil was deep, sunlight abundant, and underground water veins rich, as the ideal place for metamorphosis. When the last leaf was fully grown, the tree spirit's consciousness sank into slumber, beginning the final metamorphosis process. She appeared like an ordinary ancient tree, but Ron knew that under that heavy bark, a new life was being nurtured. Recalling this, Ron sighed gently, looking at the ancient tree before him, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Through extraordinary recognition, he could sense the astonishing energy potential contained within the tree. Alan's bloodline was evolving towards an ancient tree fairy, perhaps even a higher-level golden oak queen. "Will Alan Mother be different when she wakes up?" Dale asked, looking up, her purple-blue eyes flickering with concern. "Will she not recognize us?" Ron noticed the little sea siren's worry and shook his head gently. "Her appearance might change a bit, but her heart is still the Alan Mother who loves you. The essence of the soul won't disappear due to a change in form, just like you've become stronger after eating so much special food, yet you are still our little Dale." The little sea siren seemed comforted by this answer, nodded happily, and skipped into the house. "I'm going to draw a picture for Alan Mother and give it to her when she wakes up." Ron and Lilia exchanged a glance, then both turned towards the workshop. "Teacher, I've sorted the accounts for today, but I'm a bit uncertain about the order for that batch of star core grass," Lilia said, taking out a thick ledger, looking somewhat unsure. Since Alan entered the metamorphosis state, the daily operations of the workshop had fallen on her shoulders. Despite her astonishing learning ability, she still found it somewhat overwhelming to handle matters requiring experience. Ron glanced at the ledger, pointing out several areas needing revision. The pricing of star core grass should consider the harvesting moon phase. Those collected during a new moon are valued 30% higher than during a full moon. This batch was harvested during the waning gibbous phase, so the price should be 15% below the benchmark, not 20%. Lilia carefully noted these points, but her face couldn't hide her fatigue. Despite giving her all, managing the workshop's procurement, sales, inventory, and daily maintenance was truly too burdensome for someone just beginning to learn. Alan's sister always managed to arrange everything perfectly. Lilia sighed softly, saying, "I finally realized she silently did so much work, never flaunting, making the entire workshop run like a precise clock. I've tried my best, but still feel somewhat." Ron nodded, feeling some emotions swell up in his heart as well. It's those seemingly insignificant daily tasks that form the foundation of the workshop's operation. Alan's silent contributions, which kept everything in perfect order, are often only truly recognized when they are gone. Just then a sharp screech came from a distance. A large mako flew into the courtyard, its feathers shimmering brightly in the sunlight, circling a few times in the air before landing on Ron's outstretched arm. "Lord Ron, urgent message, urgent message." The parrot squawked in an exaggerated tone, now quite familiar with this young man. Ron took the note, unfolded it, and started reading, his brows gradually furrowing and his expression turning serious. "What's wrong, teacher?" Lilia leaned in, asking with concern. "The rules of the bloody gladiatorial games have changed." Ron handed the note to her. "They've canceled the final duel, replacing it with a mixed beast fight involving both apprentices and slaves." The final ranking will be determined by the masters based on performance scores. Lilia finished reading the note, her face losing its color. A mixed beast fight. Doesn't that mean that not only the slaves have to fight, but the masters have to go on the field themselves? Ron's brows were tightly knitted, but his eyes flashed with a strange light, not of fear, but a faint expectation mixed with calm contemplation. It seems like the difficulty and risk of this gladiatorial event have increased significantly. He pondered for a moment, his mind already calculating various possibilities, considering the optimal strategies and potential risks. Then a look of determination flickered in Ron's eyes. However, this is also an opportunity. If Dale and I can demonstrate excellent coordination in battle, the possibility of achieving a high ranking will increase significantly. But teacher, Lilia looked at him with worry. Those combat slaves are specially modified monsters, extremely dangerous. Many participants are skilled in combat magic, while your area of research leans more toward magic potion making and alchemy. Don't worry, Lilia. Ron calmly interrupted her, his tone carrying an undeniable confidence. I am well prepared. The final stage of the bloody gladiatorial games was a massive circular arena. The ground was covered with a layer of light brown, specially made sandy soil, surrounded by energy shield walls several dozen meters high, engraved with protective and isolation runes. These runes not only protect the audience from the aftermath of the battles, but also prevent participants from fleeing during the matches. The high stands around were packed with apprentices of various ranks, eagerly chatting, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Ordinary apprentices wore gray and white robes, while the advanced apprentices were notable in their purple-edged gray robes, creating a distinct visual hierarchy. For those who lived in the Black Mist jungle year-round, such bloody and thrilling scenes provided more vitality and excitement than monotonous study and cultivation. At the highest point of the stand sat a row of luxurious seats, occupied by figures wearing the robes of official wizards. They were today's judges and the absolute authorities in this academy. Vice Principal Hayek stood alone at the edge of the high platform, his robe slightly resonating with the air, creating a bizarre visual distortion. Behind him in the seats sat the slender Sauron Griffith, his eyes flashing with sharp scrutiny. On his right was the purple-eyed Uni-Seraphim, playing with a sparkling crystal ball in her hand. Other masters were also in place, examining the participants on the field with interest, occasionally whispering among themselves. The presence of these official wizards, especially Vice Principal Hayek, cast an invisible pressure over the entire venue. Ron stood in the contestants' waiting area. Beneath the apprentice's gray robe was a fitted soft armor, ensuring good protection. At his waist hung a silver pocket watch, and he carried a few energy crystals capable of amplifying magic power, just in case. Dale stood beside him. Compared to the near-starving small creature she used to be, she now had the form of a human girl, her silver hair braided by Lilia, dressed in a light armor designed for combat. Master, you don't look nervous at all. Dale looked up at Ron, her eyes glowing with a predator-like excitement. A moderate amount of nervousness helps maintain alertness, but too much can affect judgment. I will protect you, Dale said confidently, puffing out her chest, her voice filled with determination. Then she playfully winked. Besides, I can't wait to taste those rare creatures. Looking around, Ron could see other participants making their final preparations. Most apprentices brought various bizarrely modified slaves. Particularly eye-catching was a multi-legged creature covered in a black carapace, its eyes like burning coals, each step causing a slight tremor in the ground. This was the work of a highly ranked advanced apprentice, reportedly created by fusing the bloodlines of an underground centipede and a fire salamander. Holt stood not far from him, wearing his usual calm and cautious expression. Beside him was an earth elemental golem nearly 5 meters tall, its entire body dark brown, covered in dark rugged rock, looking exceptionally solid. Ron nodded slightly in greeting, and Holt returned a brief nod. The two of them were each contemplating how they should display their prowess in the upcoming battle. Even though they were opponents on the field, they had a few acquaintances privately, at least confirming that the other would not become their primary target. Trish and Lai Yu stood on the other side of the arena. The form of the leopard woman had become longer and more powerful than before, with her muscles beautifully contoured, yet full of strength. Her beast-like eyes flickered with a dangerous light. The brown-haired girl turned her head upon feeling Ron's gaze, nodding slightly in greeting, with a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Her expression held a familiarity towards an old friend, yet couldn't hide the sharpness towards a competitor. Without exception, all the combat slaves exuded a sense of danger, with some even requiring special chains to control them to prevent them from going berserk prematurely. An interesting lineup, Ron evaluated silently in his heart. Apart from Trish and Holt, the other people's slaves are mostly hastily made. They appear fierce on the surface, but must have significant internal flaws. In contrast, although Dale's bloodline isn't as aggressively modified, its stability and endurance are much stronger. There were several contestants Ron wasn't familiar with, and their combat slaves took on various forms. There was a scorpion man covered in black shell all over, a six-armed creature from the otherworld, and a bear man race engulfed in ghostly blue flames. Most of these contestants bore arrogant expressions, evidently confident in their combat slaves. They kept a cautious distance from one another, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. The atmosphere in the stands became even tenser. As Deputy President Hayek slowly raised his hand, the entire beast-fighting arena was plunged into a brief silence under the pressure of his magic. The finals of the bloody gladiatorial games will serve as the ultimate test with a beast battle. Hayek's voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly reached every corner of the arena. The winner takes all, the loser is nothing. Final rankings will be based on your performance in battle. As his words fell, Hayek traced a complex magic trajectory in the air with his hands. Purple lines interwove in the air, forming an exquisite three-dimensional magic structure. Each line was precise to an astonishing degree, and the flow and control of energy exhibited an almost artistic beauty. This is the magic control ability of an official wizard. Ron silently recorded it in his heart, although he showed no emotional fluctuation on his face. Through his extraordinary recognition ability, he recorded the details of this magic control in his library of consciousness, preparing for the day he would handle similar techniques himself. In the past few months, Sauron and Uni had privately revealed some information about official wizards to him during guidance sessions. What Hayek demonstrated now was not some complex magic construct, but an advanced application of spiritual power and magic power, sophisticated techniques only mastered by official wizards. This ability doesn't rely on specific magic models, but directly manipulates energy through fine magic control and guidance to form visible entities. It is this advanced magic application that allows official wizards to almost never need servants. They can accurately manipulate everything around them using this technique. Levitating objects, cleaning environments, and even condensing water and fire from the air to meet everyday needs. To ordinary people, these abilities are akin to miracles, but in essence, they are just fine control over magic. This is true magic mastery. Ron contemplated silently, a hint of longing flashed in his eyes. Not relying on fixed models, but shaping magic at will as an artist molds clay. One day, I will reach this level, even surpass it. But at this moment, he had to focus on the imminent crisis. The magic lines in Hayek's hands increased, gradually forming a huge energy network. The magic lines interwove to create a complex three-dimensional structure, like an invisible net. As it unfolded, energy particles in the air began to vibrate intensely, forming a visibly rippling wave. Next, with a sharp wave of his hand, the magic lines instantly transformed into chains that plunged into the ground. With an ear-splitting roar, the center of the arena ground suddenly cracked open, and a giant creature was hauled out by the magic chains. It was a scorpion. Most of its body resembled a giant lion, covered in dark golden mane. Its tail rose high, ending in a keratinized, cold, glinting poison barb, shimmering with an ominous green light. The entire creature exceeded 7 meters in length. Lying on the ground, its ruby-like eyes alone were as large as dinner plates. Each claw tip on its massive forepaws sparkled sharply, capable of easily tearing steel. The poison barb on its scorpion tail continuously dripped venom, producing a loud, corrosive sound as it hit the ground, instantly dissolving the sandy ground into a small pit. The scorpion was tightly bound by magic chains, appearing to be in a semi-conscious state, panting heavily with unfocused eyes. Yet even in this state, The pressure it exuded caused all the combat slaves on the field to show signs of unease. Ron's face remained calm and unruffled, but he quickly activated his extraordinary recognition ability inwardly, carefully observing the Scorpion. Scorpion hybrid modulation. Bloodline purity, golden ring 86%, relatively unstable. Status energy not fully activated, current strength about 50%. Danger level, extremely high, currently middle level. Special abilities, not fully manifested. Ron's heart sank slightly, but he maintained his calm. This Scorpion was far more dangerous than it appeared. It seemed to be in some sort of semi-awakened state now. If it fully awakened, its danger would probably exceed the anticipation of all the contestants. Ron adjusted his breathing lightly, quickly contemplating several possible strategies in his mind. He immediately transmitted his thoughts to Dale with spiritual power. Maintain distance, don't take the initiative to attack. The true strength of this Scorpion far exceeds what it appears. For now, we'll only perform long-range harassment and wait for the right moment. Dale nodded gently, showing absolute trust in her master's judgment. On the high platform, Hayek's voice rang out again. Finals begin. With the command, the magic chains suddenly disappeared, and the Scorpion wobbled its massive body, seemingly still adjusting to the abrupt return of its freedom. Its movements were sluggish, and its gaze remained muddled, but Ron caught an unusual detail. The energy flow within that huge body was gradually accelerating, like a volcano about to awaken. The participants did not act immediately, all cautiously observing the terrifying creature. The air was filled with an almost palpable tension, as if an invisible string had been pulled to its limit. After a moment of silence, one participant standing at the front took the initiative to attack. He was a short but muscular intermediate apprentice, with a conceited smile on his face, clearly confident in his combat abilities. He directed the six-armed otherworld creature to charge fiercely at the Scorpion, while he quickly constructed a magic model and unleashed a series of fireballs. This seemed to be a signal, and the other participants soon began to act. A tall participant controlled a composite creature of shells and tentacles, launching acid from afar. Another manipulated an insect creature with several pairs of wings, constantly harassing the Scorpion's view. Various spells and energy attacks rained down on the Scorpion, turning the battlefield chaotic and sending energy fluctuations rippling everywhere. The Scorpion's attention was drawn by an apprentice with a lizardman, its tail raised high like a deadly scythe. The apprentice was panic-stricken, but his lizardman slave reacted quickly, stepping forward to shield with its scale armor against the first blow. Taking advantage of the moment, various chaotic attacks struck its huge body, though the creature simply flipped over with indifference. Holt's earth elemental golem advanced steadily, each step causing the ground to quake slightly. Ron knew Holt initially joined the candidate wizard ranks as part of the law enforcement team, his combat experience notably extensive. Perhaps he chose the earth elemental golem for its versatility, with its only drawback being relatively slow speed, but otherwise without weaknesses. The earth elemental golem was massive and sturdy, even taller than the half-crouching Scorpion. At this moment, the advantage of choosing the golem immediately became apparent. Its body made of earth element is completely immune to toxins, making it the ideal choice against the Scorpion. The giant stone fist struck directly at the Scorpion's head, producing a dull thud, yet only causing the giant beast to jolt its head. The earth elemental golem, indeed, was a wise choice for this duel. Ron continued analyzing, while also focusing on the Scorpion's reactions. The opponent's choice was undoubtedly well thought out, but whether this frontal assault tactic could be consistently effective remains to be seen. Trish and Lai Yu opted for guerrilla tactics, with the speed and agility of the leopard girl being her greatest advantage. Ron noticed that the brown-haired girl's gaze briefly rested on Dale, seemingly contemplating whether to offer assistance. But soon she shook her head and turned in another direction. In such competition, even friends must first consider their own interests. Compared to Cynthia, Lai Yu appeared more nimble in battling the half-beastman, her form shimmering like a phantom, inflicting tearing damage on the Scorpion repeatedly. Her precise claw strikes hit the Scorpion's joints, each attack drawing a small amount of blood, then swiftly retreating to dodge the lazy counterattacks. The audience in the stands began to buzz with discussion, most gazes focused on the participants taking the initiative in their attacks. In contrast, Ron and Dale's conservative strategy seemed particularly conspicuous or perhaps attracted some disappointed looks. Look at that alchemist, truly only dares to hide behind. Haha, what kind of display can an alchemist have in battle? Him reaching the finals is a miracle itself. His slave is a sea siren, right? What can it even do in this kind of land battle? Disregarding the idle chatter from the stands, Ron at this moment remained calmly observing the shifts in the battlefield. In his view, those eager to showcase themselves were the truly ignorant ones. Through extraordinary recognition, he already knew the danger this scorpion posed. Making a rash move would only make oneself the first batch of sacrifices. In front of the scorpion, those contestants who charged forward seemed to find confidence. Although the monster was massive, its movements were sluggish, seeming not fully awake yet, with almost no effective defense against the many attacks. Its counterattacks appeared fierce, but its slow speed allowed most combat slaves to easily evade them. The first six-armed creature from the otherworld to charge in, under its master's control, climbed onto the scorpion's back with 6 arms simultaneously gripping the vital points, trying to subdue the beast with the strangulation technique. Its master shouted triumphantly from the side, "See that, this monster is nothing to fear." For a moment, the scene presented a spectacle where the contestants seemed to have the upper hand. Holt's earth elemental golem moved in without hesitation, its massive stone fists pounding the beast's body repeatedly, producing dull thudding sounds. The scorpion's poison sting retaliated, but every strike was easily blocked by the golem's rocky body, rendering the toxin ineffective against the lifeless elemental body. Trish and Lai Yu watched the situation from the sidelines, seemingly assessing whether to engage more deeply in the battle. Their eyes occasionally glanced towards Ron, clearly wondering what the companion who has remained observant was plotting. "Trish," Ron suddenly called out from afar, warning, "The scorpion is not fully awake yet, don't get too close." Trish was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, looking over with a complex expression. She seemed to be contemplating whether to trust Ron's warning, as in this gladiatorial contest, everyone was for themselves, and no one truly considered others. After a moment's thought, she ultimately chose to act cautiously, signaling Lai Yu to keep some distance, using the dart tied to her thigh for harassment rather than recklessly getting close like the other contestants' slaves. Ron understood her mindset in this gladiatorial contest. They were all competitors. She couldn't entirely trust others, even if they had a good private relationship. Such a mindset was common in the wizard world. Ron was long accustomed to it. Amidst this atmosphere of vigilance and suspicion, the scorpion, which had been almost passively taking hits, suddenly let out a low growl. Then, with lightning speed, it bit down on the nearest combat slave, a scorpion man controlled by a low-ranking contestant. With a crisp crunch, the scorpion man's upper body was bitten clean off, blood splattering, staining the surrounding sand a dark red. Its limbs tumbled in the air, entrails strewn about, emitting a foul stench. The scorpion lowered its head, swallowing the remaining half of the carcass whole, its movements incredibly swift, unlike its previous languid state. During the devouring, its eyes shimmered with a strange light, as if absorbing some kind of energy. The scorpion man's master let out a tragic scream, his face instantly turning pale, clearly suffering a mental rebound from the slave's death. He staggered back a few steps and then collapsed to the ground, losing his combat abilities, and was soon swiftly moved off the field by the elemental servants. Subsequently, the scorpion's thick tail sting-hooked. The arrogant 6-armed creature clinging to the scorpion's back was similarly impaled without resistance, then brought to the giant mouth amidst struggles. Mid an indescribable sound of chewing, its master, the short and stout apprentice, was likewise carried off by the elemental servants. These two sudden sacrifices instantly tensed the atmosphere on the field. The contestants paused their offensive, starting to reassess the situation. Some bore expressions of fear, obviously regretting their earlier reckless behavior. Ron seized the opportunity, quickly adjusting his strategy. "Dale, we can show a bit of our strength now," he ordered through spiritual transmission, without a trace of panic. "But for now, stay on the periphery to harass, but don't draw too much attention, aiming to make it expend more energy." The little sea siren's eyes flickered with solemnity, then she swiftly took action. From her back emerged a wing-like structure formed by condensing water elements, with faintly visible flowing patterns on the surface. This was a special technique developed by Ron and Dale over several weeks' water-shaped wings. Using water elements to provide the basic structure, while wind elements supplied power and directional control, forming a special ability capable of effectively gliding in non-arid zones. Dale leaped gracefully, her water wings instantly unfurling, carrying her gliding across the battlefield. Unlike floating, this gliding relied on the wind, conserving more energy without losing much agility. The spectators let out exclamations of surprise, seemingly unprepared for a sea siren to exhibit such astonishing mobility on a land battlefield. For Dale, who demonstrated gliding capability, the only real threat from the scorpion was its thick, retractable tail sting. Dale's small hand opened, and the chain water bombs launched from the water wings fell like raindrops. In the crackling sound of tiny explosions, they struck the scorpion, creating remarkably dense wounds on its body. The scorpion's tail flicked like lightning, but Dale, well prepared, easily dodged it. Upon missing its target, the giant creature seemed to instantly lose interest in this cute little morsel. It lunged forward, devouring another combat slave, its half-crouched body gradually starting to move, ignoring Dale's dense water bombs like a dive bomber. The fine wounds on its body continued to heal visibly as it feasted greedily. Meanwhile, Ron also commenced his action, deploying his focused technique of spiritual interference. With the advanced course learning and Sauron's private guidance, combined with his lag circle trait, its power was astounding. The scorpion hit by it noticeably slowed, its head shaking continually, trying to rid itself of the disturbing interference. Ron swiftly constructed a magic model, releasing invisible sound waves from his fingertips, striking the scorpion's sensitive areas like its ears and eyes with precision. Although these sound wave vibrations were invisible, their effect was exceptionally pronounced. Unfortunately, the ring of brilliance and slime splash weren't suitable for this occasion, otherwise the hindrance effect would be even better. Off guard, the scorpion was hit by successive penetrating attacks, dark blood even seeping from its mouth and nose, its movements visibly slowed. This series of maneuvers was as smooth as flowing water, with hardly a pause, showcasing Ron's extremely high level of magic control. His aim was clear: exhaust the scorpion's energy and attention, while searching for its weaknesses, preparing for the final decisive strike. The other participants on the field cast amazed glances, especially Trish, who was closest, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. It was well known that alchemists often lacked combat prowess, but Ron's effectiveness in long-range attacks was second only to Holt among those present. His precise magical control and calm tactical consideration displayed a combat sophistication quite inconsistent with his alchemist identity. However, contrary to Ron's expectations, the scorpion didn't shift its focus here due to his harassing attacks. Instead, its stinger hooked upward, snatching another slave in the rush of the wind, this time a gigantic insect with numerous wings. Ron continuously unleashed restrictive attacks, alternately using sound wave vibration and spiritual interference. In fact, the scorpion's tail hook missed Dale earlier due to his timely use of spiritual interference wave impact during its attack. Otherwise, the little sea siren couldn't have evaded so easily. Ron frowned, watching the scorpion's decreasing movements, simply crouched down, devouring relentlessly. The creature was focused on crunching the crispy hard objects in its mouth. It seemed particularly fond of this, with a higher desire to hunt individual insects compared to other slaves. Up on the high platform, a barely visible smile appeared at the corner of Hayek's mouth. Interesting, it seems my specimen has absorbed enough blood energy. Ron certainly couldn't hear this, but through his extraordinary recognition ability, he saw the massive energy fluctuation erupting like a volcano inside the scorpion after it completely swallowed its last bloody bite. His heart tightened, confirming his ominous premonition. He immediately realized the situation might rapidly worsen, quickly warning Dale through mental contact. Prepare for retreat, the scorpion might be about to fully awaken. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the participants still attacking the scorpion up close were completely unaware of the impending danger. Following Ron's successful attacks, they seemed to mimic his actions, becoming more confident, with their tactics becoming increasingly aggressive. But then the originally sluggish scorpion suddenly burst into incredible speed, its eyes sharpening like knives, and its muscles seeming to swell invisibly. More terrifyingly, an invisible oppressive aura emanated from it, making all the participants present feel a sudden jolt of heart-pounding fear. The scorpion's figure flickered, and its poisonous stinger pierced out like lightning. Instantly, it penetrated a combat slave controlled by a participant, a beast engulfed in ghostly blue flames. The sting pierced through the bear's chest, injecting the green venom instantly into its body. The scorching blue flames were extinguished in an instant, and the robust bear's body slumped to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut, its life rapidly fading. Even more horrifyingly, the scorpion did not stop. With a sweeping motion of its massive front claw, it slammed the same participant against the shield wall. A dull thud echoed as the participant's body crashed heavily against the rune-inscribed wall. Blood spilled from their mouth, the light in their eyes dimming quickly, clearly having lost consciousness. The participant's chest and abdomen were torn by the claw strike, exposing white ribs, blood, and fragments of internal organs scattering across the ground. This series of actions was as fluid as running water, swift enough that almost everyone didn't react in time, and the atmosphere on the battlefield turned deathly silent in an instant. Many participants' faces were filled with fear, their legs weak, completely losing the courage to fight. Ron observed all this, keeping a calm expression but with his vigilance elevated to the highest level internally. He immediately adjusted his breathing, bringing his mental state to its peak while closely observing every movement of the scorpion. Looking for possible weaknesses. From previous observations, he had already discovered that although the scorpion was remarkably fast, it had a short pause whenever it changed direction. More importantly, although its venomous sting had a wide range, it required a short recharging period after use. A grasp of these would at least enable a full retreat during its attack. The scorpion's next target was the multi-legged creature covered in black carapace that had been attacking it consistently. It took large strides forward, moving so fast it nearly left a blur, and in an instant it was in front of its target. The arrogance on its owner's face had long vanished, replaced by pure terror. He seemed dumbfounded by the sudden change, reacting a half-beat too slow. By the time he wanted to order his slave to retreat, it was already too late. The claws sliced through the air like knife blades, ripping the multi-legged creature's body into halves in an instant, its innards and blood splattering across the ground. The final screeching sound it made was utterly shrill, as if accusing its owner's incompetence in its dying breath. Then with a sharp turn, the tail's sting struck towards Lai Yu with lightning speed. The leopard woman reacted swiftly, almost instinctively rolling backward, but she was still a step too slow. Although the venomous sting didn't hit a vital spot, it left a grim wound on her arm. Lai Yu, Trish exclaimed, immediately starting to cast a healing spell trying to slow the spread of the poison. But judging by Lai Yu's expression, the poison was spreading at a speed beyond Trish's expectations. The leopard woman's arm swelled quickly, her skin turning an unnatural purple, clearly a sign of poisoning. Her breathing became more and more rapid, and her eyes began to lose focus. A large amount of sweat seeped from her pores, mingled with blood streaming onto the ground. Ron watched silently, calculating various possibilities in his mind. At this moment, rushing forward to help would only put himself in danger. Moreover, with the scorpion's speed, he would likely be intercepted before he could reach Trish. Analyzing the situation calmly, preserving his strength, and waiting for the right moment was the best choice. With a major force disabled, the scorpion turned towards its most despised target, the Earth Elemental Golem of Holt. The Earth Elemental Golem was indeed, as everyone expected, the ideal choice to fight against the scorpion in this battle. Its inorganic traits rendered the poison entirely ineffective, and its sturdy rocky body could withstand most physical attacks. This was the reason why Holt dared to let the golem remain at the frontline position. But at this moment, the scorpion had clearly fully awakened, its strength far exceeding everyone's expectations. It emitted an earth-shattering roar, raising its front limbs high, carrying immense power, and struck directly at the chest of the Earth Elemental Golem. This strike was evidently more forceful than all previous attacks, even bringing a frenzied whistling sound in the air. Under this blow, the chest of the sturdy Earth Elemental Golem cracked directly, Nearly a third of its upper body was shattered. The golem's arms detached from its body, falling to the ground with a dull thud. Then more rubble fell from its broken body, revealing the vulnerable energy core inside. The once unbreakable defense now seemed so fragile, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Holt's face turned pale instantly, evidently suffering from the mental rebound of his elemental body being attacked. He staggered back a few steps, disbelief written all over his face. Even someone like him, an experienced law enforcement team captain, was intimidated by the Scorpion's power, unable to remain calm. At this moment, all the participants felt an almost suffocating pressure. That slap just now was clearly approaching the level of an official wizard. Outside, it could potentially blow up a small hill. Ron was secretly assessing in his heart while continuing to look for a winning opportunity. The battlefield had turned into a sea of chaos and panic. Most of the survivors had lost the courage to fight, only hoping to retreat unharmed. Yet amid this chaos, Ron captured a critical detail. After several consecutive high-intensity attacks, especially the all-out strike against the Earth Elemental Golem, the Scorpion's movement seemed to slow slightly. The dark golden mane had also lost its previous luster, and the crimson glow in its eyes dimmed a bit. "I understand a bit now," Ron silently analyzed in his mind. "It seems this abyss creature's burst period cannot last long, each time only maintaining for a short period. Then it must consume blood or energy attacks to absorb new energy." Thinking of this, he immediately adjusted his tactics based on this discovery. "Dale, continue to keep your distance, but be ready to attack on my signal. We need to exhaust its stamina and strike when it enters a weakened state." On the high platform, the observing masters were closely watching the situation on the field. "This alchemist named Ron is quite interesting," commented a female master wearing a deep blue robe. "Most of the participants have lost their composure, only he still maintains calm and rational judgment." "Indeed," an elderly man with white hair nodded in agreement. "He seems to have already seen through the weaknesses and combat patterns of the Scorpion. Such observational skills are rare among apprentices." The vice principal Hayek stood beside them, his face without any expression, yet a subtle emotion surged in his heart. "If I had not given the priority training rights to Sauron and Uni last time, perhaps this little fellow would have been my student now." According to the talent equalization system of the school, each official wizard needs to leave the priority training rights to other wizards of the same level after selecting a mentoring object for a period. Because Hayek successfully trained Corina last time, he received enough benefit corrections. So for a long time, he lost the priority guidance rights over newly discovered geniuses. But that's fine, Hayek quickly adjusted his mindset. The Scorpion experiment has already gathered sufficient data, and I can also take this opportunity to see the true level of these candidate sequences. On the battlefield, the Scorpion began a new round of predation. It set its sights on another participant who couldn't escape in time, a female apprentice controlling a half-human, half-snake creature. With a swift leap, the Scorpion charged forward, opened its bloody mouth wide, about to swallow the snake person whole. At the critical moment, Holt's voice came from the side. "Everyone avoid it. Fighting separately will only get us killed one by one." He controlled the broken Earth Elemental Golem, forcefully launching a charge, crashing into the Scorpion's side. Although the Golem was already incomplete, the collision still made the Scorpion's attack deviate from its original trajectory, temporarily saving the female apprentice. Ron saw this and remained calm. This short cooperation actually benefited everyone. Only by depleting the Scorpion's stamina can they increase everyone's survival chances. "The time has come," Ron said softly, then raised his hand to signal Dale. The little sea siren immediately swooped down from high above, drawing a beautiful arc with her hands in the air. A series of water elemental bullets were released from her fingertips, accurately hitting the Scorpion's eyes, causing it to howl in pain. Simultaneously, Ron began his action. He activated the Transformer's skin, then dashed towards the scattered corpses on the battlefield. In the chaotic battlefield, no one noticed the energy fluctuations on him that were completely concealed. Once the Transformer's skin was activated, it quietly began absorbing the lingering soul energy on the battlefield. With biological deaths exceeding a certain time, souls naturally dissipate. And from what he knew, There seemed to be no masters currently within the school proficient in necromancy. So Ron wasn't worried about his secret absorption of soul energy being detected by those masters. 99.1%. Ron felt the charging of the Transformer's skin slightly increased, but it was still short of being fully charged. Holt's command clearly had an effect. The remaining contestants, although reluctant to fully trust each other, at least formed a temporary understanding, keeping their distance, harassing from a distance, and depleting the scorpion's stamina. Ron seized the opportunity and unleashed sound wave vibration again, this time targeting the joint of the scorpion's front limbs, successfully rendering one of its front paws temporarily immobile. Everyone, attention. He started to look for opportunities to organize the others. Its burst phase is over, now it's looking for an energy source. If we can continue to deplete its stamina, it will eventually be weakened. The surviving contestants, upon hearing this, revitalized like grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Although they still didn't fully trust Ron, the current situation left them no choice but to try this plan. Trish struggled with all her might to support the poison Lai Yu, occasionally using plant entanglement to restrict the scorpion's movements. Her attacks were precise and efficient, hitting the scorpion's weak points every time. Didn't expect his understanding of battle to be so deep, what a pity. The brown-haired girl felt a bit regretful for not listening to Ron's advice to retreat further earlier. Ron didn't know Trish's mental activity, he just continued to focus on his tactics. He knew that it was crucial to lead the scorpion into its weakest state, preparing for the final charging of the Transformer's skin. The ensuing battle was like a carefully choreographed dance. Each contestant found their place and role, forming a loose but effective attack network. The scorpion grew more and more irritable, but also increasingly weak. Its attacks were still fierce, but no longer able to maintain the previous high speed and accuracy. More importantly, it began to frequently seek out blood prey, obviously in desperate need of energy replenishment. "Just hold on a little longer," Holt shouted, his earth elemental golem almost disintegrating but still persistently standing at the front line. Ron seized the opportunity, releasing the strongest spiritual interference wave. This invisible attack acted directly on the scorpion's spiritual core, causing it to let out a painful howl. "It's now," he signaled to Dale. The little sea siren immediately understood her master's intention. She dove down from the sky, her hands crossing. Water element gathered around her, forming dozens of water swords, shimmering with a cold light. 1,000 water blade attacks. This was Dale's strongest skill, also the killer move designed by Ron specifically for her. Dozens of water swords simultaneously shot at the scorpion, each one accurately piercing its vital spots. The scorpion let out a shrill howl, its body wobbling as if it could fall at any moment. The scorpion was now at the end of its strength, its movements extremely slow, and the light in its eyes almost extinguished. "The final blow," Holt shouted, maneuvering the earth elemental golem, which was almost down to half its body, to launch the final charge. The golem slammed into the scorpion's chest, knocking it to the ground. The other contestants saw this and launched their strongest attacks. Various energy beams shot toward the scorpion from all directions, firmly pinning it to the ground. The scorpion let out one last weak hiss, then completely lost its life signs. The moment the battle ended, the entire arena fell into a brief silence, followed by deafening cheers. "It's time," Ron thought silently and quietly activated the Transformer skin's last energy absorption. The remaining soul energy from the scorpion's corpse was quickly absorbed, and the Transformer's skin began to heat up slightly, emitting a faint buzzing sound. 99.5%, 99.7%, 99.9%, 100%. An unprecedented energy fluctuation came from the Transformer's skin. Ron could feel it was undergoing some essential change. Rare artifact Transformer's skin can now advance to Glorious Legacy 1,000 transformations. Succeeded, Ron felt joy in his heart but maintained a calm exterior. This was a key step in his plan, but not yet the final victory. On the high platform, the masters were conducting the final scoring and discussion. "Extremely outstanding performance," one master commented with appreciation in his eyes. "Especially that alchemist, his calmness and tactical analysis skills are remarkable." "Not only that," Sauron, standing beside, began to supplement because it was his favorite apprentice, and he naturally had the opportunity to say a few good words. According to my observation, his sea siren exhibited a unique water and wind dual attributes ability, which is clearly the result of careful modulation. It seems his talent in bloodline modulation is also quite exceptional. This is not surprising. Uni appropriately interjected at this moment, as if coordinating with Sauron in advance. He himself is an outstanding alchemist, and these extraordinary skills have many things in common. Someone with talent in magic potion making can often excel in bloodline modulation too. Vice Dean Hayek was silent for a moment, finally speaking. This test has achieved the expected goals. Based on each one's scores and my observations, the final ranking and rewards distribution will be announced next. His gaze lingered on Ron for a moment, with a hint of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. What a pity such a rare all-round genius, snapped up by Sauron and Uni. Hayek secretly thought. However, the school's quota equal distribution system has its reasons. When a genius distributes too much, the benefits will fall short. After nurturing Corina last time, I really should let the opportunity go to them. Hayek walked to the edge of the high platform and loudly announced. The final of the bloody gladiatorial games is over. Please all participants return to the designated area to await the final judgment and reward distribution. Ron calmly retreated to the edge of the field, with Dale landing beside him, her water wings already dissipated. The little sea siren looked exhausted but excited, clearly satisfied with her performance in the battle. Well done, Dale, Ron softly praised, as the plan in his mind had already moved forward another step. The shapeshifter's skin could advance at any time to the glorious legacy, 1,000 transformations. Next was to strive for the stand-in puppet, along with the active demon sword refined from soul steel. The day when his melting furnace concept would become a reality might not be too distant. And all of this would be the foundation for his path to supremacy. Hayek's voice echoed across the arena as all the surviving participants quietly awaited the final judgment. After the life and death battle just now, only 6 participants remained on the battlefield. Among them, Holt's earth elemental golem was almost crumbling and could barely maintain form. Trisha's Lai Yu was barely clinging to life under the erosion of poison, requiring immediate treatment. The combat slaves of the other participants were also battered, with only Ron's Dale remaining relatively intact, despite the Water Wing's maintenance consuming much of her stamina. According to the scores from each master and my observations, Hayek announced. The final ranking of this bloody gladiatorial games is as follows. First place, Ron Ralph. This result left many present showing expressions of surprise, yet it was not unexpected. The calm judgment and precise tactics Ron exhibited throughout the battle, along with the unique abilities Dale displayed, truly stood out. Second place, Holt. Third place, Trish. Fourth place. Hayek continued announcing the rankings, then turned to reward distribution. According to tradition, the first place will receive the special reward of this gladiatorial games, the stand-in puppet, 8 complete magic stones, and the choice of any one book from the school's precious collection. The second and third places may choose 3 advanced magic potions or 1 advanced alchemy item, and will receive a reward of 5 and 3 magic stones, respectively. The remaining participants will receive corresponding magic stone rewards according to their ranking. Ron's heart sped up slightly, but he remained outwardly calm. The stand-in puppet was precisely his main objective for participating in the gladiatorial games. All rewards will be distributed tomorrow. Now, all participants please leave the field to receive necessary treatment and rest. With Hayek's announcement, the bloody gladiatorial games officially ended. The participants gradually left the arena, with some healing apprentices from the school already waiting at the exit, prepared to provide necessary treatment for the injured participants and combat slaves. Ron walked towards the exit with Dale, feeling numerous gazes focusing on him, filled with surprise, admiration, and, of course, jealousy. Congratulations, Ron. Holt approached, extending his hand to him. Your performance truly deserved first place. Thank you for your critical help, Senior Holt. Ron touched his hand briefly, then let go. Without your earth elemental golem holding off the scorpion, the situation could have been more dangerous. It was just a temporary measure. In such a circumstance, Everyone knows that only cooperation can increase survival chances. Moreover, your observation and judgment truly turn the tide. He glanced at his nearly disassembled earth elemental golem and smiled wryly. Looks like I need to cultivate a new combat partner. After exchanging a few words, Holt left with his broken earth elemental golem. As Ron was about to leave, he heard Trish's voice calling from behind. "Ron, wait a moment." He turned to see Trish supporting the weakened Liu approaching. The Panther Woman's arm still had an unhealthy purple hue, but it was no longer spreading, clearly having received preliminary treatment. "You foresaw the Scorpion's traits, didn't you?" Trish directly asked, eyes filled with inquiry. Ron nodded to admit. Abyss creatures on land usually act this way, having a short burst period. They need to replenish power by devouring blood or absorbing energy attacks. "No wonder you maintain distance, only conducting remote harassment," Trish mused. "This tactical analysis ability doesn't seem like what a regular alchemist should possess." Ron chuckled softly. "Everyone has their own secrets, don't they?" Trish gave him a look, seeming to want to say something, but eventually just nodded. "Congratulations on achieving first place. That stand-in puppet is indeed a valuable prize. I hope it proves useful." "Thank you," Ron politely replied. "How is Liu's injury? Does she need a special antidote?" "It's under control." Trish shook her head, declining his offer. "There are masters who master healing magic in the school, specifically responsible for these matters, so there's no need to trouble you." After a brief farewell, Ron left the arena with Dale. "Master, we won." As soon as they exited the arena, Dale couldn't contain her excitement, cheering softly. "Yes, we became champions," Ron smiled, patting her head. "Your performance was excellent, especially that final water blade, which almost dealt a fatal blow to the Scorpion." Dale's face flushed, clearly overjoyed by her master's praise. "I was just acting on your guidance. Your tactics were the true key." "It's our victory together." He shook his head with a laugh, ruffling the little sea siren's silver hair, holding her hand as they headed towards the workshop. The battle was over, though the phase of claiming rewards and calculating rank points had to wait until tomorrow. After all, after a tough battle, everyone needed rest. Hayek stood in the center of the arena. His eyes slightly closed, feeling the residual energy fluctuations around him. The aftermath of the battle still echoed throughout the field, with scorched marks in the corners. In the center lay a mess of sand and dirt, and the massive scorpion lion corpse lay like a small mountain in the middle of the field. Strange, the soul resilience of abyss creatures is usually much stronger than ordinary creatures. It shouldn't dissipate so quickly. The Vice Dean frowned slightly, his fingers gently sweeping through the air. A mini detection array took shape in the air, then transformed into dense energy threads that pierced into the scorpion lion's corpse. After a few seconds of traversing the interior of the corpse, the magic silk threads began to pulsate in a special rhythm, conveying the detection results to Hayek. After the battle, there should be a significantly thick presence of soul energy on the field. Especially for such a golden ring-level hybrid modulation creature, its soul energy should take several days or even a week to completely dissipate. However, at this moment, the energy had already become so thin it was almost non-existent, as if rapidly absorbed by some invisible force. Perhaps its energy structure is inherently unstable. Hayek mused to himself, then shook his head. It's not unheard of, just rare. This experiment had already provided plenty of valuable data. The stability of this scorpion lion, ordered from some supplier at the Abyss Outpost base, was far less than expected. The instability of its internal structure even affected the preservation time of soul energy, which is a serious defect for experimental creatures. Seems like there's no need to purchase from there anymore in the future. Hayek contemplated, already considering finding better supplier alternatives. Even for a moon-level wizard like him, the price of such abyss hybrid modulation creatures is by no means cheap. But after going through the Crystal Tower's public account reimbursement, he felt no burden at all and could even pocket some profit. Thinking of this, Hayek gently raised his hand, drawing out several complex magic trajectories with his fingertips. As these trajectories formed, the dirt and sand around the arena began to move on their own, gradually returning to their pre-battle level state. The scorched marks were easily wiped away by a magic storm, broken rocks reassembled, and even the corroded pits were filled with fresh soil. This precision down to the millimeter in material manipulation is one of the hallmark abilities of an official wizard. Finally, Hayek turned his attention to the scorpion lion's corpse. He traced a complex hexagram array in the air with both hands, with each magical line containing the tempered knowledge of his centuries-long wizarding career. The blue-white magic silk threads enveloped the massive scorpion lion corpse like a spider's web, gradually permeating its every fiber. Various decay processes would be frozen, while preserving the remaining life energy, ensuring that during the anatomy guidance the next day, this corpse would still retain sufficient freshness and research value. Its life energy is exceptionally strong, which is characteristic of abyss creatures. Hayek nodded in satisfaction. Even though the soul energy dissipated faster than usual, the tissue vitality is still high enough to support the entire anatomy guidance process. He cast one last glance over the arena, making sure everything was restored to its original state, then lightly waved his sleeve, causing a ripple of magic to spread, extinguishing all the maintenance arrays. Tomorrow's anatomy guide will be very interesting, especially for that young alchemist. For such an apprentice displaying rare omnipotent talent, Hayek slightly regretted not being able to bring them under his tutelage. But as the vice dean, he still retained a unique privilege organizing dissection courses. By imparting knowledge face to many potential wizard seeds, he could also obtain a reasonable amount of favors. No matter how much political maneuvering or resource competition there might be, nothing surpassed this direct and effective method of acquiring favors. In the extraordinary world, power is the ultimate measure of everything. And favors are the key to maintaining such power. For him, guiding this group of exceptionally gifted young people, especially the likes of Ron, Holt, and Trish, the favors gained would be all the more substantial. These elites among elites could often understand the imparted knowledge more profoundly, thus generating purer favors. After handing out the competition prizes tomorrow, then conducting the anatomy guidance, I haven't actually seen much of this abyss creature. It's worth a good study. Maybe there will be some unexpected discoveries. Hayek took one last look at the scorpion lion's corpse encapsulated by an energy shield, and then turned to leave the arena. Behind him, the light blue energy shield emitted a faint glow, encompassing the fearsome hybrid modulation creature perfectly preserved within, as elemental servants automatically moved forward to prepare to transport it to a designated location. When night fell completely over the black mist jungle, the lights in the workshop remained bright. Ron pushed open the workshop door, with Dale happily following behind. As they stepped into the foyer, Lilia hurried up to them, her face filled with both anticipation and worry. "Teacher, you're back safely." The girl's voice carried undisguised joy, but there was a hint of concern in her eyes. "How did the competition turn out? Did those combat servants or the vice dean's experimental subjects hurt you?" Her words revealed the concern she had been harboring these past days. Ever since learning that Ron would participate in the dangerous, bloody gladiatorial games, the girl had been worried, as everything she had was deeply tied to the workshop. Although rationally, she knew that with her mentor's ability there shouldn't be much danger, emotionally, she couldn't help but worry. Ron looked at the girl before him, who was relieved at his safe return, and his heart also stirred slightly. "Champion," he uttered this simple word, his voice full of ease and freedom. Although it was just a simple word, it made Lily instantly open her eyes wide, her mouth slightly agape. Then a radiant smile spread across her face, one Ron had never seen before. Seeing his usually calm and reserved student so happy, Ron couldn't help but chuckle softly. This reaction was even more enthusiastic than his own, yet understandable. After all, this victory meant the workshop's reputation would be further enhanced. "I knew it. I knew the mentor could do it." Her voice trembled slightly, and her hands clutched tightly together unconsciously. "With your thorough preparations and Dale's diligent training, it's no wonder you'd become champions." "Dale and I just performed to our usual level," Ron said casually, yet the corners of his mouth could not help but lift. It was a rare moment of relaxation for him. In this small workshop, he generally did not always maintain that calm and restrained image. Dale proudly puffed out her chest on the side, her face carrying a childlike pride. "The master is the most amazing person I've ever seen. He knew all the enemy's weaknesses, and every attack was just right. I just acted on the master's instructions. Lily couldn't wait to pull the two towards the dining room, her face unable to hide her excitement. "I've prepared a sumptuous dinner, guessing you'd have a big victory, so I wanted to celebrate specially. There's baked fish, mushroom soup, and Dale's favorite sweet berries." Seeing Lily's cheerful back, Ron's heart was slightly moved. This girl, who had come to rely on him due to her family's upheaval, had been taken in as his assistant because of her special talent, had undoubtedly fully integrated by now. Lily placed the last dish on the table, the dining room filled with an enticing aroma. Ron, Dale, and Lily sat around the table, candlelight adding a touch of warmth to the simple celebratory dinner. "Mentor, try this baked fish." Lily carefully forked the largest piece of fish into Ron's bowl, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I used that special herb you mentioned last time. It should make the taste more unique." Ron took a bite and nodded in approval. "The taste is indeed good, the herb pairing is just right." Dale, who had already been eagerly eating, had her cheeks puffed slightly because they were full, like a greedy little squirrel. Swallowing the food, she looked at Lily with bright eyes. "Sister Lily, you should see how the master performed in the beast fighting arena. He was amazing, that big monster." Dale gestured with both hands. Was this big? The poisonous stinger on its tail was as sharp as a sword. But the master was not afraid at all. He stood there as if he had seen through everything. Ron slightly shook his head, a smile on his lips. "I just observed and discovered a pattern. Any careful person could do it." "That's not true." Dale put down her knife and fork again. "The master's sound wave attack was amazing. Even though it was invisible, that big monster was shaken to the point of nose bleeding." She excitedly mimicked the painful expression of the scorpion, exaggeratedly shaking her head, making Lily chuckle. The girl curiously looked at Ron. "Mentor, was that experimental creature really as terrible as Dale said?" Ron put down the spoon in his hand, his expression becoming serious. "Even more dangerous than Dale described. It was a scorpion from the abyss. Even showing just a part of its power was enough to tear a normal advanced apprentice to pieces." His gaze shifted to the darkness outside the window, as if recalling that life and death battle. If not for everyone eventually forming a temporary cooperation, the casualties would have been even more severe. Dale proudly puffed out her chest, but my 1,000 water blade attacks made it howl in pain directly. She mimicked the spellcasting movements, her tone full of pride. "All the techniques the master taught me were put to use, especially the hydrofoil gliding. It made me the only servant capable of moving agilely." Admiration flashed in Lily's eyes. "Dale, you were really brave." "That guy named Holt was amazing too." Dale, stuffing mushroom soup into her mouth, spoke unclearly. "The earth elemental golem he controlled was right in front of the scorpion, even if it got smashed to bits. Holt the Senior is indeed worthy of respect. His tactical skills and adaptive ability are outstanding." As if thinking of something, he gently shook his head. "It's just a pity that Trish's Lai Yu was badly injured. That kind of abyssal toxin is very troublesome." Worry flashed in Lily's eyes. "Is Lai Yu's situation serious?" "The school should have a way to heal her, but it will take time." Ron took a sip of tea, his expression calm. "Trish has some proficiency in natural healing as well. Coupled with the resources of the school, it shouldn't be a major problem." Speaking of natural healing, his gaze involuntarily turned outward, where a towering ancient tree stood, appearing particularly mysterious in the moonlight. Dale seemed to notice where Ron's gaze was directed, and she set down her bowl with a tone full of longing. "When will Mom Aylin wake up? I miss her so much." Lilia gently patted Dale's head. "According to the teacher's observations, it should be very soon. Maybe by the time we return with our prizes tomorrow, Sister Aylin will have awoken." "Really?" Dale's eyes brightened instantly, turning to Ron for confirmation. Ron nodded slightly. "Indeed, according to the transformation process, Aylin is very likely to complete her final transformation within these 2 days." "Will she be more powerful than the previous Mom Aylin?" Dale asked curiously. "Of course," Ron smiled gently. "After her transformation, Aylin will be much stronger in plant control, and our workshop's defense will be greatly enhanced as a result." Lilia nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder Sister Aylin looked forward to this transformation so much. It truly is a rebirth for her." After dinner, the young girl skillfully began to tidy up the mess of cups and plates on the table. Seeing Ron getting up, she wiped her hands on her apron and asked with concern, "Do you need a break? I've prepared hot water and—" "Thank you for your concern, Lilia, but I need some private time now." Ron gently interrupted her. "There are some important matters to deal with." Lilia immediately understood the meaning, tactfully nodding. "I understand, teacher. If you need any help, please feel free to call me." She knew that the teacher often needed to focus on some secretive research, and the best help was not to disturb him at those times. Ron nodded in satisfaction. He appreciated such emotionally intelligent students, and then turned to Dale. "You also need to rest well. Today's battle consumed a lot of energy. Although your performance was excellent, your body needs time to recover. How about going for a nice bath with Sister Lily later?" The little sea siren nodded. Despite the excitement in her eyes, she could feel the exhaustion after a hard-fought day. "As you command, Master. I'll head to the bathroom with Sister Lily at once." With that, she hurriedly pulled the apron-clad girl beside her, Lilia slightly flustered. "Wait, little Dale, I haven't finished cleaning up yet." In the steam-filled bathroom, the sound of water could be heard trickling. Dale cheerfully soaked in the specially made large bathtub, her silver hair floating on the water like a fine silver silk. She would sometimes dive underwater and sometimes emerge, her face radiating pure joy. "Sister Lily, come in. The water temperature is just right." The little sea siren splashed the water, sending droplets flying. Lilia was carefully undoing buttons on the side, smiling slightly as she heard this. "Don't be in such a rush, I'm coming right in." She slowly let down the last piece of clothing, revealing her graceful and slender body, delicately stepping into the pool. Dale's gaze was immediately captured. A trace of curiosity flashed in her violet blue eyes. Lilia's figure had developed quite maturely, with beautiful curves and skin as smooth and delicate as fine porcelain. In contrast, despite the sea siren's rapid growth in recent days, her body still remained childishly slender. Dale couldn't help but swim a little closer, her eyes shining with envy. "Your body is so beautiful." She reached out a little hand, curiously pointing at the two objects on the girl's chest. "Why don't I have these?" Lilia's cheeks instantly flushed red, hurriedly covering with her arm. "Dale, staring like that is too impolite." Although her tone carried a hint of reproach, her eyes showed a touch of tenderness. "You're still young. In a few years, you'll naturally develop." "It's not small at all." Dale stood with her hands on her hips, disgruntled. "I've already defeated so many strong opponents in the arena." Lilia chuckled softly, reaching out to tidy Dale's tousled silver hair. "In terms of combat ability, you are indeed strong. But the body's development follows its own rules. You can't rush it." Dale pouted unconvinced, but quickly replaced it with a sly smile. "Lily, sister, do you wish that our master would notice your beautiful body more?" Lilia's face turned red instantly, the blush spreading to her ears as she waved her hands in panic. "What nonsense are you talking about? The teacher is my guide. I have only respect and gratitude for him." A mischievous glint flashed in Dale's eyes as she exaggerated her usual tone, mimicking Lilia's voice. "Teacher, do you need hot water, teacher? This dish has your favorite herbs, teacher. I have washed and ironed your robe." Lilia, both embarrassed and annoyed, scooped up water to splash at Dale. "You naughty girl, say that again and I won't help wash your hair anymore." Dale dodged nimbly. Giggling, Lily's sister is blushing. Blushing, she spun in the water. The splashes like a string of pearls. I see Lily's sister always sneaks a few extra glances at him whenever she hands something to the master. Lilia sighed, smiling helplessly. "Dale, the teacher is very good to us. I'm just trying to repay his guidance to the best of my ability." Her voice softened, a touch of warmth in her eyes without him. "I wouldn't know what fate awaited me. He gave me the opportunity to learn and see my own value." Dale suddenly quieted down, swam over to Lilia, and gently leaned on her shoulder. "The master is very good to us. He saved my life and taught me so many skills, making me this strong." The little sea siren's voice suddenly took on a tinge of melancholy. "But it seems like the master never needs anyone's help. He's always researching alone late into the night." Lilia gently stroked Dale's wet silver hair, her voice tender and firm. "That's why we have to do our best to help him with those everyday chores. He can focus on the truly important research. There was a hint of determination in her eyes. "I believe the teacher has aspirations beyond the ordinary, and what we can do is support him as best as we can in our roles." Dale nodded thoughtfully, then returned to her usual lively self, but Lily's sister. "If the master needs a partner, would you be willing?" Lilia's face flushed again. She hurriedly grabbed a sponge, changing the subject. "All right, stop saying that. Let me help clean the bloodstains off your back." Dale laughed triumphantly but obediently turned around, still muttering, "Lily's sister is shy." Lily's sister is shy, with water splashing and laughter echoing in the bathroom. Meanwhile, on the other side, once Ron confirmed he was alone in the room, he headed straight for the deepest part of the second-floor laboratory. This was a special room protected by multiple isolation arrays, specifically used for those absolutely confidential experiments. He carefully checked the integrity of the array, ensuring there were no tiny breaches or energy leaks for the upcoming ceremony involving his most core abilities advancement. He could not afford the slightest mistake. The array runes were activated one by one, each precisely embedded into its preset position, forming a perfect energy loop. Ron's fingers lightly traced through the air, his spiritual power flowing precisely into each node like water when the last protective rune lit up. The entire room was enveloped in a layer of pale blue energy film, completely isolating it from the outside world. He could feel the subtle energy fluctuations as the array activated, like an invisible net blocking out all external energy disturbances. Subsequently, he began to activate the transformer skin, which had already charged to 100% at this moment. The transformer skin was no longer the dull, silvery gray liquid he had initially acquired, but had a lustrous sheen like molten moonlight, flowing and changing. "Are you sure the advancement process won't generate noticeable energy fluctuations?" Ron asked in a low voice, caution in his tone. Brows slightly furrowed. Fully vigilant, after all, it was the core area within the school. Any unusual energy fluctuations might attract unnecessary trouble. The transformer's voice echoed in his mind. "Master need not worry. The advancement process mainly occurs on the soul level and will not produce externally perceivable energy fluctuations. Moreover, with the protection of these isolation arrays, even if there's slight energy leakage, it won't be detected by the outside." Ron pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He sat cross-legged, placing the transformer skin in his palm. The silver liquid gleamed with an eerie light under the candlelight. As if something inside it was awakening, it no longer lay quietly there, but actively flowed across Ron's palm. As if it had a life of its own, Ron took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing rhythm to calm his heartbeat. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, carefully extending his spiritual power to establish a connection with the transformer skin. As his spiritual power delved deeper, he could feel the astounding energy contained within the transformer skin. It was an ancient and profound force. Like a dragon long asleep finally opening its eyes, the energy was complex and ever-changing. Yet it possessed an indescribable order and beauty, Ron finally confirmed. His voice calm, but his spiritual power already tinged with a cautious anticipation. "Ready to start at any time, Master," the transformer responded, its mechanical tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Once started, the process cannot be interrupted. Please ensure you have enough time reserved. I must remind you that once the advancement is complete, I will be deeply bonded with you, which is a necessary process preset for the subsequent upgrade to exclusive weapon. Please be prepared accordingly." Upon hearing this, Ron gently closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let his consciousness sink deep. In that instant, it was as if lightning pierced through his entire being. An invisible torrent of energy erupted from the skin of the transformer, surging directly into the depths of Ron's soul. This was not ordinary magic power or spiritual power. It was a more elemental energy, acting directly at the soul level. He could feel every inch of his spiritual space being washed by this energy, like a long, dry riverbed suddenly welcoming a mountain flood. Initially, the sensation was both painful and wonderful, indescribable. But as the process deepened, the pain gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and acuteness. His range of perception began to expand rapidly, not only able to sense every cell in his body, but also able to detect the tiniest energy fluctuations in the air simultaneously. The skin of the transformer underwent astonishing changes. The silver liquid began to flow violently. Writhing as if alive, this energy fluctuation was extremely intense. Like a silent gale raging in a confined space, what was once just a piece of silver liquid now began to differentiate into countless tiny structures. Like a miniature universe being born, each tiny structure had its specific function, interconnected, forming a perfect whole. Ron could keenly perceive these changes, as if witnessing the creation of an artwork from nothing. He could feel the connection between the skin of the transformer and himself becoming more intimate. Almost inseparable, it was no longer just something attached to the surface of his skin, but became a part of his body. Like a special second skin, merging with the essence of life. The process of advancement lasted an interminable time, yet it seemed just a moment when Ron finally opened his eyes. He found that only a few minutes had passed outside, but within him. Earth-shattering changes had occurred, advancement successfully completed. Rare artifact skin of the Transformer Right Arrow Glory Legacy 1000 transformations. 1000 transformations. Glory Legacy. Effect. Perfect isolation, capable of forming triple energy barriers, isolating internal and external energy interactions. High-tier simulation, capable of simulating the appearance and partial abilities of a designated target with enhanced simulation accuracy. Record active ability consumes 1% energy to record a move, which can be released unidirectionally upon selection, but its power cannot be controlled by the self. Note, can only record moves not exceeding 2 tiers above oneself, requiring close proximity to record. Currently limited to Morning Star level Mage or below. Charging progress, current 0 over 100%. Special note, certain abilities will be unlocked again when the charge reaches 50%, upon reaching a full charge of 100%. It can serve as a key item for advancing to an epic profession, 4 stars. And evolve into an exclusive weapon. Ron read the information on the panel carefully, each line making his heart race, various possibilities rapidly spreading in his mind. Perfect isolation was the most critical ability in his plan. It would provide solid protection for his soul-splitting plan, ensuring that there would be no energy leakage or interference during the division. High-tier simulation was an extremely practical ability, able to play a significant role whether used for hiding identity or integrating into specific environments. The most surprising was undoubtedly the new active ability named Record. Being able to record and release others' moves meant he could directly use others' skills, greatly expanding his combat options. Although it had limitations, it could only record moves not exceeding 2 tiers above himself. And close contact was necessary to record them, but this was already an extraordinarily powerful ability. Ron immediately thought of an excellent application scenario, learning from official wizards willing to demonstrate spells during paid consultations, and then secretly recording the powerful magic they cast. If I can record a high power spell from an official wizard level during each consultation, over time, I can have a powerful card deck. Ron calculated in his mind, a glint passing through his eyes. He tried to slightly mobilize the energy of the 1000 transformations and immediately felt an unprecedented sense of control. In the past, the skin of the transformer was more like an external tool, needing to issue commands through intent and then wait for execution. Now the 1000 transformations were like a part of his body, even more intimate than the body itself. No longer merely an attached relation, but more like a part connected by blood and flesh, just like his skin, muscles, bones. They became an inseparable part of his body now, just a slight adjustment of thought, and the 1000 transformations would respond immediately. Thinking of this, he raised his hand, and with a gentle thought, the surface of his arm was immediately covered with a layer of silver sheen. This sheen rapidly transformed, forming appearances of various materials: steel, wood, crystal. Everything, the speed of its changes, the accuracy of its forms, were far beyond what was possible before. Truly astonishing control precision, Ron admired, as the past changes of the skin of the transformer always had subtle, unnatural parts. But now, these changes could almost rival real materials, with even texture and feel perfectly matching. He further tried, concentrated, recalled the sharp claws of the scorpion. The next moment, His fingers had transformed into claws identical to those of a scorpion. Even the patterns on them were nearly the same. Ron lightly scratched the table, and the hard wooden surface immediately bore several deep grooves, the recording ability. He pondered this newly gained active ability and its potential uses. I can only record abilities not exceeding 2 tiers above mine. Currently, I can only record Apprentice and Morning Star Mage level moves. At this stage for him, a strike from a Morning Star level wizard is already a force sufficient to break the balance. Previously, the Scorpion's Claw Strike was only close to the output of an official wizard, yet it shattered the incredibly solid Earth Elemental Golem into pieces. Not to mention that true wizards can also use super magic techniques, making their destructive power even more formidable if recorded. Ending his thoughts, Ron carefully checked the function of perfect isolation again. This is precisely the most crucial part of his plan, the energy barrier used to safely split the soul. He focused his spirit to form a miniature energy barrier area within his body. Surprisingly, this area indeed formed 3 layers of isolation, as stated on the panel. The first layer blocks energy, the second layer blocks the spirit, and the third layer is specifically for soul fluctuations. The 3 layers superimposed almost completely block the interaction of internal and external energy. Ron nodded in satisfaction. The soul-splitting safety issue that had always troubled him now had a reliable solution. But then he frowned again. The charging of 1,000 transformations had reset to 0, which means its subsequent ability development still requires the absorption of soul energy. Once fully charged, it can be used as a key item for advancing the epic profession 4 stars. Ron mulled over this hint repeatedly, his eyes flickering with thoughtful light. The 3 stars, Black Wizard, and Crown Knight, are invincible at the official wizard level. So this so-called 4 stars epic profession might be directly targeting the level of a great wizard. And the pocket watch of the Time Guardian corresponding to the Time Guardian could be a terrifying profession that can control the flow of time. To most apprentices, becoming an official wizard is already the highest pursuit. But the ceiling of the extraordinary world is naturally much higher than this. Above the official wizard, there are great wizards who can traverse the starry sea and destroy stars or even vast galaxies with a wave of a hand. Above the great wizard is the Witch King, who rules over numerous conquered planes. And according to legends, there are even higher-level existences. Those called demon gods, great beings who can change rules with mere thoughts. Thinking of this, he quickly calmed down. With his current little Karami strength, he couldn't be too complacent. Ron meticulously recorded this speculation about epic professions into the Library of Consciousness, marking it as an important clue to be verified. Taking a deep breath, Ron stood up and slowly walked towards the window. Outside, the night in the black mist jungle was deep, and the faint moonlight penetrated the thick fog, casting a silver veil over this mysterious land. His gaze passed through the mist and fell on the looming school tower in the distance. This is just the beginning, Ron silently thought to himself, and there's the stand-in puppet and the master sword. In the furnace plan, these 3 items each have different roles. 1,000 transformations is responsible for energy isolation and the spiritual barrier, ensuring the stability of the entire system. The stand-in puppet is responsible for soul splitting and doppelganger control, providing additional movement capability. The master sword is responsible for force aggregation and pollution transformation, turning negative effects into positive power. These 3 coordinate to form a complete power cycle system, allowing Ron to benignly acquire those powers usually considered forbidden while avoiding risks. Tomorrow, once I get the stand-in puppet, the plan will enter the next stage. He looked at the distant tower, calm and determined. Everything was advancing according to the plan, step by step, steadily. In a rare moment, the black mist jungle cleared up in the morning. Sunlight penetrated the perennial mist, shedding warm light upon the central tower. Few passing apprentices cast envious and curious glances toward the tower, discussing yesterday's astonishing battle and the upcoming precious rewards. I heard the Vice Dean offered an abyssal treasure as the grand prize this time. It's a rare gem he brought back from the Crystal Tower. A tall and thin apprentice excitedly told his companion next to him. That scorpion was reportedly brought back from the Abyss 3rd floor. Surviving before such a creature alone is no easy feat, let alone someone being able to coordinate everyone to fight together. An older apprentice commented solemnly, his tone filled with respect for the recently debated figure. Inside one of the large rooms of the central tower, various prizes had long been set up, shimmering with the unique phantasmagoric glow of extraordinary items. The victors of the bloody gladiatorial games had been waiting there for some time, each wearing an expression ranging from hopeful to expectant. Ron stood on the side, his face calm, only his slightly clenched hands betrayed a bit of inner emotion. As time went by, more and more apprentices gathered in the room to wait. He paid no attention to the occasional whispers, his focus entirely on the upcoming reward ceremony. Especially the stand-in puppet, which could become a crucial part of his soul-splitting plan. Holt, with a calm face and upright posture, showed only slightly bluish circles under his eyes, indicating he perhaps didn't sleep well last night. Beside Trish was her inseparable bodyguard Lai Yu. The Panther Lady, though treated, still looked weak. The other surviving contestants appeared either excited or nervous, awaiting their respective rewards. Vice Dean Hayek, wearing a deep purple wizard's robe, stood in the center of the platform with a dignified and calm demeanor. Sauron and Uni stood on either side, their gazes occasionally lingering on Ron. When the last contestant stepped into the hall, Hayek raised his right hand lightly, and the entire space fell silent instantly, as if an invisible cloth had enveloped all sounds. In yesterday's duel, you demonstrated wisdom, courage, and strength. The Vice Dean's voice was not loud, but it could be heard clearly in every corner. Today, the school will fulfill its promise and award you the rewards you deserve. He nodded slightly to his assistant beside him, signaling the start. By convention, the rewards are collected in reverse order. Ron maintained his composure, but his eyes didn't miss any detail, observing every contestant's reaction. Those ranked lower couldn't hide the disappointment and envy on their faces. When they received those dozens of magic stone fragments, the slight trembling of their fingers did not escape Ron's observation. These subtle changes were quickly analyzed and categorized into psychological patterns, stored in the character observation category of the Library of Consciousness. Soon it was the turn of the contestant who ranked fourth, this resolute-looking advanced apprentice, who chose a bottle of vitality potion along with a complete magic stone. A brief satisfaction flashed in his eyes, quickly returning to the common indifference seen among apprentices. A fairly good choice, Ron silently evaluated. The market price of a vitality potion is equivalent to about 60 magic stone fragments. Adding the magic stone itself, the total value is close to 1.5 complete magic stones. This choice ensures immediate gain and provides some protection in case of danger. Third place, Trish Lind. The brown-haired girl walked forward slowly, still maintaining that calm and composed demeanor. Beside her, Lai Yu had mostly recovered from the poison erosion, though her movements were still a bit sluggish. Her complexion had improved significantly. You may choose 3 advanced magic potions or 1 advanced alchemy item, in addition to 3 complete magic stones. Hayek's voice was steady and authoritative. Trish did not make an immediate choice, but looked towards Ron with a hint of hesitation, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Vice Dean, before making a choice, I would like to exchange opinions with Apprentice Ralph. May I be permitted? Trish's request surprised many present. Ron frowned slightly. He didn't like such unexpected situations, but maintained his impeccable calm appearance. Hayek seemed slightly surprised, but nodded in consent. The brown-haired girl walked slowly to Ron's side and said in a low voice, "I've heard your level in magic potion making is close to that of a senior alchemist. Is that true?" Ron roughly understood her intention, but answered cautiously. "Rumors tend to exaggerate. However, magic potion making is indeed one of the fields I focus on." "It seems to be true." A sharpness flashed in Trish's eyes. "In that case, choosing other ready-made magic potions would be somewhat wasteful. I'm considering exchanging for a magic potion formula that enhances natural affinity. Can you refine it?" Ron quickly evaluated the pros and cons in his mind. Formulas have long-term value, and with his mastery of magic potion techniques, he has slightly surpassed some senior alchemists. Plus, with the material refining fusion skill, Refining such complex magic potions was no longer a challenge. More importantly, to almost get a formula for free, only a fool would refuse. But he still pretended to think it over, throwing the choice back. These types of magic potions usually have a complex formula and require high spiritual control. However, it should be within my capability. Do you have any specific ideas? I can consolidate this selection privilege, along with the additional magic stones, to exchange for a complete formula. Master Corina hinted at a hidden option like this to me yesterday. Trish looked Ron directly in the eye. In exchange, I hope you can refine 6 batches of finished magic potions for me, delivered in stages, the last batch completed within 2 months. This way, I can fully utilize the effects before the bloodline altar opens. Ron quickly calculated costs and profits in his mind. Such a complex magic potion formula is priced at least at 5 to 6 complete magic stones on the market, and refining 6 batches of finished products, the material cost is about 1 or 2 magic stones roughly. Even considering the extra time and effort invested, this is still a transaction destined to be profitable. Agree, but you need to provide me the complete formula, and I will prepare the rest myself. Ron replied calmly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Trish nodded in satisfaction, turned around, and walked back to face Hayek to explain her choice. The Vice Dean raised his eyebrows slightly, apparently a bit surprised by this choice. He signaled an assistant to bring over an exquisite crystal box. The crystal box was completely translucent, covered with protective runes on the surface, and inside, faintly visible, was a roll of parchment glowing softly. A wise choice, Apprentice Trish. Hayek commented, his voice carrying a trace of appreciation. Enhancement of natural affinity has a significant effect on activating forest elf bloodline. It seems you are well prepared for the bloodline altar. Trish accepted the reward, solemnly saluted the masters, then returned to her place, a barely noticeable smile emerging on her face. Ron noticed the way she tightly held the scroll box in her hand, as if grasping the hope for the future. Indeed, her choice over directly taking 3 ready-made magic potions is much wiser, thanks to the hidden option her mentor mentioned. Ron evaluated in his mind. 6 successive enhancements of natural affinity are enough to take her forest elf bloodline a step further, increasing the success rate of gaining something from the bloodline altar. Second place, Holt Elvin. The head of the procession stepped forward slowly, his demeanor as steady as a mountain. You can choose 3 advanced magic potions or 1 advanced alchemy item, plus 5 complete magic stones. Holt's response was crisp and decisive. I choose the alchemy item, Heart of the Earth. This answer seemed to be exactly what Hayek anticipated. He nodded slightly and signaled his assistant to bring a heavy black ebony box. When the box was opened, inside was a fist-sized brown crystal, its surface covered with tiny patterns resembling the veins of the earth. Inside the crystal, some sort of energy seemed to flow slowly, like an underground stream, emanating a sense of weight and timelessness. Heart of the Earth, capable of repairing earth element structures and enhancing their toughness and strength, Hayek explained succinctly. For your combat style, this is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Holt accepted the wooden box and magic stones, bowing respectfully to the masters in gratitude, his eyes showing a relieved expression. Ron keenly caught this subtle change and immediately analyzed it. He knew the contents of the prize long ago and had even decided on his choice before the battle. Ron inferred internally. This suggests that Holt also likely learned about the prize list in advance through his master. Indeed, connections are indispensable anywhere. Both Trish and Holt have their masters tell them the choices. Luckily, I don't need to make a choice. Finally, it was time for the most anticipated highlight, the first prize. First place, Ron Ralph. There was a special note of attention in Hayek's voice. You will receive the special reward of this contest, a stand-in puppet, 8 complete magic stones, and the option to pick any 1 book from the school's rare collection. Ron walked up calmly, sensing countless eyes in the hall focusing on him. Among them were envy, jealousy, and even some indescribably complex emotions. The Vice Dean personally retrieved an exquisite black ebony box, its surface engraved with intricate protective runes, having an oddly cold feeling to the touch. When the box was opened, an oddly shaped humanoid puppet lay silently inside. The puppet was entirely grayish-green, as if weathered by countless years of erosion, its body covered in twisted, complex runes. These runes were not simply engraved, but seemed to naturally grow on the puppet's surface like blood vessels, forming a complex energy network. Most unsettling were its eyes. Two dark red gemstones were embedded within, glimmering faintly even in darkness, as if something inside was observing the outside world. The stand-in puppet, originating from the Great Abyss fourth layer, contains a soul stone capable of housing consciousness. Hayek explained, his voice carrying a tone of objective calm. However, its effect is not as ideal as rumored. Ron took the wooden box, bringing it slightly closer, carefully observing every detail of the puppet while awaiting Hayek's further explanation. Ordinary people have only one soul. When using this item, a portion of consciousness must be separated and injected into the puppet. Hayek continued to explain. This leads to a fundamental dilemma. Dual tasking is extremely difficult for most apprentices. If too little consciousness is injected, the puppet acts mechanically stiff. If too much, the main body becomes weakened. Hayek paused slightly, as if observing Ron's reaction. More importantly, this duplicate cannot exceed 100 meters from the main body, and the copy's strength cannot reach the level of an official wizard, as if there exists some inherent limitation. Therefore, with a touch of resignation in the Vice Dean's tone, this abyssal treasure holds little value in the eyes of official wizards, at most serving as a decoy in times of crisis. But during the apprentice phase, it still has its unique uses. On the surface, Ron listened earnestly, displaying an aptly mixed expression of gratitude and slight disappointment. Yet inside, he was boiling, having instantly discerned the true value of this stand-in puppet through the panel's hints and his extraordinary recognition ability. Rare artifact, stand-in puppet pending activation. Current energy, 0/100%. Effect creates a perfect stand-in that shares abilities with the user and can endure part of the user's soul. Holders of the special talent, Dual Soul, will be able to trigger more hidden effects. Maximum distance, initial 100 meters, can increase with charging. Note, more functions can be unlocked after charging. An uncontrollable excitement surged in Ron's heart, yet he maintained a calm expression on his face, even deliberately showing a subtle hint of regret. The official wizards could not discern the true value of this treasure because they couldn't combine it with the Dual Soul talent, naturally failing to activate its full potential. For ordinary wizards, this is indeed just an auxiliary tool with many limitations. But for Ron, it was practically a treasure tailor-made for him. He could not only fully integrate his second soul into the puppet, achieving genuine clone combat, but also use this opportunity to practice the gradually forming, melting furnace concept. "Thank you for the detailed explanation, Vice Dean," Ron responded steadily. "I will make good use of this treasure." Hayek handed over 8 complete magic stones to Ron, and then presented a specially made badge. "This is special access to the library. With this badge, you can select a book from the treasure area within a month. Be cautious with your choice because once selected, it cannot be changed." Ron solemnly accepted the badge, feeling a slight energy fluctuation from the touch. "Thank you for the generous reward from the school." He nodded slightly, speaking politely, yet in his eyes, he was already calculating how to maximize the use of this valuable privilege. After all the prizes were distributed, Hayek spoke again. "Next, I will conduct an anatomy guide on yesterday's specimen. Interested contestants can stay. This is a rare learning opportunity." "Here it comes. This is also the part I've been eagerly anticipating," Ron thought to himself. The anatomy guide could provide precious first-hand extraordinary biology knowledge, possibly being the key to breaking through the introductory bottleneck of extraordinary biology. Of course, he wasn't the only one thinking this way. Except for one contestant who was injured in the head, everyone else chose to stay. The chance to witness the dissection skills of a moon-level wizard firsthand is incredibly rare, and even members at the forefront of the sequence wouldn't miss it. Furthermore, this time the specimen was a rare abyssal creature, a scorpion, whose internal structure and energy system were of extremely high value for researching biological adaptability in the abyss environment. Ron deliberately chose the frontmost position, less than 2 meters from the dissection table, to capture each detail to the fullest extent. The Vice Dean gestured, and several elemental servants pushed in a large dissection table with the defeated scorpion's corpse from yesterday lying on it. Even in death, the creature still exuded a chilling aura, as if death could not completely erase its fierce nature. The scorpion, a native creature of the third floor of the abyss, known as Desert Monarch by explorers. Hayek began his explanation, his voice carrying a professional composure. They are hybrids of lions and giant scorpions, having traits of both, but with a unique magic power structure, enabling them to survive and reproduce in the harsh environment of the black sand wilderness. In the Vice Dean's hand suddenly appeared a dazzling energy scalpel. A magical advancement application, capable of precisely cutting any material without damaging its surrounding structure. Observe its skin structure closely. Hayek made a perfect incision on the scorpion's body. Pointing to the incision at first glance, it seems like regular hair, but each strand is actually a micro-magic power conduit, capable of absorbing and storing energy from the environment, which is key to their survival in harsh conditions. Ron simultaneously activated extraordinary recognition and tracing ability. Meticulously observing every detail, the internal structure of the scorpion was far more complex than its exterior. With organs arranged following a peculiar energy pattern, distinct from ordinary creatures, he could see those energy flow paths invisible to the naked eye. As well as the complex interactions between various organs, this is its first heart. Dedicated to handling regular blood circulation, Hayek skillfully extracted a deep red organ larger than a human head. In this second heart, responsible for magic power circulation, is the core of its energy system, dual heart structure. Ron silently recorded in his mind. Such a design allows it to maintain two completely different circulation systems simultaneously. One for normal physiological functions, the other dedicated to extraordinary energy management. This is one of the key evolutionary traits for adapting to the abyss environment. As the dissection progressed, Ron felt a wondrous understanding emerging in his heart. The once scattered points of knowledge in extraordinary biology were now forming a coherent and vividly clear network through the real-life demonstration of this complete specimen. The function of each organ, the direction of every energy path, the traits of each tissue, all formed a three-dimensional systematic structure in his cognition. Its poison gland structure is extremely intricate. Hayek pointed to a green sac-like object inside the scorpion's tail. It can simultaneously generate 3 different toxins, adjusting the proportion according to the traits of its prey. If you observe carefully, you'll find an organ similar to a memory organ inside the poison gland, storing resistance information of different creatures. This discovery greatly surprised Ron. He couldn't help but raise his hand to ask a question, an inappropriate action that drew sidelong glances from other contestants. Under the strict hierarchy of the school, apprentices typically should not interrupt a master's lecturing. "Do you have a question, Apprentice Ralph?" However, Hayek was not angry. Instead, he showed a hint of curiosity. "May I ask, sir, if this kind of memory unit is related to their feeding behavior?" Ron inquired cautiously, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. "I noticed that the scorpion seems to prioritize weaker targets when it attacks. Is it because it can extract information from its prey, forming some kind of biological memory database?" This question made Hayek's eyes flash with admiration. A very keen observation. Indeed, abyssal creatures generally have the ability to acquire information through predation. When the scorpion devours its prey, it not only digests its flesh and blood, but also absorbs some life information, storing it in this special tissue. The vice president began to dissect the poison gland more meticulously, showing the apprentices its internal structure. That is also why many abyssal creatures are relatively vulnerable when they first encounter unfamiliar prey, but can quickly find the most effective attack method upon the second encounter. They can learn the weaknesses and resistances of prey, continually evolving their attack strategies. Subsequently, during further dissection, Hayek continued to showcase more of the scorpion's extraordinary organ structures. The skeletal structure of the scorpion is infused with various minerals, related to special elements in the abyssal environment. Its nervous system presents a distributed network rather than being concentrated in the head. This design is meant to enhance its survival capabilities in battle. Meanwhile, Ron occasionally raised questions that hit the mark, demonstrating an astonishing understanding of extraordinary biological structures. The energy node at the connection of the scorpion tail and the lion body presents a special balanced structure. It looks like a key bridge of two fused bloodlines. Does this imply that the scorpion is not a product of natural evolution, but of some ancient bloodline modulation? This question even made Hayek look twice, clearly showing that Ron's understanding had already surpassed the realm of an ordinary apprentice, with a flair akin to a mature bloodline modifier. The attitude of the other contestants shifted from initial surprise to admiration. Even Holt, who was usually calm, occasionally nodded in recognition of Ron's insights. Your understanding of extraordinary biology far surpasses that of all your peers, Apprentice Ralph. As the dissection was about to conclude, Hayek commented, his tone unintentionally carrying a hint of appreciation. This is not just superficial knowledge, but an intuition that penetrates the essence. Your level of bloodline modulation must be quite high. Thank you for the compliment, sir. It's just because of some work in the workshop that I'm more familiar with these. Ron humbly responded, maintaining a calm exterior while internally he felt the opportunity for a breakthrough in skills. The accumulation of extraordinary biological skills had finally reached the critical point. An unprecedented sense of comprehension burst forth in his heart, as if a fog had lifted, bathed in sunlight. Fragmented points of knowledge at this moment interconnected, forming a complete, systemic cognitive network. This understanding is not simply memory or imitation, but an insight emerging from within. It's as if suddenly mastering a new language, able to fluently read previously incomprehensible code. Extraordinary biological experience points +1. Breakthrough Extraordinary Biology, Novice 50/50, Right Arrow Extraordinary Biology, Proficient 1/100. Acquired additional trait, Insight, able to more intuitively understand internal structures of extraordinary beings and energy flow patterns. This trait allows him to clearly comprehend the construction principles of extraordinary beings, energy circulation mechanisms, adaptability changes, and even the fusion traits between different races. Ron's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated, but his facial expression remained one of calm contemplation, not revealing any change to anyone. He immediately attempted to activate this newly acquired trait, focusing his attention on the scorpion's corpse. The internal structure of the scorpion presented a complete three-dimensional model in his mind. Every detail was exceedingly vivid, including those energy channels and microscopic structures invisible to the naked eye. He could even see the traces of energy flow that had become stagnant, understanding their operational methods and mutual influences during life. What delighted him further was that this insight trait formed a perfect complement with tracing. Tracing allowed him to identify the bloodline origins and evolutionary paths of creatures, while insight enabled him to understand their internal structures and energy operation methods. The combination of the two could nearly construct a complete extraordinary biological map, holding invaluable significance for his bloodline modulation research. This is the last part, and also the most valuable part. Hayek carefully extracted a purple-black crystal from deep within the scorpion's chest cavity, its surface covered with fine lightning-like patterns, with a faint light flickering inside. The energy core of the scorpion, storing all its life information and energy essence. Among abyssal creatures, this core is often its most precious part, possessing extremely high value for bloodline research. Ron gazed at the crystal and the various extraordinary organs that had been dissected, finding them quite intriguing as he sensed that these abyssal biological materials would greatly benefit his bloodline research. And after the anatomy guide was completely concluded, the vice president announced to the contestants, "The school will conduct further research on the organizations. If any apprentice has a research interest in specific parts, they can apply for a limited amount of samples by paying the corresponding magic stones as per the regulations." Hayek's words came like a timely rain. The school allowed participants to apply for the purchase of some samples. For him, this was a godsend opportunity. It wasn't to uncover any secrets, but simply for academic and research purposes. After all, bloodline modulation has always been one of his key focus areas, and samples of abyssal creatures' tissues are hard to come by in the Black Mist jungle. Moreover, the scorpion lion has been professionally dissected, with the functions of its parts clearly guided, making its research value immeasurable. The acquisition of the insight trait also gave him an understanding of the scorpion lion's bloodline structure. If he could bring part of the samples back to the workshop for research, perhaps he could find an ideal filling choice for the second consciousness core of the chimera. Even if the potential is insufficient and not integrated in the end, it can still serve as a data reference. Ron stepped forward proactively, his voice calm. I have a research interest in several parts of the scorpion lion and hope to apply to purchase samples. Hayek raised his eyebrow slightly, clearly somewhat surprised by his proactive request, but not dismissive. Oh, which parts are you interested in? A thought flashed through Ron's mind like lightning. He must not appear too greedy. The most precious tissues are often those that the school most wishes to retain for research. Primarily the second heart, part of the poison gland, as well as a small amount of blood and tissue samples. He responded calmly, his tone devoid of any excessive eagerness, driven solely by the normal needs of academic research. These parts have considerable reference value for my ongoing bloodline studies. Hayek pondered for a moment, his gaze lingering on Ron for a few seconds, as if assessing something. The second heart is the core organ of the scorpion lion's magic power system, extremely valuable. He pointed out seriously, his voice carrying no emotion, merely stating facts. Even as an arena champion, you need to pay a considerable number of magic stone fragments. Ron nodded in agreement. For research, I am willing to pay the necessary price. The value of knowledge far exceeds material wealth. Hayek glanced at Sauron beside him, the latter nodding slightly in approval. Between the two masters, they seemed to have used spiritual power to conduct some private transmission. As an arena champion, you indeed have the priority for application rights. Hayek said slowly, his voice less harsh, more instructive. The Energy Core School needs to retain it for research, but the second heart can be given to you. He paused, unconsciously stroking the sleeve of his robe, then added. But it requires paying 25 magic stone fragments. The poison gland and other tissue samples will cost an additional 15. 40 magic stone fragments. Ron quickly calculated the cost and benefits of this transaction in his mind. This price isn't cheap, but for the precious organs of abyssal creatures, it's already quite a favorable price. After all, on the black market, such samples often sell for hundreds and often lack guaranteed purity and integrity. I accept this price. Ron didn't hesitate, casually taking out the magic stone fragments he had prepared from his embrace. As the arena champion, he had just received a reward of 8 whole magic stones, which could be exchanged for more than 800 magic stone fragments, more than enough to pay for this cost. Hayek accepted the magic stone fragments, lightly touching them with his fingertips, then nodded. I hope you gain from this. These tissues of abyssal creatures usually have extremely high activity, requiring special means for preservation and research. He gestured for an assistant to pack the specified tissue samples into preservation containers. The containers were semi-transparent milky white, engraved with runes specifically used to suppress energy leakage, effectively maintaining the activity of the samples and preventing rapid decay. I will arrange for someone to deliver the samples to your workshop. Hayek added in a business-like manner. Remember, these samples are for personal research use only, and may not be transferred or used for other purposes at will. Ron responded respectfully, I will strictly comply with the school's regulations. This was no empty statement. He indeed had no intention of transferring these precious samples. Every cell of these abyssal tissues was a valuable research material and a potential source of power. After the transaction was completed, Ron noticed that several other participants also began submitting applications one after another. But unlike him, most people's requests were concentrated on some lower-value peripheral tissues, as if just to acquire some memorabilia. Only Trish also applied for a small part of the poison gland, her eyes flashing with a different light, evidently having her own research plans. Holt, on the other hand, showed a strong interest in the skeletal structure, which was consistent with his identity as an earth magic expert. What caught Ron's attention even more was that in the corner, a few apprentices he was not familiar with were also selecting certain specific tissues, eyes flashing with unsettling cold light and an unmistakable desire for transformation. One of them even eagerly touched a small piece of muscle tissue with their fingers immediately after acquiring it, eyes filled with near-fanatical enthusiasm. It seems many people have a strong interest in this one-time biological transformation. Ron assessed inwardly, their slaves are in for trouble. Nevertheless, everyone has the right to choose their path, and no matter where that path leads, it has nothing to do with him. He will only care about his research and goals. After the anatomy guide officially concluded, the apprentices began to leave one by one. Ron finally confirmed the transport arrangements for the samples. This time's gain surpassed expectations, not only acquiring the stand-in puppet, a precious abyssal treasure, but also successfully purchasing rare scorpion lion tissue samples, and even achieving a skill breakthrough during the dissection process. Just as he turned around, he suddenly felt an elusive gaze fall on his back. Turning back for a glance, it was Sauron watching him with a subtle expression. In that gaze, there seemed to be scrutiny, along with a hint of elusive interest, much like an art connoisseur appreciating a magnificent piece. He respectfully bowed to the mentors and then stepped away from the central tower. On the road back to the workshop, as evening deepened, the ominous aura of the black mist jungle grew even more intense. From afar, strange cries echoed intermittently, chilling to the bone. Yet these could not disturb Ron's thoughts. The scorpion bloodline indeed has unique value. He was assessing today's gains in his mind. The dual heart system can separately handle material energy and magic energy, which offers significant advantages in the abyss environment. Meanwhile, the distributed neural network provides it with strong survival resilience, maintaining basic functions even if severely damaged. But at the same time, he did not overlook the potential risks. However, the traits of abyssal creatures often come with some form of pollution or erosion, necessitating adequate isolation measures to ensure that useful traits are extracted without introducing harmful factors. This has always been Ron's attitude towards research. The thirst for knowledge never ceases, but each exploration must be founded on experimentation. As the sunlight gradually waned, Ron returned to the workshop. Master, Lily approached quickly, her eyes full of concern. Did everything go well? I heard there was some dispute over the final rewards of the combat meeting. Dale bounced excitedly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Did you get the prize? Did you get the prize? Ron smiled faintly, gently ruffling Dale's silver hair. Everything went smoothly. Not only did I get all the rewards, but I also acquired some precious research materials. He briefly recounted today's experiences and gains to the two, but omitted details that might be overly technical. His tone carried an unmistakable anticipation. I've obtained this. Ron carefully took out a black ebony box containing the stand-in puppet, displaying this precious abyssal treasure to the two. Wow, what a strange puppet. Dale curiously leaned closer, but did not reach out to touch, only widened her eyes to examine closely. She had been repeatedly taught not to touch potentially dangerous extraordinary items casually, even when driven by curiosity. Those eyes, the little sea siren murmured, her voice tinged with instinctive fear. It seems like it's looking at us. Lilia's expression was more cautious, her brow slightly furrowed, her lips pressed into a thin line. Is this the abyssal treasure that can create stand-ins? It looks somewhat ominous. This aura reminds me of those cursed doll stories. Indeed, even within the wooden box, that green-gray puppet exuded a sinister and eerie presence, as if carrying whispers and memories from the great abyss. Especially those dark red gemstone eyes, even in a dormant state, seemed as though they were constantly observing everything around. Items from the abyss often carry a certain unsettling aura, but that is mostly superficial. What's truly important is their function. He closed the lid, and that eerie aura immediately diminished significantly, as if resealed. However, specific research and activation need to be conducted in a more secure environment. I'll handle this in the laboratory's isolation array. His gaze swept over the workshop, already planning the sequence of his next actions. First, to study the usage method of the stand-in puppet, which is crucial for realizing his future melting furnace concept. If there is spare time, utilize the knowledge and samples gained from this anatomy guide to further perfect bloodline modulation research. Finally, and most importantly, make every effort to break through the meditation technique to reach the level of an advanced apprentice, which is a key step towards a higher realm. Lilia, help me prepare some mental fortification potions tonight, especially awakening and spiritual shield. Ron skillfully distributed tasks. Lilia nodded. Accustomed to not questioning the master's arrangements at every step, I'll prepare them right away. You still have 3 bottles of awakening and 2 bottles of spiritual shield in the cupboard. Ron then turned to Dale. His voice softened. Little one, rest well today. Tomorrow I will prepare some new food for you. To better help you digest the energy absorbed before, this time's food will include some special ingredients. So its taste might be a bit peculiar. Dale nodded happily, her large sapphire eyes full of anticipation. I will be good. Master's food is always the best tasting. Even if the flavor is strange, it doesn't matter. Her trust in Ron was so pure. Like the affection of a stream for its riverbed, unconditional and without reason. After arranging everything, Ron went to the laboratory on the 2nd floor of the workshop, placing the stand-in puppet carefully in the center of the specifically designed array. The ritual arrays inside and outside the workshop were all activated by him. Rune glows shimmered like fireflies in the dark, weaving an invisible barrier that completely isolated the internal energy fluctuations from the outside world. Ron sat cross-legged in the center of the laboratory. Before him was the stand-in puppet emitting an eerie aura, now taken out from the black ebony box and placed on a specially designed silver base. Inside the room, the candle light was weak and flickering, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the puppet's dark red gemstone eyes. Through the ability of extraordinary recognition, he had roughly understood the workings and activation method of this abyssal treasure. Like other rare and ancient items, activation usually required his blood as a medium, and only his blood was effective. But unlike the previous transformer skin and pocket watch, the stand-in puppet also required the user to actively infuse a portion of consciousness or soul to complete the true binding. This was a more in-depth and dangerous process than a mere blood connection, requiring extreme caution. Ron took out a small silver dagger and gently made a small cut on his index finger. Bright red blood oozed along the wound, like a string of tiny pearls. He gently squeezed the wound, allowing a drop of blood to precisely fall on the center of the puppet's forehead, where there was an almost indistinguishable shallow indentation. The blood was absorbed by the runes on the puppet's surface at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a desert devouring rain, quickly disappearing without a trace. Once fully absorbed, the puppet seemed to emit a faint buzzing sound, akin to a sigh from afar. Moments later, those originally dim runes began to flicker with a weak red glow, on and off like a heartbeat, bestowing this inanimate object with an almost lifelike quality. As he infused magic power, the puppet began to inflate rapidly like a balloon. Next is the introduction of consciousness. Ron watched as the bizarre puppet quickly grew to a size comparable to his own, furrowing his brows as he reached out to touch its forehead. An icy sensation immediately came over him, a coldness that felt not just physical, but a void existing on a spiritual level. However, as the contact continued, this cold sensation gradually gave way to a feeling of familiarity, as if touching a long-lost fragment of himself. Ron closed his eyes and began trying to infuse a portion of consciousness into the puppet through his fingertips. As the infusion increased, he began to feel a subtle resistance and discomfort, like a cup nearing overflowing, where each additional drop becomes difficult to add. Indeed, it's not an affinity issue, but a capacity limitation. Just as Hayek mentioned, there is indeed a limit to the amount of consciousness that can be infused into the stand-in puppet. Too little infusion will not establish effective control. Too much infusion will negatively impact the main body, like a piece of paper torn in half, each half unable to fulfill its original function. This limitation is likely the main reason why even official wizards find it challenging to effectively utilize this treasure. Ron carefully adjusted the amount of infusion, his precision in spiritual control far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. With a portion of consciousness successfully infused, he suddenly felt a peculiar sense of splitting, as if an invisible blade had cleaved him into two. Stand-in puppet activated successfully. Current energy, 0/100%. Effect creates a duplicate that shares some abilities with the user. Current state is ordinary simulation. Maximum distance, 100 meters. Trait, dual consciousness. the user can simultaneously control both the main body and the duplicate. Ron attempted to control the puppet's movement, concentrating part of his attention to command it to raise its arm. The puppet did move according to his will, but with an extremely mechanical and rigid motion. It was like a baby learning to walk or a rusty tin man, where every joint movement carried evident stiffness and delay. Controlling it is more difficult than I imagined. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Ron's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He could feel that the portion of consciousness he split off could control the puppet, but the effect was far less flexible and natural than controlling his main body. This should be what Hayek referred to as the dual tasking problem. Ron suddenly realized and understood the vice dean's warning. For ordinary apprentices, this kind of split control is truly a daunting challenge to overcome. Without sufficiently strong spiritual power and consciousness control ability, it's difficult to manage two bodies simultaneously without encountering severe coordination issues. Those who attempted this likely mostly ended in failure, possibly even suffering injuries from excessive mental fatigue. However, thanks to his dual soul talent, Ron had a significant advantage in this regard over ordinary apprentices. The state of the stand-in puppet is just a high simulation, not a real body. Through a series of meticulous experiments, Ron gradually understood the essence and operational mechanism of the puppet. The puppet doesn't simply split the user's consciousness into two, but operates under a transmission-replication mechanism. The user must consume a large amount of magic power to transmit their own information to the puppet. The puppet then undergoes a certain degree of high-level replication, generating movements and abilities similar to the main body. The problem is that this replication can never be perfect, as there will always be a certain amount of information loss and delay. This also explains why the puppet, although able to simulate the user's abilities, always shows a drastically reduced effect, as if a damper were in place. In this way, my imagined double cultivation effect cannot be achieved for now. Ron thought with some disappointment. He originally hoped to cultivate through both his main body and stand-in simultaneously, thereby gaining double the progress. But it now seems that the puppet state is more like a remote-controlled robot, though more flexible than simple remote control, still unable to achieve a true dual-body cultivation effect. Information flows in one direction, the puppet cannot transmit its own experiences and insights back to the main body. At the same time, this also means that the plan he envisioned, where the stand-in takes on the risks of the demon hunter path while the main body enjoys the benefits, cannot be realized for the time being. The transformation into a demon hunter requires real physical change, not just surface simulation. He checks the panel information again. Note, once the charge reaches 50%, the deep binding function can be unlocked, enabling two-way information transmission between the stand-in and the main body. This might solve the current issue. Ron pondered, a gleam in his eyes. If the puppet can transmit its status back to the main body, then the concept of dual body cultivation and unidirectional risk-bearing could possibly be realized. But right now, the puppet has no charge at all. There's still a long way to go before reaching 50%. Previously, he had inquired with the transformer, realizing that the high concentration of magic power contained in magic stones is actually applicable to all rare antiquities. But now the workshop has just gotten on track. And his stock of magic stones isn't plentiful, having tested several times before. A complete magic stone only replenished 1%, so he planned to use it for the recording ability of the 1,000 transformations, the charging of this stand-in puppet will have to wait a bit longer thinking of this. Ron continued with several sets of precise experiments, testing various capability boundaries of the puppet as an initial state. This is already quite good, he concluded. Despite numerous limitations, the tactical value of the stand-in puppet is not to be underestimated in combat. Stand-in capable of sharing damage and performing auxiliary tasks would undoubtedly greatly enhance his survivability and tactical flexibility, using the puppet to scout, distract enemies, implement a feint strategy, or acting as a scapegoat in times of crisis. These are all highly practical tactical applications. Most importantly, this abyssal treasure indeed has a good compatibility with his dual soul talent, with an effect far exceeding Hayek's described mechanical rigidity, but to truly leverage more roles from the puppet, Ron knows what he needs to do. Break through to the advanced apprentice stage to gain stronger spiritual power. Only when spiritual power reaches a sufficiently powerful level can one better control such complex states of divided consciousness, making two bodies work seamlessly. Unlike the current, barely maintained situation. A breakthrough is imperative. Ron withdrew his spirit from the experiments, retracting the consciousness infused into the puppet. The puppet's movements immediately stopped, becoming like a marionette with cut strings. The light in its eyes faded, returning to a static, sealed state, but a subtle connection has already been established. He carefully placed the puppet, reduced in size after losing its magic power, back into the black ebony box, ensuring the seal remained intact to prevent any energy leakage. Then he proceeded to the preparation room to check the various auxiliary magic potions Lilia had already prepared. The magic potion bottles were neatly arranged on the shelf, each labeled with detailed tags showing the formula, effects and applicable scenarios. The awakening and spiritual shield potions were particularly conspicuous, emitting faint blue and golden glows, quietly waiting for the moment of use. Let's begin the full sprint. Ron looked at the magic potions prepared for the breakthrough, his eyes filled with a complex mix of anticipation and caution. The breakthrough in meditation technique typically comes with risks. The transition of spiritual power from quantitative to qualitative is like the moment a kettle is about to boil, both the critical point and the most unstable state. A minor misstep could lead to total failure or even irreversible mental damage. Moreover, Lady Allen had previously warned him. Inspiration is both an opportunity and a danger. Many outstanding wizard seeds have lost themselves at this juncture. Quite unfortunately, he is precisely the kind blessed with high inspiration. Ron exhaled deeply, his gaze resting on the auxiliary magic potions. As if confirming the final safety measures, he picked up the first magic potion, the Amber Thought Liquid, which can temporarily dispel distractions and enhance mental concentration, aiding the user in quickly entering the state and reducing external interference. He carefully pulled out the cork, and the potion immediately emitted a faint scent of grass. Like the first breath of dawn's breeze, Ron drank it all in one go, allowing the liquid to slide into his body. Almost immediately, he felt a refreshing sensation spreading from his throat to his entire body. Like a clear stream washing over each cell, the thoughts that usually emerged endlessly, like fog blown away by the wind, left only pure thinking and focus. Next, he picked up the second bottle, the spiritual amplification liquid, which can temporarily increase the activeness of spiritual power. However, the side effect is mild headache after ingestion. An excessive use may even lead to transient hallucinations. He cautiously took a medium dose, avoiding any potential incident due to overstimulation. The slightly spicy liquid slid into his abdomen, spreading like a ball of fire within his body. He could feel his spiritual power being injected with a powerful vitality, becoming more acute. Finally, he consumed the third spiritual shield potion, the final insurance measure, specifically intended to resist potential high-intensity spiritual contamination. With the preparations complete, Ron sat cross-legged. As his body relaxed, his consciousness began to detach from the perception of the physical world, gradually sinking into that familiar state of meditation. As consciousness delved deeper, his spiritual world unfolded slowly, like an endless star map. Complex star track runes naturally formed in the consciousness space, like a precise cosmic model. Each node emitted a faint and steady glow, connecting with each other to form a complete and harmonious whole. This is the core structure of the Star Eater's ravings. After long-term cultivation, Ron could easily construct this complex model and maintain its stable operation. Compared to its initial fragile and shaky state, the current rune structure was solid and flexible, accommodating more spiritual power flow. His spiritual power flowed along the rune trajectories, like streams in a galaxy, forming a perfect cycle. Each cycle brought him a deeper understanding of the universe and the essence of spiritual power, as if each loop was a small death and rebirth of thought. Gradually, Ron felt his consciousness drifting away from the physical body, entering a broader space. Surrounding him was the boundless cosmic starry sky, countless stars twinkling in the darkness. They were no longer mere points of light, but living entities, each containing unique energy and information, as if myriad eyes were watching him, the intruder. This wonderful experience was not the first time, but each time brought new sensations and insights. The appearance of the starry sky seemed subtly different each time, like a living entity constantly changing, rather than a static backdrop. Today's meditation state is very stable. Ron silently recited in his heart, continuing to focus on the guidance and circulation of spiritual power. According to past experience, he needed to persist in such deep meditation for a sufficient amount of time. Time became extraordinarily slow and exceptionally long during meditation. Ron did not know how much time had passed, perhaps minutes, perhaps hours. In this state of deep meditation, the concept of time became extremely ambiguous, even completely disappearing. He could only feel the flow and accumulation of spiritual power. That feeling was like a sponge slowly soaking up water, gradually becoming heavy and full. Star Eater's ravings, proficient, experience points +1. Current progress, Star Eater's ravings, proficient 197/300. As long as a few more experience points were accumulated, he could complete the first stage of Star Eater's ravings cultivation and officially enter the realm of the advanced apprentice. He concentrated even more, throwing himself wholly into meditation. The flow of spiritual power along the rune trajectories accelerated, like water about to boil. As spiritual power continued to accumulate, his sea of consciousness gradually became turbulent. It was as if something was about to break through the surface. That feeling was both exhilarating and terrifying, like standing on the edge of a cliff, fearing the fall yet yearning to fly. Star Eater's ravings, proficient, experience points +1. Current progress, Star Eater's ravings, proficient 198/300. As the numbers approached the critical point, the stars in the surrounding starry sky seemed brighter. Their light was no longer just a static flicker, but carried a certain rhythm, as if conveying some message to him. It was an ancient and mysterious language, not expressed through sound, but through the interplay of light and shadow. Star Eater's ravings, proficient, experience points +1. Current progress, Star Eater's ravings, proficient 199/300. The surge of spiritual power grew more intense. Ron felt an unprecedented pressure, as if the entire universe was compressing him, trying to crush him to dust. The whole starry sky seemed to come alive, filled with an indescribable vitality. The light of the stars flickered rapidly, like some mysterious drumbeats, vibrating Ron's consciousness core. This was the most dangerous yet precious part of the Star Eater's ravings. The apex trait had been triggered. Inspiration has been triggered. Please remain extremely cautious. The once orderly stars were suddenly stirred by an invisible giant hand, beginning to spin and move violently, forming a massive whirlpool. Ron's consciousness was drawn to this whirlpool, unconsciously drifting towards its depths. The center of the whirlpool was a deep darkness, darker than the surrounding cosmos, as if it could devour all light. The darkness suddenly moved, like the eyelids of some colossal creature lifting slowly. A gigantic, indescribable eye opened within the darkness, staring straight at Ron. It was not an eye understood by human concepts, more like an idea, a phenomenon, a high-dimensional entity. It had no specific form, yet it emanated an overwhelming presence. Unlike usual, this time the eye seemed truly to be looking at him, rather than aimlessly scanning. That gaze contained an indescribable emotion, not anger, not curiosity, not indifference, but a kind of bewilderment. At the moment, Ron locked eyes with the gigantic eye. An invisible force surged into his consciousness like a tide, instantly filling his spiritual world. Countless unfamiliar and complex pieces of information poured into his consciousness like floodwaters, each weighing enough to destroy a normal person's sanity. The first whisper of the universe's birth, the folding rules between dimensions, the fundamental causes of time's flow rate, the metamorphic process of galaxy sublimation. These concepts, far beyond what human thinking could bear, were forcibly injected into Ron's spiritual world at that moment. Each concept carried the weight of a mountain, oppressing his spiritual structure. True knowledge is a heavy burden. Now he truly understood the meaning of this phrase. Ron felt a severe headache, as if someone was drilling into his skull. The magic potion's spiritual shield effect was triggered, and a silver-blue energy barrier unfolded around his consciousness, blocking some of the information's impact. The barrier only held for a moment, but it was enough to slow the initial impact, giving Ron precious time to react. Too much must stabilize the spiritual force field. Ron struggled to maintain the integrity of his thoughts, but the tidal wave of knowledge was too overwhelming, like a flood breaking through a dam, sweeping away the defenses of his consciousness space he had meticulously constructed. Just as his spirit was about to collapse at the critical point, his consciousness was abruptly torn away. The sensation was like being seized by an unimaginable giant hand, traversing dark tunnels that crisscross through the endless void, only to be casually discarded into a strange starry sky. This starry sky was completely different from what he usually saw in meditation. Gone were the living stars flickering with the light of life, and the subtle order and beauty. There was only the deep dark background, nearly devouring everything. Occasionally a few flickers of light, like the weak heartbeat of a dying person. The feeling this starry sky gave was like it was about to die. Ron tried to sense the surroundings, only to find his spiritual power seemed trapped in some viscous substance, each extension becoming extraordinarily difficult. Where is this place exactly? As soon as the question rose in his heart, he heard a strange vibration sound from above. It was a sound belonging to no known creature, like countless metal plates rubbing against each other, piercing and evoking fear. He alertly looked up, and an icy chill swept through every part of his body. A tentacle so enormous it filled his entire field of vision gently trembled. Its surface was covered with countless tiny suckers and scales, each flashing a sinister dark purple light. Its vast size made it unimaginable who or what the main body of such an existence could be. The tentacle trembled lightly, like shaking off an excess hair shedding an object. The object warped and twisted continually during its fall, like a perpetually reversing hourglass. Ultimately, it landed not far in front of Ron, turning into a sea urchin-like creature covered entirely in spikes. This creature was about 3 meters tall, jet black with spines emitting a ghostly blue light. Surrounded by dozens of muscled, knotted tentacles constantly flailing, emitting an unpleasant moist sound. It lacked obvious facial features, but Ron could feel a sense of pressure from being watched, as if every inch of the creature's surface hid an invisible eye. This was far from an ordinary spiritual contamination entity. Common spiritual contamination often manifests as hallucinations or nightmares, but the aura emanating from this creature carried a tangible threat. Ron's heart sank, realizing the severity of the situation before him. This was not a mere illusion or regular spiritual contamination, but a real trial triggered by the overmind trait. It seems this is the insight is curse that Lady Allen warned about. Ron analyzed calmly, his brows furrowed. Each burst of inspiration is a mix of opportunity and risk. Instinct warned him, if he couldn't defeat this creature, he might be trapped forever in this consciousness space. The creature seemed able to sense his thoughts, emitting a sound between a howl and a whisper. The sound did not transmit through the air, but directly echoed in Ron's mind, carrying an indescribable decay. In the next moment, dozens of tentacles attacked him simultaneously, their speed nearly leaving afterimages, clearly not intending to give him any time to think. Ron's combat intuition triggered instantly. He did not panic, his expression hardly changed. In such a life or death moment, he instead entered a nearly transcendental rational state. Constructing the magic model was already merging into his instincts, and spiritual power flowed like water into every node with precision. The model formed rapidly, nearly twice as fast as before, the result of long-term high-intensity training. Ring of Brilliance. A brilliant golden-red ring burst forth, like a miniature sun, driving the attacking tentacles back a few steps. The heat radiating from the ring slightly warped the air, and the touch of light even caused minor scorch marks on the surfaces of those directly illuminated tentacles. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, tentacles instinctively recoiling slightly but soon returning to an aggressive stance. The effect is minimal. Ron's sharp eyes tracked the creature's reactions, quickly calculating various possibilities in his mind. It has certain fears of light and heat magic, but is not entirely restrained. The monster seemed to be evaluating Ron's strength. Keeping its tendrils temporarily at a distance, but then it changed its attack strategy. Suddenly, dozens of tiny pores on its surface simultaneously sprayed out thick dark green liquid, forming a lethal mist that enveloped Ron. The wide-ranging acid rain poured down, leaving him with no place to dodge, forcing him to activate his bloodline power. The energy in his body instantly boiled, the red blood flying dragon's power surging beneath his skin. Soon, a layer of fine scales appeared, covering his surface skin. At the same time, Ron harnessed his spiritual power, condensing the ring of brilliance into a tighter protective net, forming dual defenses. This is the effect brought about by the additional trait light flame transformation, making the ring of brilliance more malleable. The acid fell like rain. The first droplets contacting the ring of brilliance immediately hissed sharply, transforming into wisps of green steam dissipating in the air. But the volume of liquid was too large. Some of the acid broke through the ring and dripped on Ron's scale defense. Hiss, Ron gasped, feeling the sting of scales being corroded. The corrosiveness of the liquid far exceeded his expectations. Even with dragon scales as protection, he still felt a burning pain. This thing is more dangerous than I imagined. A trace of gravity flashed in Ron's eyes. After the initial probe, he had roughly gauged the opponent's capabilities. Formidable physical attacks, coupled with corrosive acid and other attack methods seemingly unmanifested, this combination was chilling. Moreover, the monster's aura was far stronger than a scorpion's, more sinister, more ancient, more not belonging to this world. Pure defense is not a long-term solution. Ron quickly adjusted his strategy, deciding to take the initiative. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and activated the boiling blood trait. In an instant, a more frenzied stream of heat surged in his body, as if a volcano erupted in his veins. Ron felt the power surging inside, his eyes gradually taking on the vertical pupil state unique to dragon species. A touch on the waist, the familiar equipment was with him, also feeling the coverage of 1,000 transformations. This makes it easier. He drew out the ironwood sword, using the light flame transformation trait to wrap the ring of brilliance as a layer of golden red light flame around the sword blade, striking the monster's flank directly. This strike fused physical attack with the triple might of light and fire, quite like the prototype of a magic swordsman. Where the sword light passed, the void twisted. A soft sound, the sword blade sliced through the air, carrying a scorching wave, fiercely slashing the monster's tendrils. Several thick tendrils snapped in response, with dark green viscous liquid oozing from the break, writhing in mid-air before turning into dark particles and scattering. Effective, Ron's eyes brightened, slightly relieved. At least confirming the thing isn't completely invincible. Seizing the moment, he maneuvered swiftly among the monster's tendrils. The sword blade like several golden red bolts of lightning, each strike precisely hitting the monster's weak spot. In mere tens of seconds, he had severed nearly half of the monster's tendrils. The monster emitted a howl between lament and rage, trembling violently. But as Ron prepared to continue his attack, an anomaly arose. The severed tendrils, stumps, rapidly grew new tissue visible to the naked eye, quickly forming new tendrils even thicker than before. High-speed regeneration and adaptability. Ron slightly frowned, a trace of worry emerging in his heart. The situation was more troublesome than he imagined. The newborn tendrils not only returned to their original state, but even became stronger. The surface covering spines became denser, clearly adapting to his attack style. The monster's entire body began to swell violently, all the spines erecting simultaneously, radiating a ghostly blue glow. Then, like a rain of arrows, hundreds of sharp spines shot out in all directions, sealing off all of Ron's escape routes. Meanwhile, the remaining tendrils and new tendrils formed a giant net, attacking from another direction, creating a perfect siege. Ron frowned, rapidly calculating the possible breakthrough. His spiritual power focused to an unprecedented degree. The spirit wave burst formed instantly. Spiritual interference. An invisible ripple was released by him, accurately hitting the tentacle monster that barely moved. The effect was immediate. The tendrils lost coordination under the influence of spiritual interference, twitching erratically, creating a possible escape route for him. At the same time, Ron's body twisted at nearly impossible angles, trying to evade most of the incoming spines. The ring of brilliance was also expanded to its maximum range, forming a flickering light flame barrier, attempting to intercept some of the incoming spines. However, the number of spines was too many, and their speed astonishingly fast. Even with scale protection and ring defense, several spines pierced through the line, stabbing fiercely into his shoulder, arms, and thighs. The severe pain came instantly. Ron felt a dizziness, as if toxins were spreading within. Not good, a thought flashed in his mind. These spines likely carried toxins that can paralyze or weaken spiritual power. Must remove them quickly. Ron endured the pain, quickly guiding the bloodline power to the wound. Meanwhile, muscles exerted force. The spines on his body were quickly squeezed out. Each extrusion felt a tearing-like pain. The boiling blood trait accelerated blood circulation. But at this moment, it was having the opposite effect, making the toxin work faster. Though the battle was within the consciousness space, the damage primarily on a mental level, the pain and weakness felt very real. Even though he relied on willpower to force himself through, Ron still felt a wave of helplessness sweeping over him. The operation of his spiritual power became sluggish, and the construction of the magic model was no longer as smooth as before. The monster seemed to sense his weakness, emitting a nearly triumphant hiss. Immediately, the tightly sealed center of its body suddenly split open, revealing a giant mouth filled with sharp teeth. Within the giant mouth, there was no tongue, only a mass of wriggling black substance, resembling some sort of liquid shadow. The giant mouth slowly opened and closed a few times, then emitted an inexplicably low raving sound. It wasn't a human language, not even the language of any creature, yet it inexplicably made sense in Ron's mind. ZZ Krulu Nyarg Ralith. This raving invaded Ron's consciousness like a tangible force, each syllable carrying a powerful spiritual shock, directly disrupting his thought processes. His once orderly thoughts suddenly became a chaotic mess. The magic model crumbled in his spiritual space, unable to maintain its complete structure. This is also a type of spiritual interference ability. Ron identified this mode of attack, a strong fear rising in his heart. This form of attack was somewhat similar to the spiritual shock taught by Sauron, but it was more primal, deeper, and more twisted. It not only interfered with the operation of spiritual power, but also induced strong emotions of fear and despair. Ron felt his will being eroded bit by bit, like waves continuously crashing against the beach, again and again, until the last grain of sand was swept into the sea. Must stabilize. He clenched his teeth, striving to muster what remained of his conscious awareness, constructing a barrier of spirit. However, just as he attempted to stabilize his spirit at a critical moment, the monster's tentacles attacked again. Spines deeply penetrated his scaled defense, causing waves of tearing pain. Ron faced the giant mouth filled with sharp teeth, so close he could feel the sour, rancid breath emanating from it. The giant mouth opened, and a viscous acidic liquid sprayed out, right towards his face. Ron instinctively strengthened the protection of the ring of brilliance, the golden red light film forming a thin barrier before him. The acid hit the light film, emitting a piercing hissing sound, most of it evaporating into green mist. But a small amount seeped through the defense, landing on his skin, bringing intense burning pain. The situation is getting increasingly unfavorable. Ron felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. His every attack was offset by the opponent's regeneration ability, and the prolonged battle consumed a vast amount of spiritual power. The opponent's acid and spines inflicted significant injuries on him, restricting his movements. And the most troubling was those ravings, continuously disrupting his spiritual field, making it difficult for him to focus and cast spells. This was far more troublesome than facing the scorpion before. At least the scorpion had clear weaknesses and periods of fatigue, whereas this monster seemed tirelessly relentless, with more varied means of attack. I must break this situation, Ron thought in pain. His gaze swept over every detail of the monster, his mind racing for a potential breakthrough point. This thing's regeneration ability is extraordinarily strong. Physical attacks have limited effect. The range of the acidic spray is wide, difficult to dodge completely, and those ravings. At that moment, an inspiration suddenly flashed by. Those ravings, they seemed to be the core of the monster's power. Whenever it uttered those ravings, its regeneration ability became more vigorous, the power of its tentacles increased, as if those sounds themselves carried some form of power. Recalling his recently advanced 1,000 transformations technique, a bold idea suddenly crossed Ron's mind. Its record ability, perhaps it can. This was an adventure, you could even call it a gamble, but in the face of the current predicament, Ron had no choice. He temporarily lifted the boiling blood state, even deliberately weakening his actions, allowing the monster to pull him closer. Close proximity was a prerequisite for the record ability, and it had to be face to face. It was a risky move, but if it succeeded, the monster seemed to mistakenly think Ron had given up resisting, and more recklessly pulled him toward its terrifying giant mouth. When the distance shortened to less than 3 meters, the giant mouth opened and closed again, preparing to emit that deadly ravings. Now is the moment. Ron's heart stirred, and he instantly activated the record ability of 1,000 transformations. The monster's ravings arrived as expected, penetrating directly into Ron's mind. Zzz Clue Nyag Rot. This time, after mental resistance, he allowed 1,000 transformations to fully record the sound wave pattern and energy structure. The mental pain remained, as if countless fine needles were piercing his brain at the same time, but Ron gritted his teeth and held on, waiting for the moment the record was completed. Release will consume 1% energy. The opportunity has come. Ron immediately used 1,000 transformations to release the just recorded ravings. The sound wave, using his spiritual power as a medium, layered together, forming a peculiar resonance effect. Zzz Clue Nyag Rot. The same ravings, emitted from Ron, surprisingly resonated with the monster. The monster visibly froze, the active tentacles suddenly stiffened, as if receiving contradictory instructions. Its giant mouth hung half open, seemingly not expecting its weapon to be used by the enemy. This brief chaos gave Ron a chance to catch his breath. Through the dual enhanced special vision of extraordinary recognition and insight, Ron observed the monster at close range, discovering an anomaly at the center of its body. There seemed to be some kind of core hidden there, flickering with faint light as the ravings were emitted. Found it, Ron's spirits lifted, a hint of hope rising in his heart. He immediately mobilized the remaining bloodline power inside his body. Boiling blood trait was activated again, the blood in his veins simmering like molten lava, providing him with one last surge of explosive strength. At the same time, he condensed the ring of brilliance to its utmost, the golden red flames on the sword blade becoming increasingly solid. Ron precisely controlled the release direction and timing of the recorded ravings, creating a perfect reverse against the opponent's ravings. This phenomenon is called destructive interference. Two completely opposite waveforms overlapping would cancel each other out, creating a zone of silence. During this brief moment of silence, the monster's energy field showed unprecedented chaos. Its whole body trembled slightly, like a machine suddenly losing its control program. This was the flaw Ron had been waiting for. He suddenly exerted force, breaking free from the already slackened tentacle restraints, launching himself like an arrow from a bowstring. The sword blade in his hand drew an arc, aimed directly at the core deep within the giant mouth. Dawn cross over limit. With a low shout, he poured all his spiritual power and bloodline power into this final strike. The brightness of the light flame instantly increased several folds, almost blindingly dazzling. The sword blade, carrying light and fire, accurately sliced into the giant mouth, piercing through the mass of black matter, striking directly at the core. Sound, akin to an explosion on a mental level, erupted in the consciousness space, and Ron felt a powerful recoil force send him flying backward. He spun a few times in the air before steadying himself, immediately assuming a defensive posture, watching vigilantly for the monster's reaction. The monster let out a heartrending howl, all its tentacles and spikes trembling violently, spasming as if electrocuted. A large amount of black liquid began to surge out of its giant mouth, and upon contacting the void, instantly evaporating into wisps of dark smoke. Finally, as the core completely shattered, the monster's entire body began to collapse, rapidly disintegrating from the center outward into countless dark particles, dissipating into the void. Ron panted heavily, his spiritual power and bloodline power nearly exhausted, yet he remained in a highly alert stance. With the complete disappearance of the monster, this dark starry sky also gradually faded, the light becoming softer, and the colors of the stars restoring their previous splendor. The familiar consciousness space from meditation was reforming, those stars running along specific trajectories reappearing. I won. He was somewhat incredulous, but then a wave of unprecedented accomplishment surged in his heart. This wasn't an ordinary battle, it was a true transcendence. He defeated a powerful enemy in the most perilous environment, almost as if escaping death. The satisfaction from this victory far surpassed any previous success. A series of prompts appeared in his consciousness at this moment. His consciousness, under such extreme pressure, seemed to undergo a wondrous qualitative change. Experience points for Star Eater's ravings, proficient +10. Current progress, Star Eater's ravings, proficient 209/300. Absorbed special soul energy, 1000 transformations charge +10%. Current progress, 24%/100%. New record ability, ravings. These prompts made Ron's eyes light up. He hadn't expected the trial to not only bring an increase in meditation experience points, but also charge for 1000 transformations and even record a new ability. Ravings. This is a pleasant surprise. Ron pondered the potential uses of this new ability. If he could grasp and utilize that special sound wave, it might be of great use in combating spiritual element attacks. His spiritual power was also thoroughly purified at this moment, becoming more pure and powerful. The feeling was akin to a gentle stream suddenly turning into a surging river. The increase in power awe-inspiring, and it carried an unprecedented sense of harmony and stability. Power level increased. Intermediate apprentice, right arrow, advanced apprentice. Ron let out a long breath, feeling both surprised and relieved. This peculiar consciousness battle had elevated his spiritual power to the 4.0 standard line of an advanced apprentice. That eye, that gaze. Ron recalled that enormous, enigmatic eye filled with doubt, a special feeling rising in his heart. He vaguely understood that he might have inadvertently attracted the attention of a great being. That battle could perhaps have been a trial, or maybe merely an incidental observation by that being. This is merely a glimpse of the whole, Ron murmured to himself, filled with awe. Such a great being, could it be the level that Lady Allen referred to as the third stage? If so, his understanding of truth likely remained in its infancy. Ron closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual power flowing within him. This feeling was entirely different now, no longer merely perceiving external energy, but actively influencing and altering the energy flow around him. Spiritual power circulated within him like a living entity, each flow bringing deeper comprehension and greater control power. Advanced Apprentice. This title not only signifies the enhancement of power, but represents a substantial step towards deeper esoteric mysteries. And this is just the beginning. Ron gradually withdrew from his meditation state, his consciousness detaching from that starry sky and returning to the physical world. When he opened his eyes, he found himself still seated cross-legged in the laboratory. The array around him remained stably operating, the faint glow from the magic crystal lamp intertwining with the moonlight seeping through the window, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Glancing at the moon's position outside, Ron estimated he had been meditating for a full 6 hours. Unbeknownst to him, most of the night had already passed. Yet the gains from these 6 hours far exceeded those of several weeks of accumulation. Ron slowly stood, stretching his body, which had stiffened somewhat from maintaining the same posture for so long. He suddenly recalled Lady Allen's words. Inspiration is both opportunity and danger. These words now held a unique significance. Clearly, he might be the most extraordinary among all those practicing this meditation technique. After all, he possessed a soul from the other world, and the inspiration it brought far surpassed that of ordinary people. Ron walked to the window, gazing at the moonlight and stars outside. Since true knowledge inevitably accompanies burden, what I must do is continually strengthen myself until I can bear the deepest knowledge. Ron took a deep breath and closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual power surging within him. At the moment he became an advanced apprentice, a fundamental change seemed to have occurred in his connection with this world. Spiritual power was no longer passively perceiving external energy, but actively influencing and altering the flow of magic power around him. This sensation was akin to a person once locked in a cage observing the world, suddenly obtaining the key to open the cage. His thoughts involuntarily returned to Lady Allen's dark room, filled with the scent of herbs. Star Eater's ravings, fundamentally different from other gem-level meditation techniques. Lady Allen spoke at that time, gently closing that ancient scroll, her voice low and mysterious. It is not merely a cultivation tool. Rather, it is like a bridge connecting mortals to those ancient and great entities. Every wizard truly mastering it has been gazed upon by them. Many ancient texts have recorded that the true wizard's path is to emulate those great entities. Gradually understanding and approaching their essence, her emerald green eyes stared straight at Ron, seemingly able to pierce the soul, and Star Eater's ravings is one of the few keys able to open that door. Ron still remembered his query at that time. So dangers after the first stage not only come from spiritual contamination. Lady Allen merely smiled mysteriously. If an ant suddenly gained the ability to understand human speech, do you think it could bear it to mortals? The gaze of those great entities is both supreme honor and an extremely dangerous plight. This conversation echoed repeatedly in Ron's mind, intertwining with fragments from a book he once casually browsed in the school library on the origins of wizards. There was a passage in that book that left a deep impression on him. The first mystics were those gazed upon by the starry sky. Therefore, they glimpsed truths incomprehensible to common people and attempted to collect and organize these passively obtained knowledge fragments through specific meditation methods. Ron still remembered the characteristics described in the Book of Those Watched. They often experienced a series of bizarre illusions and trials, often related to the stars, the abyss, and ancient entities. Those who successfully passed would undergo a qualitative breakthrough, while failures might forever sink into the abyss of madness. This experience is by no means ordinary. Spiritual contamination or random hallucinations. That perplexing gaze, the trial formed by hair left behind, it's all too deliberate. A bolder conjecture formed in his heart. Maybe the essence of the Star Eater's ravings meditation technique is a way to gradually be recognized by them. And each burst of inspiration and trial is a step towards that ultimate goal. Meditation is not the purpose, but a means. The real purpose is to emulate those great beings, gradually understand and approach their essence, and even transform into them. If it's really the case, Ron's eyes became complex and profound. Then what am I truly pursuing? What lies at the end of this path? While pondering, sharp pain suddenly exploded from his temples, as though a red-hot steel needle pierced into his brain. Immediately followed by an indescribable pressure, his entire head felt like it was being brutally crushed by an invisible hand. The fragments of scattered knowledge in his mind began to collide irregularly, producing intense mental anguish. A familiar chill rose from his spine. Ron felt he was tightly bound by a python. Spiritual contamination. He immediately realized the issue at hand. The recent consciousness battle and breakthrough brought quite severe spiritual contamination. Moreover, the intensity of this contamination far exceeded any previous occurrence. If not dealt with promptly, it could cause irreversible damage. Ron endured the discomfort and swiftly grabbed the wake potion from the table, uncorked it, and drank it down. As the potion went down his throat, a cool sensation spread through his body, like a clear mountain spring dispersing the chaotic thoughts. Spiritual contamination has been temporarily suppressed, current contamination level approaching moderate. The potion took effect, but Ron knew it was only temporary suppression, not complete eradication. He must address it immediately. Otherwise, prolonged accumulation would lead to unimaginable consequences. He realized he needed to act right away. He retrieved the silver pocket watch from his waist, the most reliable safeguard. His fingertip lightly grazed the surface of the black gemstone, which immediately glowed with a strange red light, seemingly sensing its owner's intent, and the faint sound of the internal gear's movement became clearly audible. Detecting spiritual contamination, proceed with reset. Begin reset, Ron commanded without hesitation. The black gemstone on the pocket watch surface shone brightly. The central gear symbol started spinning wildly. A peculiar suction was released, directly acting on Ron's spiritual world. The spiritual contamination was extracted as if drawn by an invisible hand, continually being absorbed into the pocket watch. The black gemstone gradually became turbid, like a crystal stained black by ink. Ron felt unprecedented relief, as though shedding a burden carried for years. The entire process lasted about several dozen seconds, much longer than the typical reset time. He could feel the stubbornness of the spiritual contamination, like oil stains embedded deep in the skin, requiring repeated scrubbing to be thoroughly removed. Once the last trace of contamination was drawn out, the watch's light dimmed, returning to tranquility. Successfully reset negative state, spiritual contamination, energy 10. Current energy quota, 20/30. Ron exhaled deeply, feeling the regained clarity in his mind, akin to a clear sky after a storm. Unlike other rare artifacts, the Time Guardian's pocket watch indeed felt exceptionally unique in its mechanism. The pocket watch is not truly charged in the conventional sense, but rather displays an energy quota. Once these quotas are exhausted, he doesn't need to deliberately replenish them. They will automatically refresh to the maximum value at midnight. Its energy mechanism is more akin to a quota system. The role of the Sands of Time, however, is to expand the maximum energy quota of the pocket watch, rather than simply charge it. This very trait makes the pocket watch the most stable and reliable among all his rare antiques. It seems the Sands of Time truly hold the key here. Ron thoughtfully caressed the surface of the pocket watch. If I can obtain more Sands of Time, increasing the maximum quota to a higher level, the potential of this glory legacy will be even more astounding. He carefully put away the pocket watch, calmed his mind, and began to keenly feel the various changes after becoming an advanced apprentice. Unlike the obscure sensation during the elementary apprentice stage and the faint perception during the middle apprentice stage, now he can perceive the surrounding magic flow with unprecedented clarity. This feeling was like someone who could previously only observe the outside world through a murky window, suddenly gaining a pair of glasses that could see every detail of the world. Every energy fluctuation in the room, the faint magic remnants contained in the walls, even the fine magic particles floating in the air, clearly presented within his perception. These details, which in the past required full concentration to barely perceive, can now be captured with just a thought. The most significant change, however, occurred in his casting ability. Ron could clearly feel that his mastery over the 3 skilled spells, Sound Wave Vibration, Slime Splash, and Ring of Brilliance, had already formed stable thought circuits in his spiritual sea. This is just as described in the Apprentice's Ladder. When an apprentice masters more than 3 spells and reaches a level of proficiency, these independent thought circuits begin to interweave, forming an organic whole. This is not just a numerical addition, but a qualitative leap. Ron attempted to construct the magic model for sound wave vibration, and was surprised to find that the process, which originally took more than 10 seconds, now required only a few seconds. His spiritual power naturally flowed along the already formed thought circuits, like water rushing down a pre-dug channel, easily and efficiently. In the past, constructing a magic model required repeatedly checking the precise position of each node and energy flow, with even a slight negligence possibly leading to the collapse of the entire model. But now this process has become almost instinctual, as natural as muscle memory. Is this the thought network mentioned in the Apprentice's Ladder? Ron's eyes sparkled with surprise and curiosity. The Apprentice's Ladder once described, apprentices who meet the conditions to advanced apprentices will form a complex thought network in their spiritual sea, with various magic models acting as nodes, interconnected and mutually supportive. Once this network is formed, casting efficiency and success rate will greatly increase, while also laying the groundwork for mastering more advanced combined magic in the future. The denser and more complete this network is, the higher the wizard's talent is deemed to be. Many great wizards formed exceptionally complex thought networks during their advanced apprentice stages, which laid a solid foundation for their future achievements. This change is not only reflected in casting speed, but also in the precision of magic control. Ron discovered that he could more precisely control the amount and direction of magic output, like evolving from a brute who only knows how to swing with all his might to a sword master proficient in controlling force. Besides these standard changes, Ron noticed a unique phenomenon even after only hearing a few instances of the ravings. These syllables left an indelible mark in his mind. During that consciousness battle, to counter the raving attacks of the sea urchin monster, he had to meticulously analyze and record those peculiar syllables. This process made him realize that the ravings were not meaningless sounds, but had a specific structure and intrinsic logic as spiritual waves. Zai Klu Nyag, Rodip, these syllables seemed to contain some grammatical structure. Whenever Ron slightly recalled, he could accurately recall the arrangement patterns of those syllables. Whenever the sea urchin monster uttered the syllable Zai, he felt a specific frequency of stinging in his spiritual defenses, while Klu brought a sense of distortion, as if his spiritual power was forcibly stretched. Nyag induced a kind of dizziness, as if being swept into a whirlpool. As for Rodip, it produced an illusion, allowing him to briefly see some non-existent scenes. These effects were not mere spiritual interference, but were unique rules of spiritual power manipulation techniques. Especially when the 1,000 transformations recorded and reflected the ravings, causing marked interference to the sea urchin monster. It further convinced him that these ravings were indeed a substantive energy transmission method. If I could integrate the traits of the ravings into the sound wave vibration. Ron internally mused, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. Perhaps a brand new, more penetrating attack method could be created. The conventional sound wave vibration mainly relies on physical vibrations to damage the target, like an invisible hammer fiercely striking the target's physical structure, causing damage externally. However, the ravings seemingly could act directly on the opponent's spiritual level, bypassing physical defenses and directly disturbing the core. If the two could be combined to create a compound attack that causes both physical vibration and mental impact, its power would far exceed a simple sound wave vibration. Ron began to construct the prototype of this new magic in his mind. He attempted to use the basic structure of sound wave vibration as a carrier, then integrated the specific frequency and fluctuation patterns of the ravings within it. This process was extremely complex, like merging two completely different languages into a brand new mode of communication. But with the support of the thought network, this attempt no longer seemed as inconceivable as it once did. Perhaps this is my first step towards specialized magic. Ron's gaze was resolute, his heart filled with anticipation. For an advanced apprentice to be promoted to an official wizard, they must have at least one completely specialized personal magic. And right now, he seemed to have found a highly potential direction. The fusion of raving traits into sound wave magic could perhaps become his signature ability. Ron sat quietly at his workbench, beginning to meticulously record his understanding of the ravings and the concept of the new magic. As he continually conceptualized its specific prototype in his consciousness, a whole new possibility was unfolding. That was his own unique magic system. The Star Eater's ravings is indeed a double-edged sword. He mused to himself, it brings both danger and opportunity. This perfectly echoed the saying, true knowledge is a heavy burden, and wisdom often accompanies madness. Human cognition is so fragile, a gaze from a great being is enough to bring profound influence. So, as he delves deeper into the Star Eater's ravings, what more awaits him? Ron's gaze drifted out the window, where the starry sky was shrouded in black mist jungle, faintly visible. In that infinitely deep universe, perhaps those ancient beings are watching this world, watching him. He's only just beginning to understand the meaning of such a gaze. In the laboratory, Ron picked up the soul steel once more. The crystal lattice structure, energy flow paths, and even the distribution of trace elements within the metal were vividly presented in his perception. Alchemist, he thought of his recent completion of the 2 stars profession. An alchemist can create various alchemy items. More importantly, their understanding of the essence of matter surpasses ordinary people, allowing for deeper material transformation and energy conversion. Especially the special bonus of greatly enhanced material perception ability. This allowed him to intuitively perceive the internal structure and traits of matter, critically aiding in the creation of advanced alchemy items and the improvement of existing formulas. To further test this, Ron took out a regular piece of iron to attempt an alchemy transformation. He infused his spiritual power into the iron piece, guiding the rearrangement of its internal molecules. With the assistance of the material refining skill, this process became exceptionally intuitive and easy, like molding a piece of soft clay with his hands. The originally hard iron piece gradually became flexible under his guidance, while maintaining the strength of the metal. Moreover, this transformation did not consume much energy. The entire process was efficient and precise, with almost no energy loss. The synergetic effects are even more powerful than I imagined. Ron looked at the perfectly transformed metal in his hand, somewhat awestruck. This efficiency and precision are a qualitative leap. Ron picked up the soul steel again, feeling the temperature and rhythm in his hand. The soul steel had perfectly bonded with him, the soul seal ceremony successfully imprinting his unique spiritual mark within the metal. This meant that the magic sword forged from this soul steel would have unprecedented affinity and stability, making it the ideal vessel for realizing the melting furnace concept. Now armed with the alchemist's skills and the synergy of material refining, he had greater confidence in crafting the magic sword. The complex processes that seemed nearly unattainable before now appeared to be within reach. Ron turned to the workbench, beginning to draft a detailed design of the magic sword. Under the enhancement of the alchemist's skills, his conceptualization ability reached a new peak. What might have taken weeks in the past to complete such a complex design could now be refined to an astonishing degree in just a few days. Furnace Sword. Ron wrote this name at the top of the design, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This sword would be more than just a weapon. It would be a miraculous furnace capable of purifying spiritual contamination and converting it into pure power. Of course, there was one more crucial aspect. It was an essential tool in reaching that higher level, the key to realizing the melting furnace concept. Time will prove everything. Ron stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the black mist jungle outside. The quarterly evaluation meeting is in a month, determining who will ultimately win a spot at the bloodline altar. His gaze deepened as he began to calculate his next plans and preparations. The quarterly evaluation meeting was vital, and he already had a complete plan. Apply for advanced apprentice certification in half a month, while simultaneously certifying as a bloodline modifier, aiming to break into the top 5 sequences and strive for the key spot. Firstly, I need to sort out the current resources and tasks. He began systematically listing the upcoming plans in the Library of Consciousness. 1. Trish's Natural Affinity Magic Potion Refining, High Priority Promised Commitment. 2. Advanced Apprentice Certification Preparation, to be completed within 2 weeks. 3. Bloodline Modulator Certification, conducted simultaneously with Advanced Apprentice Certification. 4. Soul Steel Magic Sword Sketch Creation ongoing. 5. Stand-in Puppet and Melting Furnace Concept Practice ongoing. 6. Selection of precious ancient books whenever there is time. The plan is clear, and the next step is to execute it in an orderly manner. Just as he was about to start the first task, a gentle knock on the door echoed. "Teacher, breakfast is ready." Lilia's gentle voice came from outside the door. Ron smiled slightly. Over this period, Lilia had unknowingly become an indispensable part of the workshop. She not only demonstrated remarkable talent in magic potion making, but also meticulously and considerately managed the workshop's daily chores with great orderliness. From material procurement to tool cleaning, from workshop environment maintenance to paperwork organization. These trivial tasks, which once consumed a lot of Ron's time, have now been efficiently taken over by her. The most commendable thing is that she has also established a comprehensive material classification and record system, making the workshop operate more smoothly. Ron opened the door. Lilia was standing outside holding a delicate tray, on which there was a steaming cup of herbal tea and several perfectly shaped pastries. "Teacher looks quite spirited," Lilia said with a smile, handing the tray to Ron. "I noticed that several critical materials in the warehouse are running low. I plan to go to the market for procurement this morning. Is there anything special you need?" "Indeed, there are a few things." Ron took the tray and pulled a list out of his pocket. "These are the materials needed for Trish's Natural Affinity Potion. Some are quite rare and may require visiting a few specific shops." Lilia took the list, carefully read it, and nodded. "I know where to buy Moon Orchid and Starlight Flower. As for the Forest Elf Tree Bark." She furrowed her brows, pondered for a moment, then regained her confident expression. "I saw it last time at Kemp's shop, and it should be available." Ron felt gratified by her increasingly adept professional proficiency. "It seems you're more familiar with the market than I am now." That's thanks to your excellent guidance, teacher, Lilia said modestly, her face flushing faintly. I just try my best to remember each procurement experience in hopes of saving you more time. Ron nodded. You're doing very well. By the way, also keep an eye out for any star crystal sand, a special alchemy material that's relatively rare. I will certainly keep an eye out. Lilia solemnly nodded, keeping this request in mind. After seeing Lilia off, Ron began inspecting his magic sword design drawings. In his conception, this furnace sword would be one of his most important power carriers. But now he must first fulfill the promise he made to Trish. After all, he had agreed long ago. Ron walked to the dedicated magic potion work area and began preparing to refine the first batch of natural affinity potions. The formula provided by Trish was indeed precious. Just seeing those complex proportions and unique refining requirements made it clear why this potion was considered a rarity. The formula not only included conventional plant materials, but also required several rare natural element crystals and fairy creature essences. For ordinary alchemists, such a formula would practically be an insurmountable chasm. Just the precise control over those highly volatile fairy essences would be enough to deter most alchemists. But Ron certainly wasn't an ordinary alchemist. He habitually arranged various materials in exact order of use, ready to follow the familiar refining process step by step. However, just as he was about to start, he suddenly realized that he had recently acquired the new skill, material transmutation. Perhaps it's time to try a new approach in magic potion refining. I've been so busy with other things that I almost forgot. Ron took a deep breath, began activating the new perception ability within him, and focused his attention on the materials in front of him. In an instant, it was as if a whole new world unfolded before his eyes. The microscopic structure of each material, the flow trajectory of energy in each wisp, and the interactions between each molecule all presented themselves in a peculiar way within his perception. This is the true power of material transmutation, Ron marveled internally. Tempting to guide the magic potion refining process in a completely new way, the first step was processing the moon orchid. Previously, he had to extract its essence with strict cutting methods and time windows, carefully operating the entire process for at least half an hour with full concentration. But now, with just a gentle thought, he could sense the energy nodes inside the moon orchid. His fingers, almost instinctively, gently pressed at specific locations, allowing a silver luminescence to effortlessly flow into the prepared container. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. With efficiency increased by several times, and the purity of the extracted moon orchid essence far exceeded previous levels, the same miracle occurred in each subsequent step. In traditional refining, the most challenging forest elf tree bark required extremely complex preliminary processing and slow energy guidance. In ordinary magic potion refining, the slightest mistake would cause a disruption in its natural elements, ruining the entire potion. But now, Ron could directly see the energy network inside the bark, allowing the connection of stable links between different materials. 3 hours later, when the first bottle of natural affinity potion was successfully completed, Ron couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Not only had the entire refining process more than doubled in speed, but the quality of the final product was also a delightful surprise. The magic potion in the bottle displayed an almost transparent green hue, with fine specks of light drifting like fireflies within, emitting a fresh, vital aroma. Its purity and stability far surpassed the standards the formula itself could achieve. This isn't just a quantitative improvement, but a qualitative leap. Ron carefully sealed the potion, contemplating the significant changes brought by this new ability, material transmutation. As a fusion of magic potion making and alchemy, not only inherited the strengths of both, but also achieved a fundamental breakthrough on a technical level in past magic potion refining. Regardless of how refined the technique, it essentially remained an external guidance. Alchemists use spiritual power and techniques to guide materials to transform according to preset directions. But now, material transmutation was an internal resonance. The traits and potential of the materials themselves were directly awakened and guided, resulting in a more natural and harmonious energy fusion. It's like transitioning from forcing materials to comply to having a dialogue with them. leading to natural improvements in efficiency and quality with such high quality. Perhaps I should ask Trish for an extra fee, hee. Just as Ron was reveling in awe of his new ability. Lilia returned with a basket full of materials, her face full of joy. Teacher, I have procured all the materials on the list, she exclaimed excitedly, carefully placing the basket on the table. Also, I found a newly opened material shop where they had the star crystal sand you mentioned. I bought a small bag. Ron raised his eyebrows in surprise. Star crystal sand, usually, that material is hard to come by. You're quite lucky, not entirely luck. Lilia explained proudly, following the method you taught. I observed several shop owner supply channels and found that the owner of this new shop seems to have a background related to the dwarf city-states, specializing in rare materials. She retrieved a carefully wrapped small bag from the depths of the basket. They asked for a hefty price, but using your bargaining techniques, I successfully cut off about 30% of the price. Ron took the bag. Sensing the unique energy fluctuation inside, indeed, it was of high-purity star crystal sand. This material is crucial for the forging of the magic sword, enhancing the affinity between metal and magic power. Well done, Lilia, he genuinely praised. Your procurement skills are now fully independent, embarrassed by the compliment. Lilia hastily changed the topic. I just followed your instructions. By the way, I saw you finished a potion. Was the progress smooth? She curiously looked at the potion. It seems very pure. Much better than the samples I saw in basic magic potion theory books. Ron didn't respond to this, only suggesting that Lilia take some time to check on the ancient tree in the yard. Through extraordinary recognition, Alan should awaken in a few days. In the early morning, Ron arrived at the Academy's central library. In his hand, he held the special permission badge. This was one of the rewards he won in the bloody gladiatorial games, allowing him to select a precious ancient book from the treasure area. Blood Duel Champion Ron Ralph. Ron calmly showed the badge to the guard. I'm here to use the special permission. The old guard took the badge, carefully examined it and nodded. Confirmed. Please follow me, Apprentice Ralph. He turned and led Ron through the main hall, towards a narrow corridor that was not usually open to apprentices. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy door made of obsidian. The door was engraved with complex runes and strange biological figures, twisting like living creatures under the candlelight. A vague, strange sound seeped through the door's crack, unlike any language Ron was familiar with, a disturbing whisper mixed with rustling. The old guard inserted the badge into a groove on the door and softly recited a secret spell. As the spell concluded, the obsidian door groaned with a dull thud. It was as if a sigh echoed from a distant place, then slowly opened inward, revealing a deep darkness. The rules of the treasure area are simple. The old guard's voice was extremely low, as if afraid of disturbing something hidden in the darkness. You have 1 hour to select, and you can only take 1 book. Do not damage, copy, or alter any items. Once inside, the guardian golems will monitor the entire time, and any violation will lead to immediate expulsion and permanent loss of access. When adding the last point, the old guard's expression turned exceptionally serious. Also, ignore any sounds or whispers. They are just the echo of knowledge. No matter what you hear, do not respond. Ron nodded to show his understanding. I will follow the rules. Good luck, young man. The old guard stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Ron took a deep breath and stepped into this vault of knowledge. The door closed slowly behind him, emitting a heavy thudding sound as if isolating him completely from the outside. Once inside, he found himself in an irregularly shaped hall. The walls were made of some strange substance that emitted a faint glow, with patterns flowing like living veins on the surface, bringing a pulsating sense of life to the whole space. More unnervingly, whenever he shifted his gaze, the hall's boundaries seemed to change slightly, as if space itself was breathing. In the center of the hall stood a crystal structure of multi-dimensional design, initially appearing as a tower, but when the viewing angle changed, it would present completely different geometric shapes. At its peak floated a sphere resembling a human eye, its iris a deep indigo and the pupil a black hole-like vortex, seemingly able to devour all light. Now this is interesting. It has that peculiar profundity unique to wizards. Ron thought this as he carefully scanned the surroundings, noticing several guardians standing at the edge of the hall. These guardians were not ordinary stone golems, but anomalous constructs carved from a semi-transparent black-blue crystal. Their shapes were vaguely humanoid but completely disproportionate, with overly long arms, malformed heads, and joints bending in ways they shouldn't. Most unsettling were their eyes, with each guardian inlaid with dozens of red crystals of varying sizes. With just a quick glance, Ron swiftly returned his focus to the task of selecting a book. Time was limited, and he needed to efficiently find the book he was looking for. He cautiously approached the central structure, sensing the ancient energy fluctuations emanating from it. Ron tried to understand the working principle of this index system. Rather than being a classification system, it was a thought-responsive device. It sensed the visitor's needs and thoughts, actively guiding them to the knowledge that resonated with them. Closing his eyes, Ron concentrated, clearly presenting the key concepts of extraordinary biology, abyss, and bloodline on the surface of his consciousness. The eye-like sphere at the top immediately reacted to this information, the iris turning deep purple, the pupil expanding into a pitch-black vortex. Following its guidance, Ron proceeded to a bookshelf constructed from dark purple biological bones and some unknown metal. The tomes on the bookshelf were varied, some shaped regularly like ordinary books, others writhing like organic creatures. Some even seemed to be formed from a semi-solid substance, with tiny bubbles constantly forming and bursting inside. In the center of this bookshelf, a particularly hefty book immediately drew Ron's attention. It was an unusually thick tome, about the size of an adult's chest, with a cover bound in some unknown creature's leather. From one angle, it displayed the common language title, Abyssal Creatures Atlas, while the side was inscribed with some ancient runes. From a specific angle, a series of incomprehensible geometric symbols appeared, causing mild dizziness if stared at directly. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Ron's heart began to race uncontrollably. This Abyssal Creatures Atlas was something he had specifically inquired about after hearing news from Lilia. It was said to be written by a Dark Sun wizard named Selwyn Audric. This wizard had explored the abyss for nearly a century, traversing areas from the 1st to the 13th layers. There are even rumors that he once made a brief stop at the 13th level, the Void Boundary, a feat exceedingly rare for anyone below a great wizard. He spent some more time browsing the other books on the shelves to make sure he hadn't missed a better option. Despite spotting some intriguing tomes such as Soul Splitting and Reformation, The Price of Immortality and Under the Stars, Footprints of Ancient Gods, Ron ultimately confirmed that Abyssal Creatures Atlas was the best choice for his research direction. He carefully reached out to touch this tome, and his fingertips immediately felt a peculiar coldness, accompanied by a weak electric-like sting. When his spiritual power made contact with the book, it seemed as though some consciousness was responding, examining this new reader. He cautiously took the book down, feeling the depth contained within it. Turning to the first page, he confirmed that this was indeed the complete version he sought. Unlike regular books, Abyssal Creatures Atlas began not with a preface or a table of contents, but with a warning. Written in bright red ink, the strokes were frenzied, the script slightly pulsing on the page as if written directly in blood. Whoever reads this book, be ever vigilant of your own soul. Knowledge is both a beacon and an abyss. Those who understand, too, much may become what they seek. As you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. Beneath this warning was a peculiar seal, shaped like an eye, with the pupil a tiny vortex, seemingly slowly rotating on the page. Decision made, Ron headed towards the central multi-dimensional structure with the heavy tome in his arms. As he approached, the eye-shaped sphere at the top opened once more. A blue-black light scanned over the book, seemingly conducting some sort of soul-level registry. Choice confirmed. Abyssal Creatures Atlas 13th edition in print, recorded by Selwyn Audric, a work transcending time of high archival grade. Multi-layered voice issued from the sphere, sounding both as if it came from afar and directly within Ron's mind. Confirmed to take out. Once confirmed, special permissions will be voided. Ron hesitated slightly, but swiftly replied, "Confirm." As he uttered the word, an almost imperceptible energy fluctuation transmitted from the book into his body, forming an invisible yet real connection. The sphere returned to tranquility once more, but at the last moment supplemented in an almost inaudible tone. May knowledge illuminate your path, wherever it may lead. Ron turned and walked towards the exit, watched by the alien guard golems. Numerous red crystalline eyes simultaneously observed his every move until he stepped out of the obsidian gate. The old guard was waiting outside, his face turning pale upon seeing the book in Ron's hands. The abyssal creature's atlas, by truth, this is indeed a rather bold choice, young man. Ron responded calmly, knowledge is neither good nor evil, it depends on the user's original intent. The old guard looked at Ron solemnly, his voice low, almost a whisper. It is said Audric never truly left the abyss. He merely brought his discoveries back to the surface world in book form. Though this isn't original, I still hope you exercise utmost care in your studies. Ron pondered for a moment, remembering this warning. Cautious use of knowledge is a required lesson for every wizard. May your wisdom surpass your curiosity. The old guard cautioned one last time. Remember, as you explore the mysteries of the abyss, countless eyes are also watching you through the rifts of knowledge. Back in the workshop, Ron immediately entered his most secret laboratory. He activated multiple isolation arrays to ensure the following research would not be disturbed or leaked. Subsequently, Ron carefully placed the eagerly awaited Abyssal Creatures Atlas on the reading platform. As its pages unfolded beneath his hands, Ron was amazed to discover that this atlas was unlike any ordinary book. The content seemed alive, changing and unfolding with the reader's focus. Words continuously flowed and reorganized, and illustrations appeared in astonishing three-dimensional effects when observed. Some pages even emitted specific scents and sounds, making reading a fully immersive sensory experience. The abyss, referred to in ancient poetry as the eternal deep, recorded in mythology as the wilderness of dead gods, and regarded by wizards as a forge of power, is a wondrous space. As he read, a faint black halo appeared around the text. It is not, as surface world mortals imagine, a simple underground world or demon lair. It more closely resembles an independent universe bubble, a folded reality governed by twisted rules, composed of at least 13, possibly extending to infinity, different dimensional spiral levels. With this description, a three-dimensional image emerged on the page. An inverted spiral structure, broad at the base and gradually widening downwards, ultimately disappearing into an indescribable dark vortex. This image was not static, but rotated slowly, subtly changing form with each turn, showcasing its multi-dimensional traits. Ron turned past the preface and arrived at the first chapter overview of abyssal geography. The book detailed the overall structure of the abyss, but these descriptions were far more complex and incredible than Ron had anticipated. The first and second floors are called the Bloody Shallows, which on the surface appears to be just a wilderness under a perpetually blood-red sky. But the book reveals that beneath this seemingly ordinary surface lie thousands of space bubbles, each with its own unique ecosystem. The boundaries between these bubbles are blurred and unstable. One misstep, and the explorer might step into a completely different environment. The third floor, the Black Sand Wilderness, where the scorpion hails from, is described as a cursed desert on the surface. But deeper analysis reveals a more shocking truth. The grains of sand here are actually tiny life forms, each with its own consciousness and purpose. The entire desert is essentially a massive intelligent cluster that expands by continuously devouring and assimilating. However, what truly made Ron feel creepy were the descriptions of the fourth floor and below. These levels began to diverge from forms of existence that mortals could comprehend. The fourth floor, the Twisted Jungle, is an ecosystem that defies the laws of nature. The lines between plants and animals are blurred. Life forms reproduce and evolve in incomprehensible ways. The trees there may suddenly turn into animals, and animals may take root and grow into plants. Some creatures possess traits of both plants and animals, and there are even unclassifiable forms of existence. The fifth floor, the Sea of Eternal Night, is a region of distorted space filled with fluid. The sixth floor, the Maze Domain, is a multidimensional space-folding structure, a maze not only of physical space, but of cognition and logic as well. Here, the most basic causal relationships are broken. Outcomes may precede causes, and paradoxes are the norm rather than the exception. The real danger, starting from the sixth floor, the maze domain, does not lie in its complex spatial structure, but in its erosion of an explorer's mind. Prolonged exposure to such an environment will cause one's thought patterns to align with the logic of the abyss, gradually losing understanding of the concept of normal. This transformation, once begun, is almost irreversible, as those affected will assume the world around them has become abnormal, rather than recognizing the problem lies within their own thinking. The ninth floor. The soul abyss is even more abstract and difficult to describe, defined as the intersection between existence and non-existence here. Thoughts and emotions become visible entities, and fragments of memories and dreams float in the void. Souls can be directly observed and manipulated, much like objects in the material world and the deepest level. The 13th floor, the void boundary, is almost entirely beyond the scope that language can describe. This part of the book is filled with blotches and blanks. As if the author found it difficult to convert what was seen and heard into words, the few existing descriptions are filled with contradictory and disjointed expressions, such as infinite narrow space, burning ice, and noisy silence. The following chapters delve into the effects of abyssal curses. More detailed and shocking than anything Ron had previously learned, the abyssal curse is not just an influence on the body and spirit, but a transformation of an existence form. Every creature residing in the abyss is unknowingly redefined. Written into the dictionary of the abyss, becoming part of its grammatical system, the curses from the first to the third floor mainly manifest as physical changes, skin hardening or softening, sensory distortion or enhancement, organ position change or function conversion. These changes can indeed partially reverse after leaving the abyss. But there has never been a recorded case of complete recovery. The fourth to the sixth floor start to affect mental structure, the way of perception. Thought patterns and emotional responses undergo fundamental changes. Those affected may begin to understand time, space, and causality in entirely new ways, even developing new kinds of thinking that cannot be expressed by mundane language. From the seventh floor onward, the curse directly reconstructs the essence of the soul, not merely infection or influence, but a complete rewrite. Explorers who linger too long are no longer creatures altered by the abyss, but become conscious fragments of the abyss itself, a living embodiment of the abyss. The book especially emphasizes a disturbing phenomenon, the irreversibility and contagiousness of the abyssal curse. Even explorers who have had brief contact with the deeper abyss will unconsciously bring the logic of the abyss back to the surface world. Their thoughts, words, and even presence become tendrils of the abyss, extending into the surface world. An individual affected by the seventh floor curse, just through prolonged conversation, can cause the interlocutor's thinking to begin aligning with the abyssal mode. This description made Ron inevitably think of the various Black Wizard organizations and the Abyss sect not tolerated by the mainstream wizard world. Perhaps they are the collective manifestation of this infectious process. A group of individuals reshaped by the abyss, secretly spreading the abyss's influence in the surface world. The subsequent chapters specifically describe the biomess of each layer of the abyss. The most common category of abyssal creatures is mutants, those originating from the surface world, later transformed by abyssal energy. Mutants seem like a further evolution of these external aberrant creatures, which he could barely comprehend. What truly perplexed him was the description of the native abyss creatures. These entities, belonging to the abyss from the moment of their birth, completely escape the framework of mundane biological understanding. The book meticulously records more than a dozen such native abyssal creatures, each possessing traits that defy the laws of nature. Void Wanderer, an energy aggregate with no fixed form, capable of existing in multiple spatial locations simultaneously, unimpeded by physical barriers. Mind Swarm, a collective consciousness creature, composed of thousands of tiny entities, each possessing a fragment of collective thought, but only the collective can exhibit complete intelligence. Time Devourer, a peculiar being that feeds on time, gnawing at an object's timeline, causing the attack to experience accelerated aging or degeneration. The most terrifying native abyss creature is the Soul Eater, a being that exists solely in the ninth layer, the Soul Abyss. The book provides an extremely detailed description of them, occupying almost an entire chapter. Soul Eaters do not exist on the material plane, but as conceptual beings in the realms of soul and thought. Their most terrifying trait is not their destructive power, but their infectiousness. Any soul influenced by a soul eater will gradually develop the traits of a soul eater, eventually fully transforming into a new soul eater. This transformation process is gradual and imperceptible. The victim usually does not realize they are changing until it is too late. The initial symptoms are small voids in memory, followed by dulling emotional responses. Then an abnormal perceptionability of others' souls, and finally an uncontrollable appetite, a craving for other souls. The most horrifying aspect is that even in the surface world, once this transformation begins, it is almost impossible to reverse. The only known treatment is the soul-splitting technique, to sever and seal the infected portion. But this itself is an extremely dangerous forbidden magic with a very low success rate, however, just as the dangers of the abyss increase exponentially with depth. So do the treasures and opportunities contained within equally multiply. Ron turned to the chapter titled, Abyssal Materials and Wonders. Found this section far more systematic and detailed than he had imagined. Abyssal material should not be simply understood as materials, but rather viewed as solidified, distorted fragments. Each type of abyssal material can to a limited extent interfere with or overwrite the physical laws of the surface world. This is currently the content Ron is most interested in, but just as he was about to continue reading, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and quickly reached out to support himself on the table. "What's happening?" Ron murmured softly, feeling as if his brain was being squeezed by an invisible giant hand, making his thoughts slow and chaotic. The sensation was completely different from ordinary fatigue, more like some sort of overload originating deep within the spirit. When he tried to continue reading, the words before his eyes seemed to start twisting, transforming into incomprehensible symbols, then reassembling into terrifying visions. It seems the mental overload is too severe. Ron gritted his teeth, barely managing to close the book. Even with his advanced apprentice level 4.0 spiritual power, delving deeply for hours into this sort of forbidden book involving abyssal knowledge was still a massive challenge. He couldn't help but recall the old guard's warning: when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. If I were still at the intermediate apprentice stage, I probably couldn't even read a few pages before this would happen. He thought self-deprecatingly, rubbing his temples. He then took a deep breath, gradually steadying his own breathing. He began practicing basic meditation, slowly circulating his spiritual power, alleviating the sharp pain like needles. Bite off more than you can chew. The content of this tome is far more profound and dangerous than I imagined. He rationally decided, pause for a while before looking at the remaining parts, giving the mind enough time to relax. Ron carefully placed Abyssal Creatures Atlas into a specially crafted lockbox, setting up several protective arrays to ensure no energy fluctuations would leak out. These abyssal knowledge pieces were like a double-edged sword, capable of bringing power, yet they could also become a source of destruction. As Ron rose from the lab bench, his gaze landed on another corner storage cabinet where he had stored the tissue samples he bought not long ago from a scorpion carcass. Such precious abyssal creature samples, perfect for testing the effect of my newly acquired insight trait. Ron smiled slightly, his thoughts shifting in another direction. He recalled the insights gained in dissection class and the clear understanding of extraordinary creatures' structures, with extraordinary biology finally reaching a proficient level. This means I've met all the conditions to advance to bloodline modifier, Ron thought to himself, sense of anticipation gradually rising, since he performed outstandingly in the bloody gladiatorial games and was promoted to an advanced apprentice. He now met all the qualifications to apply for the bloodline modifier certification, and now, even without official external certification, he could assume this new profession through the professional panel. Ron stepped to the center of the laboratory, held his breath, and summoned his professional panel. A transparent information interface unfolded before his eyes, detailing his current states and selectable advancement paths. Bloodline modifier. 2 stars, advancement conditions met. 1. Basic magic potion theory mastery square root, 2. Extraordinary biology proficiency square root, 3. Bloodline modulation proficiency square root, 4. Successfully perform at least 3 different types of bloodline modulations, square root. Immediately switch to the bloodline modifier. 2 stars, all conditions have been met. Ron took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, bloodline modifier. A profession even rarer than alchemist, specialized in understanding and modifying the bloodlines of extraordinary creatures for most apprentices. This was an almost unattainable dream. It requires not just a profound foundation in magic potion making, but also a fundamental understanding of extraordinary creatures. More importantly, it requires that sort of intuitive insight into the essence of life, a level most people couldn't reach even in a lifetime. But for Ron, equipped with the dual traits of tracing and insight, he already possessed a far beyond his rank's level of bloodline perception ability. Ron focused his mind. Internally confirming, switched to modulator. A warm energy surged from deep within his body, rapidly spreading to every part of him, similar to previous profession transitions. Yet distinctly different this time. The energy was more vibrant and lively, as if countless tiny lives were flowing within him, every cell. Every meridian, every piece of tissue was being awakened, activated, and reshaped. Ron could feel a peculiar transformation taking place. His perception of life was undergoing a qualitative shift. In the past, even with the assistance of the tracing and insight traits, his understanding of biological entities was confined to seeing and analyzing, but now this perception became more direct and instinctual, as if the entities themselves were actively revealing their mysteries to him. Life fluctuations that previously required focused attention to notice could now be clearly captured with just slight attention. Bloodline structures that he could only vaguely perceive before were now intuitively understood, as if he were reading an open book. If he placed an ordinary little insect in his palm, he could even perceive every tiny energy node and bloodline feature within it. It was as if he suddenly mastered a completely new language. Capable of directly conversing with life itself, transfer successful. New profession acquired. Modulator, 2 stars, basic attributes enhanced. Spirit, 4.0, right arrow 4.2, plus 0.2 magic power. 2.55, right arrow 2.75, plus 0.2 constitution. 2.75, right arrow 2.85, plus 0.1, Ron could feel the surge of new energy within. Especially amazed at the noticeable enhancement of his constitution, unlike alchemists and potion makers who mainly increase spirit and magic power. Advancing to modulator also seemed to have a strengthening effect on the physical body itself. This is to be expected, as a profession that often involves contact with various supernatural organisms and energy. The resistance brought by a stronger physique is undoubtedly a necessary guarantee. What is surprising are the special bonuses that appeared subsequently. 1. Medium increase in bloodline-related ability acquisition speed. 2. Medium enhancement in the efficiency of biological tissue reconstruction. 3. Medium improvement in understanding the essence of bloodline. These bonuses have directly elevated Ron's bloodline research ability to an entirely new level, enabling him to more accurately identify various organisms' bloodline purity and traits, which is crucial for selecting suitable experimental materials. Ron tried reaching out to touch the 2 different tissue samples in the Petri dish. To his surprise, these 2 somewhat incompatible tissues began slowly fusing under his magic power guidance, forming a new hybrid with almost no signs of instability. This ability previously required complex rituals and precise calculations to achieve, but now he could easily accomplish it with just the operation of magic power. This is the true power after the modulator bonus. Ron praised internally, gaining a deeper understanding of the potential of this new profession. However, the surprises did not stop there. Now let's see the changes in skills. Ron muttered to himself, checking the skills panel. As expected, several key skills underwent fusion evolution. Detected skill link. Bloodline modulation, proficient, plus extraordinary biology, proficient, plus material refining, proficient. Bloodline modulation, proficient, has automatically advanced to bloodline shaping, proficient 1/100. A new knowledge system unfolded in Ron's mind. This was no longer a simple bloodline adjustment or energy guidance, but a more profound essence reshaping technique of life. Bloodline shaping perfectly combines the theoretical knowledge of extraordinary biology with the practical skills of bloodline modulation, along with the powerful reality-shaping abilities of material refining. When the bloodline modulation skill completed its advancement, he recalled the life alchemy mentioned in ancient alchemy. This special technique can not only be used to enhance existing biological abilities, but also reshape their fundamental structures to create entirely new life forms that fully align with the designer's intentions. And what he now possessed, bloodline shaping, might just be the embryonic form of life alchemy. Ron closed his eyes, letting this newly acquired power flow through his body. When he opened his eyes again, the world had changed. He could see the tiny life forms floating in the air, sense the life energy flowing within plants, and even perceive the subtle changes in the bloodline inside the distant Alan ancient tree. Astonishing, Ron gently praised, amazed by this deep perceptual transformation. To test the specific effects of this new ability, he walked toward the storage cabinet containing the scorpion organization tissue samples. He took out a small, well-preserved piece of heart tissue and placed it in a specially designed observation dish. In the past, he needed the aid of various instruments and reagents to analyze the basic structure and energy properties of the tissue. But now, merely by focusing his attention on the sample, he could see countless information flows presenting themselves before him. Scorpion's second heart. Main function, magic power cycle and transformation. Special structure, triple energy cavity forming a closed loop circuit. Energy features, high conversion rate, low loss. Abyssal influence, middle. Utilization value, high. This intuitive, almost instinctual analytical ability gave Ron a sense of unprecedented control. This is not just mastery of knowledge, but a direct perception of the essence of life. Ron took a deep breath, feeling the new perspective brought by bloodline modifier. He began attempting to use the bloodline shaping skill to make small-scale adjustments to the scorpion's heart tissue. His spiritual power, like a precise scalpel, effortlessly penetrated the tissue interior, guiding the energy to flow along specific paths. Every minor adjustment triggered chain reactions in the tissue structure. Under his guidance, the once chaotic energy began forming an orderly flow pattern, significantly enhancing the tissue's vitality. Bloodline shaping experience points +1. Current progress, bloodline shaping proficient 2/100. The potential of this ability far exceeded Ron's initial imagination. If he could apply it to living organisms, especially to high-purity supernatural creatures like Dale, the achieved effects would be even more astounding. Theoretically, it might even be possible to integrate parts of the abyssal creature's traits into conventional organisms in a safer manner. Ron pondered, with the unique gleam of a researcher's curiosity in his eyes. Then he turned his attention to another storage container, which housed the poison gland tissue extracted from the scorpion's tail. The memory structure inside the poison gland is particularly crucial. Ron's spiritual power carefully infiltrated the tissue, guiding the remaining energy within to flow in a specific manner. Under his manipulation, the once dormant energy circuits inside the poison gland reactivated, forming a weak yet stable oscillation pattern. This oscillation contained a wealth of information: the scorpion's hunting patterns, the secrets of toxin preparation, and even its memory of various creatures' weaknesses. If this information can be extracted and integrated into the chimera core, Ron's thoughts quickly unfolded as he conceived a bold and complex plan. If the adaptability and mutation potential of abyssal creatures can be correctly guided and controlled, it would become an extremely powerful source of strength. Of course, this also comes with great risks. The instability and pollution risk of abyssal energy, which are considered top-tier dangers in any modulator's manual. Boldly hypothesize, cautiously verify. Ron reminded himself, any experiment must be conducted under completely controllable conditions. He closed the cabinet that stored the scorpion organization again and recorded the preliminary ideas in the experiment log in his mind. Ron labeled it as the Abyss Fusion Project, where he concisely listed the safety measures and cessation conditions for each experimental phase. This is not a task that can be completed overnight, requiring extensive preparatory work and repeated validation. His notes in the Library of Consciousness finally recorded, but the potential rewards justify such cautious investment. Stepping out of the laboratory, sunlight spilled through the windows onto the floor, forming a warm, golden area. In the yard, Dale was playing with Lilia, the laughter of the silver-haired little sea siren resonating crisply over the workshop. Not far away, the tall ancient tree stood silently, waiting for its final moment of transformation. In the laboratory, Ron was carefully operating a series of complex equipment. "Stabilize, stabilize," Ron murmured, his spiritual power guiding the energy flow with thread-like precision. Before him, a thumb-sized piece of scorpion heart tissue was immersed in a specially formulated magic liquid, its surface flickering with faint blue-purple light. The bloodline shaping, advanced skill, enabled him to adjust the energy structure of abyssal organizations with unprecedented precision, separating the abyssal traits from those of surface-world organisms, then recombining them into a more stable form. This was his 7th attempt, with the first 6 ending in failure. Either the energy structure collapsed or the abyssal traits were completely neutralized. This time I must find the balancing point. He had systematically recorded his findings in a specially crafted notebook, titled Abyss Research Log. Every experiment, whether successful or failed, had detailed records and analysis. The Abyssal Creatures Atlas has clearly stated a concept once. The essence of abyssal creatures is, in fact, a special existence capable of accepting and assimilating rules from alternate spaces. While they are trapped by the abyss's curse, they also gain special abilities beyond those of surface-world organisms. Ron had recorded his aspirational goals in the Abyss Research Log. The key is to find a way to extract this transcendent ability while filtering out the erosive nature of the curse. As the tissue in the Petri dish began to show stable pulsation, Ron cautiously added a solution. The solution appeared pearly white, with subtle colorful specks flickering within. Since the scorpion is only a third-floor abyssal creature, the curse it carries only manifests physically. Therefore, after all life professions advanced to 2 stars, he could barely have some clues on how to counteract and purify the effects through various linkage effects. If it involved deeper levels related to consciousness or even soul, then he would be completely powerless, avoiding it altogether. When the liquid he modulated contacted the abyssal organization, an inaudible war began. The energy within the white liquid and the curse left by the abyss engaged in a fierce tug of war at the microscopic level. With the traits of insight and extraordinary recognition, Ron could clearly see this process. The curse energy was gradually separated and neutralized, while the organism's inherent special adaptive ability was preserved. Succeeded, he was somewhat pleased to see the tissue in the Petri dish gradually turning into a healthy reddish-brown. Its surface no longer had the unique blue glow of the abyss, but its internal energy structure was intact. Yet the next moment, Ron's joy was disrupted. He seemed to have rejoiced too soon.